Lo que sube, 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 lo que baja, lo que baja.
Que sin fondo, por lo que rebote, mi loca. Préndelo, dale, la disco se explota. Todo otra vaina, mami, otra cosa. Tú me la subes, sube la nota. Tum, taca, taca, tum, tum, así va. No lo dejes de mover, no mamá. Tum, taca, taca, tum, tum, así va. No lo dejes de mover, no mamá, no, no.
Ay, papi. Guac, come arroz, galinha, bebete canela, keep my body asina, come up down, vai arriba, tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba, tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba. Them want copy, copy, them not around. Them can borrow, dollar no pound. Them want sell my soul, but can't be found. Pay my license and give me my crown. What? Tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba. Tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba. Tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba. Tira coco, 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 saca ball para arriba. Say whack, come rosco a linha. Ora, ay shit again.
Unique flavor. Original.
OVM, OVM.
Yeah. What's music? Yeah. Te gusta, me gusta también. No checking, vámonos en tren. Come again, a pasárnosla bien. Dale que estamos tranquilos. Vamos callado en sigilo. Cultivando el estilo. Navaja con mucho filo. Y ahí como suena. Lo caliente que quema. La casa llena. Cuando la vaina está buena. Venezuela hasta Panamá. De ley hasta Bogotá. Toma atrás, toma atrás.
Toma.
Yeah. Ratatatatata. Yeah. Toma. Ya de realidad. Putting the flavor, ¿dónde va? Ya. Venga, ve acá. Originales nada más. Africano, latino. Mexicano, taíno. Ilegales like chino. Ilegales like chino. Yo prendo el fuego, pues a salir. Y vine a toar un give a take. Mijo, time na go swing. En Galicia song I'm gonna sing. Porque aquí no valen cruces. Al vivo le prenden las luces. And don't lose it. You know it, después no te asustes. Y ahí como suena. Lo caliente que quema. La casa llena. Cuando la vaina está buena. Venezuela hasta Panamá. De ley hasta Bogotá. Toma atrás, toma atrás.
Toma.
Ratatatata. Yeah. Vine fue lo mío. Yo tengo el mapa si está perdido.
system, it fucked us up. hace como un yum yum. Todos los motoconchos están en huelga. Porque tú con ese pum pum tapa toda la carretera. Mami, vente, corrompe mi mente. Tú como un booty que se ve de frente. Que digan se vuelven dementes. Show you what I do, pa' que no te cuenten. Si ella se baja, se sube la falda con una cadera pa' de ese guitarra.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Today, 4 teams are fighting for survival, and 2 are about to watch their dreams of lifting a trophy slip away. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 4 of Masters Santiago, coming at you live from Espacio Riesgo in Santiago, Chile, for our first elimination match of the tournament. I'm Golden Boy, the current guy yelling at you right now, who's dressed as an old-school Puerto Rican landlord, and I'm joined by Wyatt and Sideshow. We're going to break it all down today. The fellas are back in town.
The fellas' desk.
We're the
One last ride
around the sun.
Until Mimi gets here.
I know, but then she is the ultimate fella, so we'll see what happens there. Of course, folks, we've got 2 teams already qualified for playoffs, so that means 6 squads are going to be fighting for those last 2 spots, and it's only going to be 4 after today because elimination is on the docket.
Bags are going to get packed.
Yes.
Clothes thrown in suitcases.
Tears shed.
Don't forget anything in the hotel rooms.
Do not. But if you want to take the
happens.
soap, though, if you want to take the soap and the lotion as well as the napkin, take it all. Okay, it's there for you. All right, that's as Ross famously said that in Friends.
Jar and just fill it up with the body wash in the shower.
Yeah,
just get it all out of there and just take it home, bro.
Take it all out of there. Just put it in a Ziploc bag.
Yeah.
Hop down.
Looks
to
like
a
you were
plane.
playing the pump game over at the band area with that.
Yeah,
dude,
no,
we got to get over there. We need to do a.
We really do
before we leave. Honestly,
I need one bit with the ridiculous pump game over there. All right, Alex, please. I'm asking. All right, now, folks, we're starting off with EDG taking on T1. It's a Masters Bangkok rematch, and then it's going to be XLG going up against G2 Esports. But of course, make sure you stick around for the end of the show because we're going to have the draw show to determine our final Swiss matches. But as always, you know, we like to kick things off by asking you a question because we have 2 CN squads that are going to be facing elimination today, and that is the subject, of today's Mastercard fan poll. We want to know how many teams you think are going to survive. Is it going to be 0, 1, or 2? Scan the QR code, cast your votes. I'm curious to see what the hell the results of that one are going to be, considering how people were feeling about the CN teams coming into the tournament Sideshow.
Hold on, how some people are feeling. Some people are gassed up on them. Some people are thinking that XLG is going to make it
solo on Wyatt real fast, okay? And we just want to talk shame real quick.
What? It's not
you
shame
guys are
yet.
overreacting to one game against the world champions. Oh, God forbid a team loses to the reigning defending world champions.
You know what, Wyatt? You're
GB.
right. You're so right. You're so right. Unfortunately, they have to deal with the 3 times America's champions as well today. We'll see how that plays out.
3-time non-winners of events in the globe last year. So XLG, they could win. Except I also didn't predict them to win today. But I think it's like a curse thing. It's a reverse.
He's got no hope.
If
He's got no faith.
I predicted XLG, I would have been the only person to do it. Thus, I predicted G2, so we don't curse them.
We haven't even looked at the prize. We don't know that.
Here's the good news. The good news is hopefully you're not as wrong as Wyatt because you'll have opportunities to show your knowledge with Shot Call right on Twitch. Make sure you find the icon. Go ahead and click that. Shot Call will open up and you log in. Predict what's going to happen in a round. Maybe you win some prizes. Be smart. Make good decisions, okay? And honestly, that's a phrase that you should follow for the majority of your life, by the way. Just make good decisions. Trust me, it'll pay off when you're in your 40s.
Make bad decisions. They're more fun.
Don't see. It's we're like it's like the devil and the angel. You know what I mean?
But he's right.
The bald devil with the mustache and the bald beard. Angel, oh, whatever. Anyway, of course, before we get into today's matchup, we're gonna play a quick game as we always like to do. This time around, it's one that has been summoned from the depths of hell itself. It's three-faced.
Oh.
And what kind of Scrabble games are you playing? Three-faced. This is a very simple game. This is a very simple game. Wyatt, check yourself. Calm down, doggy.
I'm making mistakes.
All right? Making mistakes over here.
The last desk day anyway.
So you may have seen this game
me.
before. We have 3 pros. We're going to combine them into one hellish creation, and our crack shoot analysts over here are going to have to pick and decide.
I don't think you can say that about our player.
You don't need a hellish creation. Oh no, it's
okay.
It's
Well, the
demon.
bottom is Leaf.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't lie.
We've definitely got Jorgamo in the middle. No,
Yeah, Leaf,
so it's Leaf, Jorgamo.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
there's a sheet here. I'm turning it over.
You have 2 of them right.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Wait, there's both.
The top though, am I seeing? Oh, is that a Munchkin?
Let us know in the
haircut?
chat who you think the top
I
one
don't
is.
know.
That
I don't think it is.
Okay,
Oh, man.
you want a hint?
Is it? I think it's an EDG player.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Now,
But
who
now I'm
on
trying
EDG?
Now I'm trying to cycle through who on EDG this is. I think it might be nobody.
It's not nobody.
It's not nobody.
And it's not CB.
it's Smoggy.
It's not Smoggy. Then it's
Chichu.
It's Chichu.
We had to get there eventually.
There you have it. It's
That's
Chichu,
Chichu.
Jogamo,
Oh, it
and
is.
Leaf.
Great work,
All right.
fellas.
That's number 1. Here's number 2.
Trent.
Sweet baby Jesus.
The one in the middle is
Corp.
easy.
Yeah. Okay, you got
At the
one.
bottom,
Valen.
that's Stax. It's Stax for sure on the
Okay,
bottom.
you have 2 so far.
And the top is Happy Boy.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. Congrats. Whoa.
You're popping
Wyatt.
off. You're popping off.
Wyatt River.
Bro,
Okay.
real XLG fans, we knew that was Happy Way in mere moments, buddy.
Since he's the top 3, you pick him for top 3.
Either
he knows.
him or Purpo with the platinum blonde hair. I
True.
think.
But I think Purpo's a little bit more
Yeah, it's a bit
frizzy.
all over the place.
All right, here's the next one. We got...
Okay,
Okay.
so it's definitely Baby Bay on the bottom.
And it's
Definitely.
Valen on top.
And
Yeah,
it's definitely Kong Kong in the middle.
Yeah.
That one was easier, I think.
Oh, man.
Very, very
well
distinctive.
done. Well done. Okay, folks. Well, you know what? I got to say, this was a lot better than in rehearsal.
The one in rehearsal was harder than this,
the
I
one in
think.
rehearsal was a little harder.
If we combine the 3 of us together, though, which one? Like, how would we create the best version of ourselves?
You
Oh,
with
man.
the stash at the bottom.
Oh, so I'm like at the bottom.
Yeah.
And I think,
Dude,
well,
you gotta
do
get
we
the
wanna
bald
have
top.
hair.
You
or
gotta
do we
get
wanna
the
be
bald.
bald?
One of us.
Oh, it would be kind of crazy to have your hair on our face.
Actually, yeah. So all I'm saying is to the community, if you want to actually make that actually be kind of cool. We'd love to see it. Like to see your creations. In any case, so let's go ahead and hop into our first matchup of the day because we have T1. And we had an opportunity to catch up with Munchkin about returning to his old squad and his role as IGL. Let's take a listen.
몇 년이 지나고 나서야 T1의 유니폼을 다시 입는데 아직은 어색한 것 같아요. 일단 제가 팀을 들어가게 되면은 제가 당연히 IGL을 하게 될 거라는 걸 짐작은 하고 있었고 저는 스택스 같은 장난꾸러기는 아니지만 스택스 같은 사람이 되기 위해 노력합니다. 저는 팀의 이제 인게임 리더가 조금 되면은 딱딱해 보일 수 있는 좀 그런 느낌이 있다고 생각을 해요. 그래서 팀원들한테 정말 사이좋게 잘 지내려고 노력하고 좀 재밌는 형으로 있어야지 팀원들이 어느 순간에는 저한테 무슨 말이든 할 수 있을 거라고 생각을 해서 항상 웃으려고 노력하고 친구들 마냥 잘 지내려고 노력합니다. 저희를 의심하는 모두에게 증명할 준비가 되었습니다. 2026년은 T1에게 새로운 해입니다.
And T1, of course, they are looking for that next level that's going to get them over the hump because unfortunately for these guys, they struggled against a very quick-paced Team Liquid, losing 2-0. And, look, it felt like, Wyatt, there were moments where you could have seen T1 potentially rise up, get that win, maybe force that map 3, but it really just felt like Team Liquid were giving them everything they had.
Yeah, with Munchkin talking about joining this team, being the IGL, just going to refer back to like one of the talking points before this game, which is that I felt like Munchkin was adding some structure to the madness of T1, who have the ability to just run around and shoot everyone. But that being said, Team Liquid, they ran at them and shot them, and T1 did not have the structure on their attacking sides to be able to deal with that defensive aggro.
In fact, they actually collapsed towards the end of Split. I think they lost 5 out of 6 of the final rounds of regulation in order to get it into OT. So, that was their game to win and try to push it to Haven. and they fumbled it a little bit, I'd say.
Yeah, one thing, though, that we did hear from Munchkin was, he's coming into this team as the IGL, but in previous years, though, it was Stax who would typically be that, leader, in-game leader, especially emotional leader as well. And one thing I was not prepared for from Stax in that series was just his output. He was really impressive, man. And that's exactly what you'd want to see out of a veteran like that who's been here, who's done that before. They're going to need him a lot today.
Yeah, they absolutely are. But I also think you could spin it a different way and say you're not always going to get that out of Stax. You got an unbelievably good performance out of Stax there, and you still ended up in a 0-2. I think Stax was frying, though, and if he can get... I'm not even looking for this kind of performance again from the guy. I'm looking for maybe 75% of this, and some other people
You're from 65,
to be online. 65 would be fine as well.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, this was Stax' best series of this year so far, and ain't even close, GB. I agree with Josh. I don't need all this out of Stax, and if you want T1 to win this game, if you're a T1 fan, you shouldn't be feeling like you need all this out of Stax. Dude, they were qualifying here with everyone else being able to go crazy. I think what you're really hoping for is that the rest of the guys on T1 who were maybe a little bit quiet, a little bit inconsistent, get back to that peak. And to win a tournament when you have a guy like Stax in this level of form, or even the 70%, even 60%, even 65%, that's where, it boils over the top. And they're then suddenly in they're going on a run. These guys could actually win the tournament type position.
Yeah, I'm more worried, honestly, about the mental side of it when it comes to this. It was actually good to hear from Munchkin there in the piece that we listened to earlier, where he was saying, I try to be as friendly as possible. They can come to me with anything, because we know that T1 have had their issues before in terms of frustration, boiling over, and I think that that's something that they've got to be aware of, especially when they just got ran down by Liquid.
Yeah, I was actually given this talking point from Seth, so I didn't discover it myself. I did no research to get this. He just told me in the green room. And I said, I'll be using that now, thank you. Which is that actually historically, there are a number of maps from Munchkin IGL teams in the last couple years at Globals where they get to 11 and end up losing those maps, genuinely a concerning amount of times.
Yeah, you're going to need to see them close out those critical rounds there, but you're also going to be looking for some big performances as well. And when you think about big performance, you got to think about Meteor. And the reality is, I think Meteor really just found himself between a rock and a hard place, and that is in more ways than one, because he was honestly just dealing with the might of Team Liquid. I mean, just look at what was happening here.
Yeah, I mean, the first clip shows it perfectly, where he's just holding Breeze mid, and the hordes run at him.
And all these clips are practically him versus Miniboo.
Yeah, and dude, you got a neon in your face, and then you got two guys behind, even if you do deal with the neon. I'm not saying that Meteor played a bad game. I'm saying he got overwhelmed by the pace and aggression of Liquid.
If anything, I would look at that more as hey, this is the thing that Team T1 might want to address in case, I don't know, maybe EDG decides to get a little bit more speedy on those pushes.
Can I be real, though? They're not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to throw some hope out there.
But yeah, I mean, I think that game, you can really just juxtapose it against how Gentlemates handled that. Those aggro pushes, they were getting destroyed because they're running into multiple players set up in positions
and sitting
to
back
deny
deeper
it
as well.
Right, and in the case of that game against T1, yeah, it's just the number of times you saw Meteor alone, on split defense. He's just that one extremity watch over towards A, is pressed up just a little bit, past ropes.
Yeah.
And suddenly there's three guys in his face. What can you do? You're getting overwhelmed by Util. They're sliding at you. There's all types of
stuff
happening.
It felt like a product of the situation, undoubtedly.
You didn't have the read on that game.
Exactly. And if there's one thing, though, that you can't take away from this, is that these are all incredibly intelligent players who will look at what happened there and be like, okay, well, we'll worry about that later. They know the opponent that they're going to be running into in this particular instance. This is one that they have faced in the past. This is a rematch. They faced 2 times in Bangkok last year. So let's actually jump in, get a little bit more knowledge with Izu. Jen Lee had an opportunity to catch up with him.
Jen here with Izu of T1. Now, Izu, since Autumn's move to EDG, he's been implementing new ideas to his new team, similar to what he had done with you guys last year. So what's it like having Autumn on the other side, leading your opponents today?
제가 이제 감독님이랑 오래 하기도 했고 마스터즈 우승도 하기도 했어서 감독님이 충분히 이제 능력이 좋으신 분인 걸 알고 있고 되게 재밌는 조합도 많이 하셨던 걸 알고 있어가지고 상대로 하면은 또 어떤 느낌일지 기대가 됩니다.
Well, we actually spent a lot of years together and we won Masters Bangkok together. And I know he likes to run some funky, unique comps as well. And he's a really capable coach. So I'm excited to see what it's going to be like facing EDG with Autumn leading the team. Thank you very much, Izu, and good luck today.
Thank you.
That it is so interesting that the coach of T1 who won Masters Bangkok with them is now coaching the team on the opposite side. It's such a weird move for Autumn to have gone over to EDG. As far as I'm aware, he doesn't speak Chinese. I think things are having to go through the team system. Yeah. He's been kind of coming up with new funky comps for them to play and new ideas. But I think EDG require a lot of work right now. Like they are still finding their footing, and that's a big task for Autumn as co-head coach of such an unusual project.
Yeah, no, quite interesting. Of course, it's not out of the realm of the ordinary. We have seen coaches from other regions come in and coach, teams in the past. It's not something that's like all that out there, but this is certainly a difference in style, without a doubt, Wyatt.
And that being said, I always feel, and I feel that you have to feel, to just keep saying feel over and over, that
we feel
when
things.
EDG are coming into any global event, ultimately they still have Kong and Chichu, who have the ability to just take over a game as a duo at any given moment.
Yeah, actually, so glad you mentioned Kong and Chichu, because before the tournament, as we jump into discussing how EDG is going to be performing in this one, we want to see what kind of incredible feats they could pull off in the server. But more importantly, we want to see if they can handle real-life reflex tests. Let's check this out.
Helios here, and it's time to test the reflexes of none other than Kong as well as Chichu. Thank you guys for joining me. Are you ready for the test?
Yeah, of course.
All right, well, let's get to it. I believe we can start the game, so get ready.
Yeah, ready.
Any minute now.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, one. Ooh.
What?
All right. Got 2 in the end. It comes at you fast. It's surprising for sure.
Yeah.
But all right, we'll do some quick little movie magic, get reset, and then it's going to be Chichu up. So, cut. We're good? Wow, movie magic. It's all reset. Anyway, it's time for Chichu's turn. I think you have maybe a little advantage because you got to watch Kong go, but let's see if you can beat his score of 2.
3, 2, 1, go.
2. Oh.
该给他丢了 ，Maybe I can drop one 是吧？这下面我该给他丢下去了。
Do you have any words now that you've beaten Kong?
I think I'm better than him.
Excellent. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me, and good luck on your matches.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, man, let me tell you, Seth, you killed that one 100%. All right, well, hey, listen, let's see. Reflex test, okay, maybe not the best situation. Shout out to Chichu, though. He is better than Kong. His words, not mine. But EDG, though, they're going to be coming to this one, without a doubt, as an underdog. They dropped 2 straight games to Mates to get to this point here. We saw yesterday how good that Mates team is. So was it a matter of Mates just being so good that they were outperforming EDG Sideshow? Or did you feel like maybe EDG didn't give us everything that we know that they're capable of?
Yeah, I don't think they gave you everything. I think that EDG actually found themselves in lots of winnable positions and ended up making far too many mistakes in those spots in areas that they should have been able to close out. They got themselves into winning positions so frequently, but that only matters if you've got the discipline and the fundamentals to be able to make the right decisions to close out games. And I think the T1 are just going to apply a lot of pressure in similar spots.
Yeah, I'm a little worried that might be close to the best that we're going to get from them at this tournament. In regard to having such an all-star showing from Kong. That's not enough to get them over the line on Haven. And I don't know if we've seen them play enough rounds throughout this kickoff run into this tournament that make me believe that they're going to be able to clean up enough of these.
Dude, I mean, Kong was spectacular too in map 1.
Yeah, and oh man, if they can't get it done with this,
yeah,
I am worried.
I think though that it did showcase you want him with the op in his hand, right?
Yeah.
And he was still...
Because coming into the event, that wasn't the case, right?
Well, he was
seeing
still...
him be more of a rifler.
Well, yeah, but he was still opping on these maps where he plays Chamber on Haven,
yeah, of
for
course,
example.
Of course.
But yeah, you're right in the sense that most of the time when he was playing like the Neon, which he did do on map 2, he was mostly with rifle in hand. He actually ended up opping a lot there. He just wasn't playing a character that is best suited for it, so he wasn't in as many spots to dominate and take over the game in map 2, which I think he kind of did map 1.
I just feel like when you're, because, you know, coming from Americas, right, we cover like Aspas and players that are capable of being able to take over a game. But I think at this point here, at this level of competition, you are going to need just a little bit more out of this EDG team. You need more out of the squad to help out Kong, right? Because, yes, he's there for a reason. He's one of the best to ever do it. But at some point, man, the Jansport can only hold so much. You know, you gotta let backpack go. I don't know. What do you think?
The guy with the Gucci bag like tied on his shoulder.
Exactly.
Let it go, bro.
Yeah. So I mean, like, do you agree? Like, someone's got to step up here. But who is that?
Chichu. I mean, that's just the obvious pick. But well, in terms of, you know, history, what we've seen from him. But I think the real one is CB.
Yeah.
That dude's got to lock in. He had some good rounds, but there were other rounds. You're like, what is this guy doing? Where is he positioning himself? When he was playing the Neon, he was getting some good kills, and then it felt like every time he got something accomplished, he just wanted more. He was sliding in so often and getting killed because of that, like over pushes.
Yeah.
I have concerns with that. If he just, I don't know, reined it in by like 20%.
All the percentages. We're back with the percentages.
12.5%.
But I think also we may be hyper-focused on the players here, but actually there's some of this that comes down to maps and theory and like what you're bringing in. And I think one of the areas that EDG might be able to find an upset is by leaning into their more unusual stuff that they were running during China. And that means Corrode and Bind. And I think Bind has a decent likelihood of happening in this series because T1 also love to play that map. And EDG run a really, really strange composition that I'd love to take people through in terms of going on into the Telestrator. Because have you ever seen a team on Bind right now running Phoenix with the Harbor? So look at this comp.
Oh,
they're running
Fire and Water.
Smoggy Harbor before the big Harbor buffs that we've just recently seen, alongside a double duelist comp that has the Phoenix. So what's the theory here on the attack side? Well, as you can see, they're going to use this new kind of whirlpool ability to block off showers, and that creates access into the showers area fairly easily, actually, on your attack side for you to farm up ult orbs. And who are the two people going in this direction? Well, it's the Phoenix and the Harbor. So you're going to be able to get showers control, Belong control fairly easily with that new ability from the Harbor. And then what your comp also allows you to do, if I show you the minimap, is to be able to get in more easily through Hookah. So this the fact that this comp has so many walls, we'll show it from the attacker's perspective here in just a moment. Look at this. You're slicing off all of this area of the map. It's also very difficult to go through this. I mean, you could challenge it by trying to swing through here with a flash or something like that, but it does allow you to do more Hookah waterfall strategies than you might otherwise be able to do with other compositions. But I think the real power of it is something that EDG have figured out on their attack side, is that Harbor's ultimate now is monstrously effective from B long. So this, the new Harbor ultimate, it throws out a big wall that pushes forwards, and this is essentially going to cover the whole of the B site. You couldn't do anything against this if you were trying to hard anchor on B. So you already see, though, within China, that Tyloo, the team that they're playing against here, are running a B retake wall. They're just playing B for retake. Really unusual idea in terms of bind setups generally, but when you're playing against a Harbor comp that has the ult, you're not going to want to stand on site against this. They're going to know where you are. They're going to be taking it away from you. You can't even flood very well here because the high tide's up in your face. They're using a Phoenix ult to completely make sure that they have the space. And then they even have, because they know it's going to be a big 5v5 afterwards, they've got a Raze ult to be able to play for in the post-plan too. Now, this comp falls to pieces on defense like almost any Harbor comp does, though. Like we were watching Harbor recently, right, when Liquid pulled it out on Pearl. And it doesn't look good on defense, but at least they've got some like cool theory ideas that could catch T1 off guard on attack. But it's cheese. That's the way you're getting it done, I think.
Here. A little cheese, might be okay. unless you're lactose intolerant. But of course, though, a lot of pressure on this squad, and they were feeling that when they faced up against the Gentlemates. We did get an opportunity to catch up with Chichu. We spoke to him about the loss of Gentlemates in this HyperX player moment. Enjoy.
我觉得我们的个人失误很多，然后需要去复盘一下。然后我觉得就是还是比较难过的，因为没有拿下比赛。我想告诉粉丝的是，这个最大的区别就是跟你在玩游戏的时候，你不知道对手会做什么，所以说你要不断的去做自己的事，然后去印证自己的一些猜想，这些都是充满着危险性的。所以说每一步其实都是会走得非常的有困难，但是还是不得不去做，因为这是我们的比赛，我们只有做了，我们才能赢下比赛。
The only saving grace they have is read so well. You've seen this man work, and you'll see it again. Oh, he's feeling himself. Putting on a show.
我对此抱有100%的信心，因为我们打比赛就是来赢下奖杯的。然后我希望在今天，复完盘过后，我们能走得更远，然后拿下大师赛的冠军奖杯。
You could tell what this means to EDG, how much they put into this. And them saying right there, we play for trophies. Well, here's the thing. They're in an elimination game right now. There's a possibility they might not be playing for a trophy after this. And we asked the community in our Mastercard fan poll, did you think any CN squads were going to survive? Oh, no. Okay, never mind. I guess that's a 0% chance at 63. 28% say 1. And I'm assuming that one
is XLG.
So, yeah, I mean, what do you guys make of this?
Well, I think it shows you how much the CN squads are underdogs, right?
Yeah.
And that means if they can land a big upset, I think it would be the first huge upset of Santiago, actually, if EDG or XLG come away with a victory here today.
All right, now before we get into the matchup, we need to figure out who's got the side selection. So we have our 1v1 skirmish today. It's going to be, whoa, Izu versus Jenny? Who, hey, help me out here.
A crazy pull.
What's going on? Who is this guy?
All right, so when EDG won their World Championship, they had a player called Simon on the team. They decided to drop him. They decided to drop him. I won't go into the drama around that.
Fair.
But Gianni was the first player that they pulled in to try to replace Simon. Then that didn't work, so they went for HFMI, can't say the rest of his name. And then that didn't work, so they went for CB. I don't think Gianni was even still traveling with EDG. I didn't realize he was still a sub that went to Masters events with them. Maybe he's just a skirmish.
That's what I like. The concept of flying out a substitute player to just dial in, play skirmish in the practice room every single day so you can win every side select.
I actually don't hate that idea considering the stakes. Like, we've seen it in the regions, you know, we've seen the coaches play, and I think like when you're talking regional battles, maybe a little bit different. But here, every single advantage that you have at a Masters event matters. So I kind of gotta go with the really smart idea here.
He's getting cooked by
he's
the by the skirmish specialist.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, he's pulling it back a little bit here, but if Jenny... the AWP is scandalous behavior as well.
That's wild. Okay.
We should not be seeing that.
No way. What are we doing here? All right.
I mean, this is diabolical stuff.
No. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Dude.
I was rooting for Jenny.
We were selling this narrative.
Jenny won't be subbing in today.
Oh, man.
Will not be
Okay.
subbing in, sadly.
Well, we got our side, so let's go ahead and see what's going on with the map picks and bans. Take it away.
Yeah, we're starting map selection for EDG against T1. We already had skirmish T1-1, so you start choosing to be Team A or Team B?
We Team A.
Team A. Okay, so T1, Team A, EDG, Team B. T1 starts banning a map.
We ban Corrode.
Corrode. Ban for EDG.
Ban Breeze.
Breeze. Map pick for T1.
We pick Bind.
Bind. Side on Bind for EDG.
Defense.
Defense. Map pick for EDG. Abyss, Haven, Pearl, or Split? Split.
We pick Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven for T1.
Defense.
Defense. Second set of bans, starting with T1. You have Abyss, Pearl, or Split?
네. We ban Abyss.
Abyss. Less ban for EDG. You have Pearl or Split? Ban Pearl. Pearl. So decider is Split. Side on Split for T1.
뭐 할까요? We pick defense.
Defense. Okay, that's it, guys. Good luck. Have fun.
Have a good one. Have fun.
Thank you.
So we are getting that bind map where you illustrated the Harbor play. First of all, just curious to see if they continue to run that comp. Definitely might be incentivized to do so because Harbor's just straight up buffed since they played it in that game you were doing the telestrator of. Now, that being said, I think T1's bind was looking phenomenal in their kickoff run. They just play the straight up meta comp. They have the Yoru Whaley, but they were dismantling all the competition. The last team they went up against was HyperX. It was a super one-sided game. And Izu's Yoru was outrageous. Dropped 29 for 8.
Oof. I mean, look, you're going to be needing some Herculean performances across the board here today because it's elimination day. Only 2 teams are going to stay alive and the crowd is ready to go. So let's go ahead and kick this bad boy off as day 4 of Masters Santiago starts right now.
¡Vamos a recibirlos! EDG And here we go, as you have a matchup between 2 teams who faced off against each other at Masters Bangkok 2 times, and they traded wins. But when it mattered most in the lower bracket final, it was T1 who got the better of EDG 3-1. Now, this is where the pressure lies, Wyatt.
A Masters winning core team versus a core of a team that won Champions, and one of them is going to be going home this early in the tournament. Who can bounce back today? Can Kong keep up that level of outrageous performance that he displayed in that first match? Just trying to be the hero, trying to get them over the finish line. Couldn't do it, but maybe it'll be enough today.
It must be so surreal for the T1 guys to look over and see Autumn on the other side of things. That aspect is so cool to look at, but we start off on Bind, and I am so interested to see what that agent select looks like. But I would agree with you, the T1 are the favorites here. I think they're the team that should be in the driver's seat during this game, especially if we end up on Split. That's a map that EDG have really been struggling with. I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be an uphill battle, a big upset if EDG wins.
If EDG are one note on Bind with this Harbor, it feels like the usefulness of that comp will expire quick, and the meta-defining comp that is ran by T1 there should just be able to win over consistency throughout the entire game. But when we get to Haven, again, it's just back on that man right there. Gets to be on the chamber, gets to be that primary upper.
How much of Autumn's understanding of T1's current playbook do you think is going to factor into this one? Or did KDG bring enough unique ideas with the essential same core to the extent with this T1 squad to make it a little bit different to throw Autumn off the scent?
They definitely have changed a little bit since that Bangkok kind of era, and I think it's not as much on KDG in my opinion, it's more on Munchkin. The fact that you've changed the IGL and brought in a guy that does play quite differently. They're not hardcore scrapping all the time, fighting like they previously were. I think it will have adjusted to the point where having Autumn as a coach on the other side doesn't give you like a deep insight into your opponent as much as you might think.
But it does also feel like on T1 side, they know that Autumn likes to do the weird, wonky stuff. So they have to have that assumption. And as we've been talking about and breaking down all this footage and gameplay, surely T1's been doing the same thing, seeing this Harbor play through. And I mean, we saw how Harbor was kind of fall flat yesterday on the defensive side. We talked about it a lot. This is going to be very interesting. EDG need to figure out ways to clean this up.
Yeah, obviously it's a very different style from Team Liquid, but look, we didn't see T1 show adaptability in that game against the very distinct style that
Do you think
had.
they're capable of showing that adaptability, though? That was just an outlier.
I find that I would assume, honestly, that it should be easier to do against this comp than the way that Team Liquid were approaching the game. I really want to see if that man, though, Meteor, can step things back up from having a real struggle showing against Liquid. One of the multi-time trophy lifters globally in Valorant. That's rarefied air that he exists in. And that first series is certainly not indicative of the level that he's shown for years at this point.
Absolutely not. I think as well, when you look at the other side of stuff, like EDG, we're talking about them being the underdogs, and of course they have that legacy of winning an incredible world championship in 2024. I think it deserves a bit more credit, perhaps, than we're even saying that. Think about the other teams that were around at that time. You know, Gen G, your Sentinels, you know, the other squads that were around in 2020. They're not here. 2024.
Oh,
Heretics, for example. Like these top teams of that year, they're all gone right now. They are not attending Masters tournaments. EDG have managed, domestically at least, to still keep their head just above water where they can make it to these events.
Yeah.
And if you can just get that push, you can wake up a few of these players and remember what they were like a couple years back.
And EDG, they were headed into this tournament with some positive momentum. Yes, they got knocked down to the lower bracket in their run, but they went on a run in that, 4 series wins in a row to get here. And you have to feel like there was the potential for them to be peaking at the right time, just off that streak, off the confidence that they were going to get from that.
Yeah.
But they just ran into such a strong Gentlemates team to open this tournament.
It's really fascinating, the juxtaposition between what we were seeing from EDG prior to this. And heck, I would even go as far as say T1, because look, I'm going to call a spade a spade. When we went into that Masters Bangkok event, there was no one in the world that was predicting T1 to win that whole thing. So I'm seeing a team who won an event who was like, oh my God, we did it, versus now a T1 that carries way more confidence with them. And it's the flip side for EDG. They used to be the team that came in with all the swagger in the world, but now it feels like they are lacking a little bit of that confidence.
Sure, I think that's reasonable framing. I also do think, though, in terms of early days here at Santiago, T1 will be more disappointed about being a 0-1 team than EDG.
Oh, good
I think
call.
Because they've come in with a decent seeding, they would have expected to win that opener.
Well, I just got a little spoiler, which is the fact that EDG want to continue to lean into what works, which is Kong picking up the AWP, playing the agents where that weapon is most useful. Statistically, the Chamber has been his best agent this year. They've swapped up, obviously, fully away from that Harbor look.
This is a good setup. This gives them a chance, I think, in this bind. I think personally.
No, I absolutely agree with you. I think the solo duelist chamber comms that we've been seeing in Americas, run by teams like G2 and 100 Thieves, they've actually been immaculate. RRQ's been doing it in Pacific. It gives you such an ability to control the tempo of the game.
Folks, the last time these teams met, T1 sent EDG home at Masters Bangkok. Will history repeat itself? Let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Pansy and HyperX.
This feels like it needs to be redemption in my eyes, Mike. Both of these teams performing to a degree that I think is less than their potential so far.
Definitely, yeah.
They've got to show me something here to warrant moving forward.
Yeah, I think more so for me, it's EDG on the side of that. I'm so happy, obviously, to be coming into bind.
With the panic on your face.
See some changes, because again, it was just... It wasn't here. It wasn't here.
No, you didn't use that.
No, I used another word, but we're on now.
Okay, true. Yeah, we've gone past agent selectors. Production told us we are now live into the game on the defending side. EDG T1 on the attack. And we've got a set standard early, an adjustment in composition from EDG, which, as said, I think is a very good indicator, hopefully, that they are looking for adjustments at this point.
Absolutely, T1 already showing presence here towards B long. No contact elsewhere on the map, so EDG making moves just yet. Buzz all the way on top side already. Izu's going to find Chichu.
Yeah, and it just feels like there's no fight back, man. EDG just get bullied. Kung's here, but by now the plant's in. There's 5 on the site. They've got a deeper post plant down long. Where are you meant to find that next layer in? It would be really hard to take away all of these crossfires that can be put in play so quickly.
Meteor down to 3 HP, but he's able to disconnect here, and already Izu looking
I
to
like
wrap
that.
back behind EDG here. Smoggy hasn't made moves just yet through CT.
It's gorgeous though. A proactive post plant, I'll take that. CB, not bad. But they've lost out on Kung Kungs here, down to 2, so you're starting to really lose it in the numbers and the time. And Izu with 4 insane kills. That reposition, Mike, that's what I want to see. Take the ball by the horns, get active, get involved.
And so much time to piece something together there with EDG, just desperate to, well, somebody to overpeak on site. Just huddled into hookah here.
I mean, it has been the conversation of discipline throughout this tournament. And to be fair, I don't think T1 are the first team that comes to mind for it, but you're not going to get that many Yeah, exactly. So I think it's going to be interesting to see that as well. I do want to touch base as we go throughout this. It was a key issue with EDG, primarily. The amount of times that these anti-ecos would slip away from them, over-peaking, you know, player disadvantage situations or advantage situations they'd lose in. I want to see that mentality just tidied up. And, well, Buzz off to a good start. Takes away Kung Kung. That is, I don't want to say the floodgates open. There's still 2 players towards Shower, and Smoggy's gone. There's only 1 there now, so it's a little tougher to imagine this going any other way.
Feel here, CB obviously still towards, I was going to say back towards Showers, but able to slip away. Only classics on the way back in here for EDG. 3 left standing. Tough to really break through and find an opener here, and Buzz just looking to farm up. What's left on the table? 4 now. CB the last to find.
There's our lovely teammates to facilitate. He's on the right.
Oh, Stax, come on,
Stax,
man.
that's really unnecessary, bro. But yeah, don't be laughing, Stax. That's wild. You saw that little like shot of the grin just as it pans past. Stax. You already had a really
gotta
good
look for
game.
this synergy early on. Everybody looking to work together. Stax had a good series the other day.
He's on the yellow card now.
Yeah.
Instant yellow on that. But great from Buzz. I mean, confidence builders for sure, right? Feeling in the game.
Buzz would have just seen he was tagging it through the wall there as well. As you said.
Brilliant. Great. Nasty. That's such an unnecessary kill. No one, nothing.
No.
Just literally.
Love of the game. Just for the love of the game.
Oh, that is wild. Okay, so buy in place for EDG coming back into this. Couple light shields though dotted throughout, but I don't see anything massive to punish it. On the other side, kind of slow and steady. Maybe just trying to identify where maybe Kung Kung is. Get an idea of the setup. Clearing through.
Flash along would have caught here, so nobody doesn't have confirmation, but with the Prowler going back through, second flash will indeed confirm presence.
They're going to pull a player on that.
Yeah, I was going to say still just 2 here, but now CB looking to make moves.
Exchange of info confirmed, 2 down long, but in the meantime, look at the site hit. Buzz is in, and okay, you are lucky that Chichu is on the case, because they looked absolutely dead to rights there. Nobody in the corner looking baffled as to what was coming. The Molly forces him out. Munchkin gets him. Hold on, it's a 3v3. This is a bonus for T1. This was not meant to be the big threatening round, but Chichu, the hero of the hour, goes down. Meteor! That's what I'm talking about! 4 big kills! T1 getting the bonus in hand.
As Meteor to find it, somebody who struggled massively in that opening series. The takeaway here, convert a bonus for T1. Initially, Chichu finding 2 freebies effectively on the way in here. CB slight overstep into the snake bite. This makes him basically a freebie in response.
We've got some big performances already. Buzz sitting on 5-2, Izu 4-1, Meteor 4-1, and Stax was the man who stood out to me earlier.
Absolutely. Wow,
so
yeah.
it's like,
Stax has got his scummy kill and he's out there for the time being.
That is wild, we're calling it scummy kill.
I mean, it was. There's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It's just... Oof. So Kung Kung goes walking. He's had a little look down short, posted up for now. Not going to get much play early. Kind of that 3-1-1 spread throughout bind. And T1, very meticulous in approach thus far.
Ready.
See how EDG want to maybe hold this again. You've got Buckies, you've got Sheriffs, and you don't have Kung Kung. T1 on the money today. It feels like they've warmed up here. Again, EDG, this isn't the round you'd imagine masses of work to be done, but I like that from CB, but it's just labored Chichu on the case. So they're still going to be trying to put up some numbers here. Chichu is online, so Smoggy. Buzz tries to break the back line that they lost, gets it back in hand, and now the spike can be recovered.
Smoggy's got to upgrade that. Nobody's still on the Bucky. We'll have a chance here with the reset from T1 to potentially find an upgrade, so Effectively a full 2v2 reset here. Dog will confirm the rotation. Plenty of time to find this plant though. That's going to be the issue for EDG.
I was interested to see how far Munchkin was willing to go on this, because obviously they might know about the dog, they might have heard that potentially, but they don't know if maybe Smoggy had already started that rotation. It's not the case.
Yeah, you see the pings here actually potentially looking to catch somebody with Buzz's ult. Maybe teeing up Munchkin on contact here from elbow.
Looks like you might be right. There's the upgrade for nobody.
They're both going CT.
That could play into the plan of T1. See how the contact plays out, though.
This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, as this feels like they've made something out of nothing, but again, going to be quite deep. By the time they get close, here we go, and there. That might just be the checkmate, and yeah, it is. Buzz going to get his 3, and the plan well made, and T1 just get things back in order. It got dangerous, and I like what EDG were trying to do. They got in their faces, they weren't playing scared and that, but it doesn't really make much difference here. T1 keeping stable, looking solid, and that's what I'm going to be happy with. If they can keep this kind of clean approach, lovely.
And certainly threat in this round from EDG. Chichu again finding 2 kills.
He's trying.
Yeah. On the top of the board for EDG, but nothing else to write home about. Getting closer and closer to some of these ultimates, but already with the investment coming from T1. Firm lead in that regard. Same setup once more. Standard approach towards this B site hold, and T1 have found their point of weakness, it would feel.
Cutting through. Here.
Chichu somewhat kept this together last time, finding 2 in the kind of cut, but that's great from CB, waiting to catch on the push-up, deny Buzz the ability to springboard in, break that front line for it. So EDG have held off the first wave.
Yeah, great learning on the fly here, just to duck inside that smoke. Deny that initial burst towards side. T1 haven't backed away, though.
No, they're still going for this one, and there's no additional rotations coming out. They feel happy enough with the 3 here for EDG. Be playing black a little bit further back on this. T1 really looking for a fight. That's the swing from CB there felt dangerous. And again, taking risks when they still had information to be used. I don't like this. They've made something out of nothing. The rotations are on the way.
2 players are miles away.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit nervous if this is what I'm seeing now, but there's still a chance of this. Kung Smoggy, they want this one back. And Stax with 5 seconds until he gets maybe the Haunt, if he even gets a chance to use it. But tucked in a corner.
How will they read this plant, though? So you take it all the spam connecting.
He's just going to play this calm. Can he get 1 for free? That's the question. Yeah, he can. A second, but it's Kung. Surely not again. Stax can't do it. Kung can. And EDG are finally on the board. I got insanely nervous seeing that swing from backside, though.
Again, the challenge into CT here. EDG so far, I don't know if T1 are thinking maybe somebody's already up close and personal. Again, the challenge wasn't really necessary here. EDG allowed a way back in to this retake. Oh, wait, that was the kill?
Jesus.
I thought CB was maybe just spamming into that, so it was literally 1 bullet.
Excuse me, I'm working.
EDG will post their first here, do have a couple of these ultimates available to come into round 6. The pit, the orbital strikes, CB and nobody actually just want to wait.
Yeah, pretty close. Wiley getting back in and then getting proactive, it looks like. Flash down, do they then go for a fight? Izu's caught. Yeah, terrible timing, utility your hand and rewarded for CB. Good trade for Munchkin though, not gonna let that go unpunished. The CB was already basically halfway out of there. Yep. And just gets spammed. Meteor on the punish, and now nobody looking vulnerable. Look how far away the other players are. They're going to know his presence, a high flash, but he just wants to backpedal. No, he's sticking around. I don't know what he was hoping for there, but that probably wasn't it. 4 players to the 2, and the site is very much T1's.
Give this up, almost the operator in hand for Kung. Too big an investment to risk here when they're already up against it in terms of the finances. T1 probably already reading that very well with how deep Meteor's exploring towards CT now. Chichu tagged up, only down to 89. Plenty of time left to find these kills, Lauren.
Yeah, they're going for it too. So Chichu will hold it at least for now, but you're looking at Buzz here, and there is a slower approach from Munchkin. I don't know if that's going to come in either, but let's see. Buzz taken down.
Ooh!
What? All right, Kung. going to put on a show, but it doesn't change the round outcome. And I don't know if Munchkin gets LOS on this.
No, I think it's too tight an angle.
Yeah, he's All right, so it looks like he keeps the operator. Okay, I was making real sure on that, but 5-1. I also just feel like EDG aren't getting the information they want early. I don't know how they want to go about finding that.
Again, and just looking at the timing on rotations, they've been behind the curve a little bit, and then with nobody kind of overstaying his welcome, yeah, it sends out a flash to maybe allow him time to back all the way into CT, because Chichu's already there. There's no reason for an extra body to fall here. You can see how quickly at that point it's just, yeah, we've got to save. We have to save.
Yeah, and again, I want to see how they problem solve getting that early information, because I don't mind that they kind of went for that aggressive start on short on B, traded out 1-for-1 in the end, but that's not reliable enough. I think I want to see them try and be a little bit more fluid with those rotations here. So just checking in with the Coinbase win condition. As we can kind of see the flow of things, it's pretty one-sided. It's a 5-1 score.
Yeah, I think probably coming out of this timeout, the win condition for them is going to be building a plan around these ultimates, Lauren. They've already been able to stack these up and at a 4-round deficit.
Yeah.
Maybe not here in the buy round for sure, but there needs to be something proactive on the side of EDG. We're sending probes out. Initially, there's a swing out from Hookah here, but a little limp-wristed.
Yeah,
CB's immediately out there. There's no contingency to somebody counter-swinging that. Like you said, I believe Munchkin, right? It's just immediate on that trade. And
quick on it.
Unfortunately, then CB's caught transitioning back out of Hookah. So yeah, for me, certainly the response I'd like to see here on the defense from EDG.
Oh, they're abusing this, aren't
they? To make use of some of these ultimates in the next few rounds at least.
That's a tough start if you're looking at the mini-map. Now, how long does Chichu get to play this? Ooh.
Ooh. Well, now they know.
Time to run. No, time to try and do something. Didn't work out, shockingly. Site is going to be T1's. Izu's there. They've got the nice molly towards CT. He's got safety to pop out. So they can get the plant, and it is a 5v4. Now, a Frenzy, a couple of upgraded pistols, but not much. It's mostly really Kung at this point to try and do something. Nice flash. Going to force away the first layer. CB then takes some steps. Most of this post plant is towards long, but then look at the space between the next players coming through. Luckily, Kung lands a great shot. Meteor's now in no man's land. Has to slip back in towards Hookah. Izu next, point of contact. Kung's found him again. Okay, that's a second body dropped. You got some more of that, Kung. Stax just back towards long. Yeah, gonna catch nobody. And this is where they kind of, the fun stops, right? This is where they start really tightening up that post plant.
Another? Of course. But of course.
It doesn't change the outcome, but it certainly looks pretty. T1, though, again, they found a pressure point. They're not really letting up.
Yeah, the issue being Buzz is going to have his second ultimate by round 8. So a huge tool in terms of site executions here, especially with EDG hanging around to contest these site hits.
And then it becomes that thing in my head of like, okay, well, when do we put Kung towards B? When do we start trying to make him move around the map? And then is that the time that T1 decide to flip it up and change things around, right? But I feel like you've got to try and get this man active, because these 3 players are not holding this B site, and you've got to find something fast. You're sat at 6-1, and look, we know he's a gifted player. He's got 4 kills, but it didn't change what the round's going to look like. And once again, we're seeing similar scenes.
Yeah, let's hit the site. Kung's not on again. Well, he's going to be able to, connection on the flash here, but it won't necessarily tell them anything different about any other round.
They are trying to play towards B long at least, though. I prefer this, but then I want to see what the layers are from T1, right? This means that, okay, B is not free and available. Cool. So let's see how the rest of the map feels. We're going to have to deal with getting past Kung, potentially, because we haven't seen anything else. And I like the rotation. This is better from EDG. They've gone proactive on the extremity, down B long, freed up nobody, has got Seekers. So this could be incredibly useful. A 3-2 split towards the A site. 3 through shower.
Smoggy's got to be careful here because he's in a fairly committed position. Does have the trap. We'll note the TP as well.
Flash. Here we go. Kung then plays it forward. TP's back. And Smoggy's blind as anything. He can't find a shot in time. And now Kung deleted. T1. This is masterful from them. I gotta say it, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Initially, I put it to EDG for not adapting well enough, but T1 are looking like they are on point today, Mike.
I mean, it's almost like they're not expecting some of this investment to come.
Yeah.
They're in positions that, like I said, Smoggy is fully committed here. Has the trap, yeah, but where do you fall back to? Kong's got so much to control from top truck that you can't just rely on him in this scenario. And they just absolutely buckle under the pressure that T1 are able to apply.
Still no solutions found. And if anything, that's compounded the problem of, oh, we hit the site that Kong was at, we hit the site that had the third player on it. There was that rotation from nobody. They were there. They had the right read, and it still just instantly fell apart. As you said, maybe Smoggy caught in a position that didn't really favor them. You can see where he died even on the minimap there. It's just, there's no backing from that. So T1, I'm very impressed with this T1 side. They had an explosive start, sure, but they have been largely in control for this since that point forward. I haven't seen a robust reply from EDG yet.
I just know what the discussion was in that timeout.
Gorgeous.
Again, just look at some of these kills. Dare I say they're seemingly free once they actually get through the choke point. Like, unless they stop them in showers there and there's a plan in place to really secure that.
It's Pacey.
Off the pit, but he's going to be challenged immediately.
It's been revealed. He couldn't stay alive. The pit's gone down.
Buzz is playing insane right now.
Oh, he is deadly, man. And Kong can't really do much with this. He's still lingering around. They might have a good idea. Yeah, with that Prowler there, absolutely. Pop flash on it. They're going to go hunting. Kong's fallen. T1. They are sharp. They know exactly what T1 would, excuse me, what EDG would like to do. None of it's working for EDG. The flank considered potentially by Stax as well. Yeah, simple stuff for these boys. This is their bread and butter. Nobody in Smoggy. Have fun, I guess.
Easy's going to catch this, so no chance for nobody to even slip into the pit. Smoggy, last one standing now. Noted Munchkin will remove his head. An 8-1 scoreline here. EDG, mountains to climb to get back into this now, and T1 hitting this sort of pace time and time again.
Oh, that revealed timing. Chichu's got to know he was dead then.
It's heartbreaking because, what, 2 rounds ago we were looking at basically all 5 ultimates available.
Yep.
EDG have got nothing from it. Going to call a second timeout here in round 10.
I guess we could then discuss a little bit of the comfort in this composition, but when your coaches look like that, I'm not.
Well, again, this is the issue. I was happy to see the change, but whether or not this is just kind of a knee-jerk reaction. In terms of some of the win conditions, in terms of getting CB into a position, at least on the defense here, to play aggressively, at least trim the fat a little bit.
Sure.
I mean, at this point, hell, go for a trade. Just get a kill.
Do anything.
Get a kill on somebody. Ahead of sponging a site here.
Yeah, before Buzz is on site, try and get a kill. But it's easy for us to say that. Obviously, it's easy in this position when we get to see everything, but...
There's not much stopping T1 when they're playing like this.
No, exactly. Look, we've seen the strength of these boys.
But the issue being they're going to sit back and watch this half just pass them by.
That's the devastating part, right? We were talking about redemption and that resilience. EDG are a world-class team. They are not doing that now. Well, that's the difference.
Issue being as well, what we saw previously on Haven from EDG, if we go to, again, they just looked kind of lost for answers, right?
Yeah.
Their go-to wasn't working.
And then where's the adaptation? Where's the layering?
You get a few rounds from Kong, and talked about it not being kind of something you can repeat over and over again.
No.
As much as he'd like to say otherwise.
Look, and that's the issue with some of the, I guess, series and teams we're seeing now is the brutality of unactualized potential. As you said, this might be EDG watching this half pass them by. And for T1, they are firmly in control of the momentum. Deep default, just see if they can identify any over-aggression that could be the solution that EDG wanted to go to.
Right here.
And that makes it harder for EDG, right? They are going to be behind the curve in every possible solve they could come up with.
T1 now finally expecting the aggression. It's Izu with a scope in hand. Smoggy. A pretty snappy shot onto him.
Okay, that's good. You've got a man advantage. We don't need to do any more, right? We can chill now. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. I really don't want to be seeing that! T1!
Why?
There was no need, EDG. You had the advantage. You had 2 players up. Okay, they can deny the plant at least, but with 45 seconds, Munchkin's got his own. He's still got a molly. He's still got 2 smokes. And he does have Stax by his side as well. Oh dear, Stax, he's on it! EDG breaking their own hearts, man. They had that one in the bag.
T1 drift into these sightlines on A short. And again, they're looking to punish the other side of the default, which is just...
That's a dream if you're T1. You're not meant to catch them walking like that's not meant to happen. They've got...
that shot from Smoggy was beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like CB's caught here, he's not even ready for this engagement. As they're about to walk out, he's setting up to be the one to slide into the open. Very bizarre. And that will kind of shatter the mental of EDG now. Yes, we're talking about a high caliber team, tons of experience, but rounds like that where you feel, right, we're off the starting block, and it just gets ripped away from you.
Can you recover anything? A buffer, right? Give me enough that you can make it through a pistol round on the second half. I'll take that. So they're going to invest Smoggy deeper. You're hoping for a one and done. Maybe then allow Kung Kung to come into effect.
Yeah, play in with the rifle here, but it's going to be the full force of T1. Izu's going to be able to reveal absolutely everything that's going on here.
It's so simple, T1. This is just systematic domination. And do you know what? They're pulling no punches. Why would you at this point? They want the job done. They had a rough start to things, and they are not going to let it happen again. T1 are in form, Mike. It is just lovely to see.
They're just so efficient with this composition in terms of Izu and Buzz just finding value round after round. A flawless round to get to 10.
And look, this is T1's map, you know, but this is not what you wanted to see. This is not what you wanted to see. This could have been a great, great elimination game. So far, I feel like EDG aren't in the server. And I like EDG. We know the highs of this team. I can't stress it enough.
So Buzz is about to get his third ult as well.
God, he's 15-6.
Yeah, he's just playing lights out right now.
Look how many ops there are, Michael.
Yeah,
Michael, why is there three of them?
Quite a three. Yeah.
Okay, we've found one.
Again, because they're reading this like, they're like, guys, you have to push us, right?
Yep. You got to take space somewhere. You can't keep playing on this kind of like passive line, just gambling and guessing. And Izu going to take way out of that, but going to note that there's a push down towards Shower. So going to take the extremity on that. That's fine. Now we don't need to overextend. We've got a little bit of info. Let's see how T1 want to react, right? Where do they want to then put their attention towards?
Trade out for rifles now. So Stax and Munchkin with their ultimates to invest here. Chichu getting curious on the other side. Now, that could be an issue, depending on timing here.
I like this so far, actually, from EDG, funny enough. I like what they're doing. But sadly, Buzz is just breaking backs out here, man. Straight away, he's got so much value every time. Two players as well. It's just too good. It's just too good. And then Izu wants to try and capitalize. And again, you can understand the intent.
The counter stun's insane there, actually.
Hold up. Chichu's in a great position here, but it's actually going to be done. The damage being done elsewhere. Down to a 1v1. Stax up against Chichu. An opportunity for a piece of silver lining to potentially fall to EDG's hands. And Chichu going to walk this out. He doesn't want to stick around too close, allow Stax the chance to find a quick kill. Not to be. He has to go for.
Down here, we'll cut line of sight. Chichu won't be able to pressure this. Might just spot the edge of it.
But the confidence is going to be on Stax's side, but the HP is on Chichu's. Gets to get a step closer, still a seize and the horn in hand. Stax playing on the corner, spots nothing yet, and then the penny should drop right about now. There it is. Stax turns, looks for it, can reposition well. He's playing Ringa Ringa Rosie. And Chichu has to clear everything. Oh dear. It's there for Stax! T1 looking untouchable, Mike.
Just absolutely insane to see them operate at this level. EDG with so little answers. Similar, again, a much worse scoreline, but a similar thing we saw in the opening series. Just that next level of adaptation never really came from them.
And we were waiting and hoping we would see it. Simply did not come in time or at all. 11-1 to scoreline. Don't go anywhere.
Can I help you, sir?
Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars.
Not how it works.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
Puedo ver tu alma. Puedo ver tu alma, ¿eh? Dame otra mirada, ahí. ¡Oh! Los casters están acá, ¿eh? No parpadeen. No parpadeen. ¡Oh! ¿Quién eres? ¡Oh! Me gusta cómo sonríes, ¿eh? ¡Oh! ¿Y qué hacen los casters ahí? ¡Oh! ¿Quién eres? Mírame. Mírame. No, mírame. ¡Oh! The casters. Los casters están ahí.
If you're tuning in for a banger of a game, might have to wait for the second.
A ver, mi última
Yeah, unfortunately,
víctima.
not many ways to cut this.
No.
There's just very little to pin hope to on the side of EDG.
Creo que ha ganado, gente. Santiago, todos arriba.
Unfortunately, even with that previous composition, they struggled massively on the attack. So,
yeah,
first half is anything to go by. Could be a flash in the pan here. Issue being, again, we'll talk Haven when we get there, but it's not necessarily as if this gets any easier.
No, it certainly doesn't. And I think if I'm looking at, God, if I'm truly coping, a fast loss is better than a long one. Maybe to get a player feeling good, get them online. Chichu didn't have a bad performance necessarily, but it wasn't just an individual problem. And T1 can take, really, chances. They can take an aggressive start and they can hunt down Kung Kung, which is a deadly sentence to say, but when you're hitting shots, like Buzz has been, I don't blame you for going for it. And EDG already looking battered and bruised coming away from that.
Chichu will lurk all the way up long, but again, you see Meteor already positioned towards Heaven in anticipation. They've conceded this space, and
so
he's going to
good.
catch Chichu.
Really good understanding from T1 here. Meteor can turn away from this, and that's a fair fight, actually, as CB won it and gets some control. Wants to get the Sheriff, gets it. 2 bullets, 2 targets, can't find him. Stax with a double, triple for Stax! Oh, dear. Blink and you'll miss this game.
Trying to pick up the pace a little bit here. Catch T1 off guard, but the contingency in the form of Meteor. And even here, they get the sound cue confirmation on Kung Kung, and T1 are just happy to go forwards. Set piece with the flash off Izu. Simple as you like.
Well, Stingers, Sheriffs.
They might force it.
Do you think? Oh. Big work for the analysts right now. Okay, Munchkin's got a judge. And he's got no fear at all. CB put to his grave. And he's not backing down. There's no reason to. There's no fear at all shown. Munchkin just pumping damage. And Izu standing guard. It's gorgeous. T1 just putting on a show. Wrap it up. 13-1. T1. They are not going home yet. They want to stay here, and they have shown why. EDG barely a look in this time. Not a single player breaking double digits. Quiet throughout. So it's time for them to figure it out. Haven is on the horizon, and they need that to work, or this one will be over before you know it.
time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen Lee here with T1's KDG. Now that was the T1 we know and the T1 we wanted to see. In your last series against Team Liquid, you guys talked about how you struggled to adapt to the neon waylay from them, but that is not the problem you're going to have with EDG here today. So do you feel like that is the reason you guys were in full control of the game today?
일단 저희가 첫 경기라서 무대 적응 및 그다음 선수들이 폼을 못 찾은 것도 있고요. 그렇기 때문에 오늘은 다들 약간 편안한 마음으로 임하기 때문에 조금 더 잘하고 있는 것 같고, 그리고 일단 조합도 저희가 네온 웨이레이 상대로 고전한 게 맞기 때문에 저희가 그거를 극복하는 데 초점을 두고 있습니다.
Well, yeah, in our last series against Team Liquid, that was our first match. We still needed some time to get used to the big stage and to the new environment. I think people, the players are feeling a lot more comfortable on stage, and that might explain our good performance. And also, comp-wise, we're still kind of trying to adapt to the neon waylay, but yeah, it did help a bit with what happened in map 1. Now, thank you so much, KDG, and hope you guys keep it up.
And you blinked, you missed it. That's right, folks, 13-1. You heard Coach KDG there say, we weren't feeling too comfy on the stage. Well, I think they're feeling pretty damn good now after the shellacking, Wyatt, that they just gave EDG.
Just highlight real stuff from every player on T1. They boiled them, they mashed them, they scrambled them. They turned them into a soupy homogenate that's on the stage floor down there.
Okay, it's like they're just gloop on the floor. Okay, I wasn't ready for that visual. But you know what, though? There is something to be said, though, just about how Wyatt T1 were playing this. We were seeing brilliant executes out of them. The thing that was happening to them in the series that they had against Team Liquid, they were doing against EDG, overwhelming their opponent and leaving them with little to no option.
They're incredible on these attack sides, running this hard meta comp. They're one of the best teams with it. You can see every single time they're getting into these sites, the sequences of utility were just so nice. So many times going into sites that had multiple player anchors, 3 stacks, and they were just dismantled. Like the defenders didn't even have guns. Like it felt like they couldn't even shoot back.
And even when you saw adjustments,
just like flashes, everything, right?
Even when you saw adjustments, though, right, it wasn't enough because they would just find another pivot that they would move to, and then they would find a way to exploit that.
Yeah, bro, where were the adjustments? Kang spent most of the game just AFK on A. They didn't try to post him up on hookah or anything. I mean, this round, look, this one's a fun one. They go for the pit in this round, and oh, apologies. This is a different one, but again, look at Kang. He is almost AFK, essentially, holding short in a lot of these positions as T1 group on the opposite side and are just looking to overwhelm. It's very difficult when the whole point is that the chamber's supposed to be a big threat all around the map, and he's just static in one position and T1 get around it so easily.
Yeah. So, I mean, listen, I don't... brother, also... the 5-on-3s that were being lost as well. Just frustrating because it's not like they weren't in very winnable positions in these rounds. It's something you were talking about before heading into this game. There was an issue in the prior, but it's like 5-on-3s and then over pushing the one time in hookah. They get 2 kills on short, and then there's 3 players pushing out of hookah that just get gobbled up.
It's an actually insane decision to do that.
Again on B, we saw the clip in that reel where CB just jumps up into hookah and dies after
you going,
5-on-3. Relax, man.
And also, too, I mean,
you're in winning position.
It needs to be mentioned as well. Can we talk about Buzz's impact? He had 5
insane.
first kills. He was all up in their face, all up in the grill, nonstop, gave him no room to breathe. That waylay was just oppressive, and there was just nowhere for these players
and
to
again,
move.
you're just seeing on the executes when he's going in, how much utility is being placed for him to get those kills. That round where they countered the Viper's pit down short insta, they know it's coming because they have the ult. Haunt goes over the top, instant double dash, just free kill fighting in that pit when the Viper gets lit up by that initiator util. All of the other big execute rounds, the flashes from Izu so well placed in all of those
Izu
moments.
was amazing
like late in the half when they just started steamrolling over that A side. So they just are so good on bind, man.
Yeah, they are good on bind. I mean, we're looking forward to Haven and maybe the Kang operator having much more value over there, but I'm just looking at the way that they navigated the Kang op in this attack half, thinking they're just going to do something similar again.
Yeah.
They're going to try to find out where he is, avoid him, hard hit the site.
And now they have 3 lanes that they could just kind of work around the map. It's a bigger map than bind, so they can move wherever they want.
I think EDG have to really step up their ability to make Kang's positioning a threat.
Yeah.
And I will say, I absolutely expect that to be the case on Haven because they have been playing this Haven comp. They, in kickoff, had some good defensive setups. I think we saw some good setups the other day. They're definitely more dynamic. Whereas for bind, they changed off the harbor stuff, presumably just had less time to add some density to their strat book as far as how they're setting up that defense. So they should be better on Haven.
Speaking of that strat book, though, let's actually send it over to Jen Lee. She's getting an opportunity with Autumn to hear his thoughts ahead of map 2.
Jen with Autumn of EDG. Now, Autumn, instead of the triple controller on bind, you put Kang on the chamber, giving it a little bit of a change in composition. And it seems like the general theme for EDG here in Masters Santiago. So heading into Haven, where you do run the chamber as well, what are some adjustments that you can make so that you get more value out of Kang and his operator?
일단 특히 수비에서 체인버가 잘 활용을 하려면은 그 체인버가 라인을 잡고 있는 다른 라인에서 체인버가 없는 라인에서 다른 선수들이 이제 좀 공격적으로 라인을 뺏기면 안 되는데 저 이번 바인드에서는 그게 안 돼서 졌다 생각을 하고 헤이븐은 반대로 저희가 그 준비가 잘 돼 있는 맵이기 때문에 아마 큰 문제 없을 것 같습니다.
Well, when it comes to getting the most value out of the chamber, especially on bind, what happened is that you really need other players that are holding the other lines where chamber isn't, or chamber is absent at. They really need to be aggressive and really shoot heads, but that didn't really happen on bind. But when it comes to Haven, we are well prepared. We're prepared to work as a team to make the strats work around the chamber, so I think we could put up a better performance. Thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
I agree that they'll probably have a deeper strat book in order to put up a better performance on Haven. At the moment, though, they're tied in terms of at least rounds won at a global event with MIBR in Toronto. So that would only happen if they got 13-0'd. Obviously, they would tie with 19. But, you know, You haven't had a great experience out here yet. Buzz trolling a little bit with the Veto hover for a second, and then, oh no, I will be playing the Neon actually. But this is all about getting KongKong in better positions. And honestly, I feel sad saying that because they should have way more win conditions, a team like EDG. And yet, the only one that we've seen this tournament at all is KongKong has to play like a literal god descended onto Earth.
I'm going to need CB on this map to rein it in, man, because he had those moments on Bind where he was trying to do too much, threw away advantages by being caught, and we saw that on Haven the other day. This has to be his best map of this tournament so far, or else EDG will be going home early.
EDG needs to dig deep, but T1 just needs to stay the course. Let's send it over to your casters, Pansy and Hypoc, for the call.
So far, it feels in Santiago there is nowhere to hide. If there are issues, they are seen. If you have weaknesses, they are exploited. And EDG just got basically what could have been an email on map 1.
Yeah, basically just completely absent from that first map. The issue being, well, I'd say the positive, right? EDG are starting on the attack.
Fresh.
They're going to have the ability to come in here and basically adopt a new approach. They have to. What they struggled massively versus Gentlemates was the downtime, coming up with some sort of decision in the mid-round, whether a player down, players did a good, it didn't matter. They were just lacking ideas. Very concerned for the defensive half here, but I guess on the side of T1, if they don't feed into that, don't allow EDG to build any sort of snowball alongside CB and KongKong, maybe there's still hope.
There is a big difference in players at this caliber. When met with a brutal beginning, you can pick yourself back up. There, Chichu has done just that. That's Meteor gone.
Picking up where he left off. Chichu, one of the few to really put numbers up on that first map. And there wasn't many.
True, Munchkin trying to be reserved with utility, but the investment there to try and stall out any sort of springboard instantaneously towards B. And in the meantime, T1 re-clearing potentially towards Garage, and I think they might catch a body here on Chichu. Let's see. No, Chichu's still standing. Okay, man, Chichu. I guess he's going to try and do what he can. If it's on his shoulders, so be it. But a 3v2, Munchkin dead to right. CB stuck around. And it's all on Stax now. They should have this.
Well, 22 HP. They should have this. You're right.
Right. All good. Bye-bye. There we go. EDG matching map 1 score.
Well, the bar is set now for improvement.
Help me, Michael. I'm trying to be nice. I don't want to upset
again,
the TN fans, Michael.
It got a little weird there when the response comes from T1. I mean, Chichu does really well to find two more in Garage. Even so, T1 well equipped to almost catch EDG in mid in their pivot. But a sigh of relief here. Pistol round.
Yes.
On the board. Get some, well, finally get some guns.
So surely they get the second. There is a stack towards A-Long. That's 4 players there. CB. Oh dear. That's a Bulldog. Could be recovered. I think it should be able to be. Nobody's near enough that he could potentially go and grab that. They're really repositioning. I like this. They're looking for those small win conditions, those small moments, and they might find another here. Nobody is going to fall. Chichu
not
falls.
Like this.
This is not what I want to be seeing. It's a 3v2. KongKong and Smoggy. Smoggy's turned around. Thank God for KongKong. Thank God. As Meteor was the one who wasn't with that 4-play pack of players.
Spike planted.
And by all rights, this should be safe. This should be fine.
KongKong scope in hand, yes, 35 HP, but there's no way Meteor gets out of this smoke, right?
8 bullets, 2 to find. There we go. Thank God for KongKong. Everything's fine. That's all you need every single round. One of your players to get 3 kills. It's good.
You've been here, T1. A little overzealous, maybe bubbling over from that map 1 scoreline.
I quite like that they're trying to be a little bit naughty with it, right? Play those 4-play stacks, take a really big risk, get really active. Do you know that EDG are going to feel a little bit shaky?
Absolutely, yeah. You want to absolutely apply pressure in these early rounds. Force EDG into recovery mode once more.
He's trying to fire him up though, KongKong. He's not going to let this one slip without at least trying. Let's see if there's more in the tank, right? This is where it gets a little bit sketchy. A big reinvestment here for EDG.
Buzz on the hunt. Tuck up here, deep on A-Long. So we'll enable some rotations to come through. Actually going to confirm here with the drone down through sewers as well.
Whether or not they can still sponge the hit is the next part, but they've done really nicely at getting some extremity information. I don't know if that Aldron
The drone did not spot him.
Oh,
Oh no.
well, Izu, you have been given a gift. That might deny a little bit of it in quick movement. Oh, Izu! That's stunning! And a mistake gets punished. And frustration surely for EDG, as that could have been a lovely step in the right direction. The two heavy hitters thus far, though, still alive. But look at Kong Kong's HP.
Yeah, barely. 11 HP here. Buzz still controlling the space elsewhere. I mean, they would need a miracle to get the spike out of this situation.
Yeah, they would. And again, you look at the crossfires. Kong Kong, good as you may be,
30 seconds
I don't
left.
think you can get much play into this. You might get one, but it's then getting the spike, getting any further. I mean, it would be legendary if he does, but... And again, the map still feels completely under control. I think they're just trying to live as long as they could. Not going to happen. Munchkin's already taken away Kong Kong as Chichu's options become 0.
Yeah.
And he is being hunted down. You can already see Buzz.
Still going to be some money for the buy here if Chichu can hold on to this rifle. Well, he's a buy.
Buzz is getting closer. I think Chichu's heard it. Chichu, can you hold on to this? It's a prized possession. He's done well there, and I think he should be safe for now. So EDG going to have to bow out of this one. And again, a mistake with the Owl drone, basically.
Yeah, because they're looking to pop with this dart because they're confident that close has been... Oh my God, it's so close as well. It's actually almost just drawn the eyes towards C-Link. That's why they pop off this recon towards backside. Absolute confidence in the utility, but very small miss, and it's a disaster for EDG. Right back in will be shaky.
Yeah, and CB trying to play ahead of this with Smoggy. Izu really close by. I don't think he... Oh, what a turn from Izu! 1 HP, not going to be able to live any further. But in the meantime, Buzz got Chichu down, so the numbers are sitting very well with T1. Up for the brawl, up for a fight. They bring it into a 2v2. EDG at least have some safety in space. They don't know how much so yet. We need to get the spike and reset a bit.
Look at the HP, though. T1 can wait this out. CB down at 51, Kong Kong at 72. Not expecting T1 to come barreling back in to secure this position. Again, just question marks elsewhere. It was fairly all in from EDG towards lobby.
Yeah.
Both rifles here. I mean, if Munchkin's full on challenging towards long, chance to open up the A site.
Yeah, they certainly could. Munchkin playing relatively safer now, but when does that want for information start to mount? It's there, and he's actually got the drop on him.
Ooh!
For Kong Kong, though, hits a great shot. He gets to recover a little bit of that HP, down to 39. Has ult, not going to utilize it, and he looks for the fight. Spots him out. This has to be clean, and it's not. Meteor's there. Nice stuff from T1. Again, taking risks, but taking names.
Beautiful crunch immediately. And even there with the paranoia, you're just so worried Izu's not going to find anything off that. Yes, it sets the rest of the play in from long.
Yeah.
Izu does so well to adjust here. You can see what he sees here. It's the ping on the recon. The adjustment is beautiful. Unfortunately, the numbers just favoring T1 in this situation.
One enemy.
Kong Kong with a great catch, but the damage was already done early on. Oh. It's a really, really tough 1v1 to win. Stax liking what he's seeing.
Yep. I mean, that's 2 big rounds. They've gone quite close as well. That's quite hard for EDG to
Yeah, I mean, fighting back into this map for sure.
Yeah.
So the force will be popped here by Kong Kong, which will probably send T1 a little further back into a passive hold. Ultimate's coming online here. Both sides. You've got the Hunter's Fury for Stax and the TP for Izu. To apply a little bit of pressure here towards mid. Just going to be caught there off the drop. Sorry, but actually Smoggy better on the spam.
That's lovely. That's a big pick there. So nobody looking to clear garage this time. Meticulous. Let's get info on Munchkin. Don't quite know about Buzz yet. That operator is in play. Yet to rattle off a shot. So if they try and scale through garage with some commitment, it could end in tears.
This orb just causes so many problems on a couple of these key angles in garage. Again, creates a question mark for EDG to play behind.
Not going to be able to get the info on Kong Kong's whereabouts, but Stax wants this. And
Well,
just a
now he
little check.
knows.
That's really nice. And that does allow for the rotation from Meteor to come in as well. So they've got at least 2 bodies here. So do they want to try and hold on site? They do. Trying to play backside here. They're going to go forward. CB couldn't get his gun out in time. Meteor and Stax making mincemeat of EDG. They're now stuck towards long. They have to bank on maybe Chichu giving them something. But you already highlighted. Munchkin's making it really hard to work here.
Should catch Chichu here. Absolutely does. Tour de force from Kang still. Trying to do damage. 5 HP.
Oh no, there's no options. And nobody left. With nothing to do but die. T1 keeping control.
Just all over the place from EDG. Trying to basically hit 2 different sites here after taking casualties.
I love that little recheck from Stax as well. The outro not enough to really quell that concern
Yeah, I mean,
in
it's
his
bold
mind.
here, but CB again is just full confidence. And it's just totally lacking on the other end of that. I said maybe just reading that it is just 1 player towards A, but even so, it's a roll of the dice. As soon as you see the nano pop there, really an opportunity to cancel, but CB just not quick enough.
Buzz, man.
He's playing insane today.
Over-delivering. Already taken away Chichu. Frees up those rotations, back towards stacking out B with this attention from the utility. CB again, it was a wild attempt. Nobody, great shot, but again, the bodies are here. It's scrappy at the best of times, but they've got themselves again in a 2v2.
Ooh, the pit actually an attempt to cover the spike here, but
look how
also a little
fast
misdirection, yeah.
Oh, it's so sick from Munchkin. He's seen both. Smoggy is dead. Munchkin outdoes him.
That's just beautifully done here. The misdirection from the pit is there to catch them immediately.
That's so good from him. Just understanding the opponent's wants.
He knows they're desperate, right?
Yeah.
CB at least here finds the opener. A couple of beautiful shots coming out from EDG. Just can't get across that 2nd or 3rd hurdle within the mid-round.
We've got loads of ults here for EDG though. So much to play with.
So, well, the operator here for Buzz, for me, is the issue. 1 player on the other side of this though for EDG is CB. Just trying to posture up a little bit. Drone to clear through short. Stax won't spot anything. And they're looking to challenge B here. Munchkin just greets CB.
Yeah, CB hoping that maybe it just wasn't someone actively on that, but they now know there's more bodies behind it. They didn't quite get contact on A-Long with that out drone, but they're not really willing to back away. They don't need to. They still have 5 players up and a couple of ults to play with. But Meteor now goes walking, finds another body, drops it. Kung on the trade, but the numbers now sitting very nicely for T1. They still have Munchkin in a great position here.
T1 just so happy with these sorts of rounds where they can just swing back and forth, catch a player here and there. Kung trying to make progress towards A, but there's still 2 players from T1.
Well, look how deep Buzz is. He's felt nothing on the other side of the map. So they can put bodies to this. They'll leave Munchkin just to be safe on B, basically. Maybe just hold in case there is that late lurk or a late split. But they can just leave these 2 players with 20 seconds. Chichu gonna catch a chance, but that's dwindled now. 17 seconds, where do you go? Look who's in spawn. Buzz is waiting, and Izu. You gotta pull the trigger now, buddy. There it is, the crowd's starting to kick up. But with 8 seconds, they've got the wrap on them. They can't even go back down B long, or down middle, should I say. Buzz was waiting. This is systematic from T1. Mike, they are in such good control of this game.
EDG again, just not quick enough to make a decision here. Similar issue, like I said, they struggled massively in the downtime when Gentlemates were calling freezes previously here on Haven. They're just doubting themselves. A little bit of split focus alongside that just leads to disaster after disaster. 5 unanswered now. EDG will call a timeout.
But I also quite like how adaptable T1 are being to an extent. We're seeing a dash of aggression down middle there from Meteor. We saw that push down C-Long with the operator. These small things are just keeping that map information perfect for T1. It's risky. You're putting bodies on the line to get information, but it's working wonders. And as you said, with that little hesitation from EDG of where they want that end goal to be, it's just perfect for T1. This is just lovely. So a timeout, not too surprising. EDG need answers. A good start, they found the first two. But, well, from this point onwards, it's been all T1s, obviously the Coinbase win condition here.
Yeah, and as we've obviously said, the win condition once more is piecing something together around these ultimates. We need to see them go towards something they've practiced, something that's well drilled, and just execute the game plan.
Yeah.
Because right now, their understanding of what's going on around the map just isn't solid enough for them to sit in this default, rely on potentially Kangkang or CB to find openers that aren't really well invested. T1 are just winning out those engagements. Like I said, they're happy in those sorts of rounds. Especially, Munchkin's sitting at 10-3 already. He's had a lights-out start to Haven.
Oh, he's doing brilliantly. And it's nice to see this for T1 because, look, they had a really hard game to start with. I think it was closer than people can kind of walk away if they only saw the scoreline of it in certain extents. I think they played a decent enough game, but at this point, this is elevation from them, and I like seeing it. And here's some more versatility for you. Buzz, willing to go for an opportunity. Oh, it's rewarded again. Nobody gone. And that is a quick first blood at about the 1:35 mark.
Any hopes of piecing something together here on a lesser purchase?
CB's trying.
Yeah.
That's a big investment. That's a big kill, though. Munchkin going to go down, but Buzz still holding space. Meteor slips ahead and takes off EDG's. T1, they are everywhere EDG want to go.
Building masses of momentum now. Still have the pit, the Hunter's Fury to work with here for EDG. Will be coming back in on the buy round. Just so many people on the other side of that peak. Set up once more outside window. And I'm begging EDG now.
I think we all are.
It's just, they don't have many tools, so you'd hope they just stack up and try and play these trades, but Buzz again will take Kangkang out of the round. Again, low-hanging fruit, but that's the guy you look to in rounds like this, to be able to just brute force a site.
Look at the other side of the map. Buzz again, just omnipresent. They have the turret set up, I'm pretty sure, to catch if they do make any progress through Garage, and there'll be a reaction. And then look at the deeper position from Munchkin. They are getting a little creative. I like it. Take a couple of risks. Why not? I don't mind it. And if they don't check this, okay, thank God for that. EDG at least crossing that one off, but they're not committing.
Well, issue being, Izu's
There's
actually...
an alarm bot behind that.
Izu's actually posted up on the top of the box here. Buzz, he's going to know the spike as well.
Oh, luckily they got that back in hand quickly, but they're just being herded. There's still two players on this side of the map, smoking towards sewer, so Izu can just watch this. You've got Stax waiting in case they come up towards long, unaffected by the paranoia. Gonna stop. Oh, yeah, I mean, this is on the back of Chichu trying to do something miraculous for EDG.
30 seconds left.
But Buzz in the back lines. When do they consider it? Two already. Chichu, none the wiser. Doesn't even get the voice line off. Doesn't quite spot out Smoggy until then. On the hunt now, Buzz looking out for blood. Denied. Smoggy holds on tight.
And it's Chichu to step up and be the hero once more for EDG to try and get this one across the line.
God, they needed him.
Smoggy finding his second kill. At a crucial moment. Nice! Buzz just looking to run rings around him. Response found here will keep it within 3. Still hope left for EDG.
Still a buy and play. Couple of ults to maybe lean towards. CB direct and start.
And it's just one-dimensional from EDG. There's no real attempt to force any of the players that are backed off. They're not challenging towards A-Long on the side of T1. They're happy to sit on site.
Yeah, much deeper alarm bot as well, down on B. An early warning system allowing them this 3-play stack towards A with a bit more confidence. Even with that smoke there, EDG aren't walking towards it. So they can keep someone like Buzz present on C. They can keep the pressure down on A long, but Chichu's the one who's been standing up for EDG, but quickly falls down. And now the pivot through Garage. Buzz waiting. Does he get what he wants?
Meteor's
go
gone!
I thought they lined up. Buzz! Oh God, he is looking lethal on the backside. There's nobody in Smoggy trying to piece something together, but nothing feels available.
They've missed that window as well to follow through on that pressure. Now huddled into Garage will freeze, force T1 to explore elsewhere.
30 seconds left.
He's going forward here. He's
He
creeping.
do too much on this one. I think they were pretty good on this with 20 seconds, but he wants the job done. He's got places to be.
Confidence, man.
You've got to know there was another behind this. And with Buzz backside, the cross might be the death of him into the smoke and hoping for the best. 9 seconds not going to happen. It's T1 again. Just the information game is theirs from start to end.
Will break the bank as well. Just when EDG get one on the board. Well, a second, I should say, sorry.
Yeah.
Hunter's Fury still available. But the buy is not going to be pretty, if anything. Kang just one away from the tour de force. Maybe fight for an orb here, but it almost baits T1 into maybe contesting both extremities here. You can see the ping over towards C-Long there. Absolutely going to challenge it.
Yeah, and a very quick start as well. Buzz is straight down C-Long. They've evacuated A, respecting the ult coming through in the pace and the tempo from EDG.
I mean, they can give it up now. They got the lockdown.
Oh, you're right. Meteor getting closer now. No lurk in middle this time, so no worries in that front. CB clearing. But you got to feel as though you're walking into a trap here. Stax knows it. And there's that lockdown. There's the chip damage on the shock darts. And the Owl Drone just waiting for their moment. A little bit of a cubby, bit of a corner. It doesn't feel comfortable as Buzz closing in as well.
Oh, the snake bite not fully clearing into the corner there.
Buzz is quick. Buzz is really, really quick here. Chichu's heard it. He's got to get his gun out and get ready. Calls it in, and he's got the shot. In the meantime, Izu's taking down CB. T1 trying to clear sight. And wait! Did they just steal that away?
In the wide open as well.
Oh my
I didn't even
God.
catch the defuse
No,
going
me
through
neither.
there.
Show me the replay. How the hell did they get away with that? I thought there were still bodies on long to fight back in.
That's just inside the smoke.
Oh,
Just no pressure back towards sight. And again, 2 kills come through. Kang will find the response, but it's as simple as that. The lockdown just securing the round at 4T1. Tour de force here. That's about it for EDG.
Let's play.
Buzz on the hunt once more.
And I like it. I like that he's got that killer instinct. Reward or not, yeah, he does have his. But it just applies further pressure. Oh.
The second layer to that is Izu here with the operator. Chichu again found some space, but
nice.
Can he get any further progress here?
Stax
is already
He's
cognizant,
thinking
yeah,
about
yeah.
it. There's something in his mind that's gone, I don't like that. But I like this discipline as well from T1. An aggressive start, they fall back, they've got man advantage, and they give up the A side. They can play retake, they don't need to overstay their welcome. They still got a lot of kit on Izu, a lot of kit on Stax. Buzz still sitting pretty good on Util. This is nice. This is good quality Valorant from them. Now, whether we see them stick the landing or not, yet to be seen. But they're making EDG have to play into this. You're not getting freebies now.
Yeah, they have to work so hard to even find something feasible to work with. Plant will come through here, but it's a full 5v3 retake 4T1. Operator in hand for Izu.
Standing ahead.
Only Util left actually for T1.
Can they scale out correctly? There's still some dangerous players. Chichu breathing. Always command a little bit of my attention at the very least. Crossfire between Nobody and Chichu. That is what they're banking on here. Izu sent forward, falls. Now the follow-up can't get it done just yet. Buzz breaking the ankles of Nobody, but still, Chichu trying as best he can, leaving CB in a winnable scenario. A quick reposition and understanding of where Meteor is. This is big from CB. Keep your calm, keep your nerves, and get yourself a damn chance. 4 rounds, a Red Bull clutch, keeping EDG alive.
We wanted rounds from CB and he delivers one here. Call it a lifeline for EDG after a brutalizing first half. Following suit from Bind as well. Again, there's a chance to come back here. EDG certainly putting up a fight here on the second map.
That is as best we can hope for their recovery at the very end. 8-4. Let's find out if there's still fight in EDG.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wasn't a pretty first half for EDG, but with 4 rounds to their name, they're not done yet. But a reminder, if you're just tuning in, if you don't know the stakes, this is elimination. There is nothing to be left outside of the server now, no time for excuses, and no time to do it again. So you got to turn up now. T1 has elevated in my eyes, Mike. They've looked far better, on the same page, and they're not making mistakes.
I'm talking about some of the things that EDG struggled with previously. Again, it was losing out on advantages, particularly on the defensive side of Haven, and not really knowing where to pressure, when to go forwards, when to commit, being punished time and time again by Gentlemates. Certainly something they have to have picked up in the review.
These are fixable things. Whether or not they have is what we wait and find out. Look at Munchkin, though. Going to put some pressure on Kung Kung's position, but for now, it is T1 very much eyeing up this B site. Very passive hold as well from Meteor down towards C-Long, looking to potentially catch CB, and he does. They've read them very nicely here.
Nobody still guarding B site.
Kung
Kung now on. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, hold up. They're trying to quickly pivot, but actually T1 just going into the blender. That's good. EDG, right place, right time. Kung does get the kill. Don't know if that was as necessary as it feels now, but I guess they've got freedom on one side of the map, so they can start figuring out where to go, how they want to approach this. They're clearing back through middle.
Still plenty of time for EDG to get back towards C here. And Stax down to 20 HP. Meteor has to do the heavy lifting.
Looking for that pick and see if he can fall back from it, right? But they're already doubled up. Not cleared.
Meteor safe passage.
Yeah, this worries me because I don't think nobody was looking this way. Meteor, the timing goes down. Kung Kung gonna keep this one looking good for EDG. 3 kills in the round and a chance to build up in the second half.
Great conversion here from EDG. Almost falling short here on B, but the pivot from T1 caught just as they were about to make through Garage. Credit to Smoggy and Chichu in that regard. And Munchkin, I think maybe spotted just as he's retreating back towards lobby. It's unfortunate the timing of that kill to come through because he is Kung Kung basically the whole map to play with.
Yep. Okay. Let's round by round it. Buzz the only threat, I guess, maybe outside of Meteor to a smaller extent, but EDG, let's keep 45 alive. Okay, early contact, and now burst from T1. Chichu has to back away. Yeah, and we have a slip of a player here, and it's Buzz! Taking away Chichu, good trade from nobody. Meteor's gotten further ahead. They could pause
He's
for
in
a
the
second.
smoke here.
Yeah, they could absolutely pause, and they found a weaker player. Kong Kong tagged up before us. T1 re-hit. Nobody has to go above and beyond to try and keep this one in hand. CB's position should be safe, and Smoggy secures it. Bloody hell, though.
Again,
Touch and
remaining
go.
composed during this chaos here. T1 certainly a threat on the back of Buzz finding that opener. Meteor again slipping the net. Again, it's just only a slight misread on the positioning. Doesn't get him a second kill.
Oh.
Headed to EDG here. And the follow-up purchase not going to be comfortable at all. We have the chamber obviously to offset that slightly, but yeah, I mean, it's a Bucky, a Bulldog, and a Guardian.
Okay, but this gives them a step. It's still. I'm waiting for it.
You say with
scared breath. Oh. Okay, Kong Kong's fine. He's gone out of there. All good. Managed to get nobody posted in towards sewer, and they still have 2-play positioning on that C site. T1's initial options limited.
Drone will clear through him. Might just
hello.
yeah, it does catch.
Munchkin, you have been seen. Shouldn't get away with much here. There's a lot more of T1 players coming.
Well, I was going to say, actually, it's a perfect move from T1 on the back of that information. Issue being nobody posted up here with a Bucky.
Here we go. Nobody. That's one. That's not two. But Kong Kong luckily still here. The paranoia does just whiz past. Not going to find what they need. So by all right, still EDG very much in hand. 4 players backside here. T1 banking on Stax, who's dropping bodies. I'm still waiting for this one to feel secure, but it's just not. Stax going to see both here. Oh, T1 just pause for a second and find everything they needed.
Another 3K from Stax, continuing to deliver. Top of the board now for T1. Hunter's Fury,
this time.
Hunter's Fury in hand for him. Again, difficult round for EDG to win, given the inventory brought in here, but plenty of damage done. I don't think it's necessarily going to cause a massive issue for the buyback. To see exactly how it's. I mean, still rifles across the board here, so.
Go, go, go. This is the one, isn't it, really? Opening.
Yeah, this is the one EDG really need to springboard themselves into a string of rounds.
This is the one that kind of makes it feel possible, right? Like, you're still very much in the game. 9-6, not over by any means. That 7th keeps it well in check. And Smoggy's been left alone for a little while. Nobody has made it over towards the A site. C-Long being checked. I like this. Okay, our drone towards Long. Going to spot out at least one. In the meantime, they can post up CB down on C-Long, free up Kung Kung for potential rotations. Quite like this.
Pulling back in, it looks as if T1, that could be a big bait actually, the recall here.
Oh dear, Kung Kung.
So I think they've noted the trap.
Seems a little unsure of where he wanted to be, but he's going to deal the damage back. CB's going ahead, just on the owl drone. That's lovely. Munchkin not wanting to trade, apparently. CB going to be on for another. He's not denied. T1 still trading in effectively somehow. Chichu going to be denied, trying to drop down towards Garage, so the plant's going to be in here for T1.
EDG still a little behind the curve here. Still 3 alive. Do have a paranoia, got some good Uto on nobody as well. Certainly a chance to make something happen here, especially with Buzz tagged down to 20 HP.
Yeah, but look at Buzz getting pretty active in this. Ah, that's kind of wild, catching the timing on the paranoia.
My God.
Oh, it's punishment. Nobody, you got no options. Don't to back away. This outcome is rough, Mike. That's double digits for T1. And this was the round that could have brought EDG right back.
This is the one that they ultimately want to stabilize off of in terms of the finances, in terms of just about getting to this first ult cycle. Chichu's still less than halfway to the pit. A huge tool on the defense. T1 looking to stretch their legs now in touching distance of closing this series. Again, CB with a chance to really run away with this round.
Yeah. I thought he was going to double down on that.
Yeah, I mean, the stun almost catching. Here, just a little hesitation from Smoggy. He's looking to set up smokes, and Buzz with 20 HP going aggressive.
You can tell when the confidence is there, can't you? You can really see it. Again, the problem is the buy, right? We've alluded to it and the importance of this round. I think T1 reading that early utility quite nicely. CB will at least get to claim A-Long as a start, and they've left Kung Kung on the other side of the map. Left him with a lot to handle if they do decide to pivot this way, but the B site is looking like the end destination for T1.
Hunter's Fury, obviously.
That's lovely.
Off the back of the orb, will connect here. Easy will fall, so that's it, getting a double. Munchkin's down too.
Okay, game on, fight on. Buzz still standing on the site here. Where's the fight back? There it is, in the form of Kung Kung. Tour de force tears him apart as Meteor put to work. Trying to stall out on this spike.
Stax has still got Hunter's Fury though, so they can buy a lot of time here. But
oh my god.
Meteor has to get a kill.
He does, he's trying, he's not got it though. I think Stax knows there's issues. The shock dart not enough. He sent another one, but nobody's sitting on this, and here it comes. He tries to back away in time, so half it's achieved. Stax, this would be legendary, not gonna happen. They made sure it didn't. There's the grit from EDG we were waiting for.
A thrifty to get them back into this. Ken, a chance to really run down the clock here, but it's forced standing from EDG. The Hunter's Fury just not gonna do enough in this situation. Great response here, and this is on the back of proactivity towards A to get this orb, give them an opportunity to contest this B site hit. Kung Kung delivering with the tour de force as well, as we've come to expect. Operator back in hand for him. And now another chance for EDG.
Got there to fight for this one.
Yeah, dig their heels in now. Munchkin looking to cause issues once more with this A-Long lurk. CB's kind of trading off behind him.
Deep power drone towards Long. I'm not sure if it's going to catch Munchkin. I think it might.
No.
Ooh, it didn't.
Nope.
They're here pretty quick on this, so CB has to be pretty rock solid. I think they feel it though. You can see that lean of rotation, no contact elsewhere. Starts to feel a bit obvious. There's the check, there's the body. Stun to follow, nobody does well. Takes away Munchkin. Can't get the follow-up. Okay, floodgates now open, and T1 flood the site. There's the Hunter's Fury, but Stax not finding the same success as Smoggy. Gonna control the site itself, leaving Meteor and Stax very limited amounts to play with here, and EDG having the numbers and having what could be a key round. Stax can't do it, EDG. Very nice. That is a big, big round to win.
No solid info here for Stax to follow up with the Hunter's Fury. A chance to really punish that position towards Graffiti, but the pressure here from CB, just enough to keep their head above water. Yeah, you got to credit EDG's read on the map. As you said, no contact elsewhere. A wild commitment to the spray from Buzz. Fortunately, he can't find the second. It's Chichu to seal the deal. We'll see a T1 timeout here. And the money not going to be there to support a purchase, but a couple of ultimates. Lockdown in hand for Meteor, got the TP for Izu. Bucky in hand, but Buzz does have his ultimate, so Coinbase win condition coming out of this. I mean, it's a tall order on a lesser buy, but certainly have to feel as if it's around Buzz.
Yeah, I think that is the main one to look out for if there is a chance for it. But first time we've seen actually EDG start to win the momentum game in my mind too. Starting to get some stability behind them, starting to figure out that form that we've been waiting to see kicked into effect. And T1 responding in probably the right way, just slowing things down themselves here, having a chat, having a check-in. Because, look, we've all been kind of talking, I don't want to say talking down EDG, we've been talking accurately about their form.
I think, well, holding them to the standard that
they are currently seeing, right? But it's like we all know the potential highs, we just haven't seen that really spark yet. So if this is enough to maybe reignite a little bit of that, I'm all aboard. We all know what they can look like when the ball gets rolling, when things start looking good. Just got to keep it going now. They're still not in the lead. But they've certainly done what they can to bring this back to a reality. Kung Kung waiting, poised and patient as ever. I say that, not so patient now. Looking like he wants to hunt towards that right side, big shot. That's Buzz gone. He's still standing, he's still looking for more chances. No respect given, only earned. But it's a 4v4.
I was going to say, you take a trade every day of the week in that situation if you're T1.
Finding Buzz is the only good thing in that, in a way, for EDG, because he was the one with the ult, he was the one with the Bucky that could have maybe built something around it, but the Stingers still remain. And there is only one on the A site. Chichu's got to play this to perfection, really.
Yeah, EDG now considering the rotation as T1 will drift away. Don't catch the A player of EDG.
To be fair, T1 have been quite consistent in going back to those A-site hits, so maybe a decent read, but it gets a bit sketchy for nobody.
He could be overwhelmed here.
Yeah, quite easily, even just those Stingers in the right place for it. And they're going on this one. Nobody better be prepared. Gonna get one, and he can't get the second. There's the overwhelm we were worried about. And that Judge, let's see what that reset looks like for the post-plant. Kongkong's getting closer. The Viper's pit on top.
Well, locked down as well.
Bloody hell, they want this one done. They didn't like it. They don't like that EDG were getting back in the game. As Meteor goes walking, finds a completely asleep on the wheel, Chichu. And EDG, did you forget who you're facing for a second?
Again, just leaving. Initially, this is leaving Chichu solo on A, and then they leave another player solo on B here to hold down an anti-eco in a committed position. This is a one and done with the way T1 are playing. It's never a solo endeavor in these sorts of rounds. EDG asleep at the wheel here.
That's a fumble in my eyes, because this was, again, a great timeout, good timing, but still, you can't be slipping at this point. T1 now with a chance to push up to 12. EDG back with a good buy, though. They do have the operator with Kongkong. They do have the ult with CB and a Judge. They've got what they need. They have the tools ready.
Stax going to figure out what's going on here. CB able to actually get away. Doesn't get spammed off the door. T1 feel as if they've created enough pressure here, but Kongkong just can't find the shot. That could be the green light.
Oh, they're trying to go, aren't they? Here comes the TP as well. He is going to be surrounded if he wants to try and stand his ground and take the fight here. The heat-seeking missile has been removed. Izu going to eliminate that. Allowed for the plant here. Actually denied by the shock darts.
Second one missing.
Yeah, Stax given this now. That's time on T1's side.
Got a paranoia to work with here. Something to slow down this retake coming through from EDG.
Yeah, I like that. Meteor, though, going to find Chichu. Meteor on the follow-up. Stax on the swing. It's Meteor with 3.
Beautiful. T1 so solid in these holds, Lauren. Unfortunately, EDG, again, it's another round where somebody just has to go absolutely insane to turn the tides. Flip the odds in their favor. The adjustment from Kongkong ever so slightly off. Catches Buzz here, but Izu just sticks the TP in hell.
Nasty.
And again, Kongkong here, he's in a spot where it's, I have to commit one way or the other, right?
Yeah. I don't blame him for going down swinging. I don't really blame him.
Because it's an operator, right? If he gives up the site without finding a kill, it's not necessarily a playback input. Hold that thought.
It's aggression from the word go. Izu instantaneous in finding CB. And even with that pit towards long, the map feels a little vulnerable here. They are trying to batten down the hatches, but T1 are playing a good game. Nobody wants info. And Kongkong wants a kill. He's going to get it, Ain. Oh, he stuck around for the second as well, committing to the spray. This is desperate, and it's dangerous. And Smoggy gets the backpedal. Izu slowed down. It's a 3v3. Chichu, brilliant there, removing the threat on the A side of the map. And Smoggy unwilling to relent in this position. He wants Izu dead. He's got him. Buries him. There's Buzz on 20. This would be something to remember.
Yeah.
17 to 15, though. He's not having a bad game. But the map feels small. Has he got the timing on Smoggy? I don't think so.
No, I think Smoggy should be able to slip away here. Now reading the situation really well. Going to force Buzz to make moves, explore the map, and force the plant out here.
Left.
Chichu picking up the slack in mid as well.
Discipline. That's all this is discipline. This is a slam dunk round.
Oh, he did spot him.
He's seen one. 10 seconds.
Big 3K from Smoggy here. And a quieter performance for sure. give EDG something to cling on to. 3 rounds separating these teams here on Haven. Yeah, fair play to Chichu on the other side as well. The pit towards long and still getting proactive. Nice! But the buy is still there for T1.
Are they looking to explode C?
I mean, Buzz got his ult and a judge, so...
Kung is here as well, though. It's not a light side of the map. Kung needs to be ready. He's had moments in this position, but Buzz is on the way. They don't know about Smoggy, and Kung's the one destroying them currently. Izu takes towards backside, but by now there's barely any of them alive. Kung's reposition is nasty too. Vision limited, but they're already trying to get out of there, and Izu's got nothing to do about this round. Munchkin left adrift.
Hit a brick wall on the C site hit in the form of Kung. Smoggy just cooking in that snake bite, but the TP just draws the eyes of T1 elsewhere. Munchkin now put in a similar, well, much healthier, but there's a full 1v4. And elsewhere, I mean, ultimates, a couple to play with here for EDG. There's still a chance of some sort of purchase to follow this, but I mean, with 3 way below the mark, and Buzz now not having an ultimate to offset that. And T1 effectively giving up another after this.
30 seconds left. Yeah, and just, I know it sounds silly in a 1v4, but I'm just happy to see discipline. I'm happy to see just...
Yeah, with what's gone wrong for EDG today, absolutely.
And I hope I don't have to eat my words in these moments, right?
You said it now.
Well, a 1v4 would need a catastrophic mistake to lose. Munchkin, especially now.
He's going, yeah. Come on. Come on! Come on, come on.
No. Oh, nothing could go wrong here.
The expected outcome. Hello.
Of course.
Yeah, of course it is.
12 to 10.
That was snappy.
Yeah. I got really nervous.
He's droned.
He's
reconned.
They know where he is.
Beautiful catch here from Kung.
Yeah. I mean,
the TP, yeah, the TP up to the top of the box.
Oh, don't slow it down.
Don't slow it down.
Whew, all good. All good. I guess the question then becomes, money-wise, what does T1 want to do with this?
They like I said, there was
OT secured.
3 way below the mark of where you want to see. They've had some absolutely lethal, thrifty rounds. So it wouldn't surprise me to see some level of investment here. And like you said, they've already kind of guaranteed. So why not throw something out, see what sticks?
Yeah.
I guess in terms of the mind games, the psyche here, EDG are going to be sweating bullets. I said have some ultimates to play with. Nobody Smoggy and Kung who have theirs available here. Should be fairly comfortable in the purchase behind this as well. Anybody falls here once they find their 11th. Actually, yeah, packs a punch. T1 still want to probably make a go at things here.
It's not without a question.
I mean, set a second-year objective, pull some ults out if you can.
I mean, that would be the dream come true, wouldn't it? So do you try and then, how do you try and draw those through? I guess let's see how much pressure you could apply to you.
I mean, there's no way Kung's he's swapping back and forth on the buy, but you get the Hunter's Fury out here.
That's what I'm seeing if they can get done. Now, Stax. Let's check here. Yeah, can at least look left side. That's 3 players drawn towards the B side. Maybe how they wanted to imply they want to draw out the Hunter's Fury is just pressuring B so they can get a cheeky plant. Not going to happen. Being very careful on the way out, taking the long road here. We've had a player pushed up and holding the C long walk down quite some time here. And then almost a similar scene on the other side, right? CB down on A long. So almost a mirror how this goes. Buzz being very loud about it, but Munchkin tried to start working. Didn't work out. CB? How did CB die there? And Smoggy might get caught. Oh my god, no. This is not how this happens. Thank God for Kung, but he takes a lot for it, and nobody's dead. It's still exchanged. They've got an upgrade for Stax.
Yeah, they got 2 rifles and a judge now.
This was never meant to be the threat. It was, can you get a win con?
Buzz will post up towards the bottom of ramp here. T1 going to freeze behind this.
EDG are in the right place. They have the bodies here.
30 seconds
Kong
left.
Kong's low, that's fine. That's not the end of the world. The others are here.
Still got a paranoia, though, to play with.
Buzz is in. Buzz has found a victim! No, T1! Can Kong Kong save the day again?
10 HP!
It would need an ace to keep them alive in the tournament right here, right now. And they are watching. They are waiting. The issue with being an icon is they know what you're gonna do. 13-10. EDG bowing out as T1 right their wrongs.
Insane performance from Kung Kung here, but it's just not enough to deliver a lifeline, take us to a third. T1, fantastic from them today. Again, Stax certainly the highlight previously here, but Buzz, Munchkin, and everybody stepping up for T1 today. All had their moment in the light. Unfortunately, as you said, EDG just falling short here.
That's going to sting for EDG. These guys are competitors, right? That's not how you want it to happen, but on the other side, on the flip side, for T1, it's a breath of fresh air. A chance to get away from under the heel, a chance to show what you can do, to turn the odds in your favor. Maybe a chance to go on a run. It's a long road still.
I mean, that Bayern performance is a statement to be made here of the form that T1 are bringing here in Santiago. Again, just to say it once more, Buzz playing a cut above. Coming into this series, really for me, Meteor, the person I was looking to really step up a little bit, show us what we know historically he's capable of, but for me, Buzz, man, it's just looking in tournament winning form.
Yeah, he is absolutely on form. I think that's a really good way to say it. That form looking like it carried from map 1 to map 2. And again, Izu in unison as well. But yeah, this has been a good display for T1. A couple of worries and woes might be waning slightly now for the T1 fans. But still, EDG, it feels like it's still a lot to be done for this team in the future. Missing some of those key aspects that made them one of the best there is. But for now, it's time to look towards the further distance T1 can run. We'll be hearing from them in the Verizon Post-Match interview.
Y también con Jen, que nos va a ayudar para la traducción. So guys, I'm here with Stax and also Jen, that she's helping me out with the translation. Stax, first of all, we heard that you can speak Spanish and you're actually fluent. Can you teach me some words? Can you tell me some words in Spanish and also the audience?
¿Qué pasa, hermano? ¡Viva Chile!
That was nice. And now, also I want to talk to you about your performance. We saw your performance in Pacific, but now you're so good. This stage, was the stage buff? What was it?
스택스 선수 개인적으로 파시픽에서보다 산티아고 와서 훨씬 더 좋은 모습을 보여주는 것 같은데요. 비결이 있을까요?
일단 산티아고 관중분들이 뭔가 저희를 전쟁터에서 응원하는 사람으로 만들어주기 때문에 그래서 더 뭔가 집중하게 되고 더 멋있는 모습 보여줘야겠다고 생각한 것 같습니다.
I think it's the Santiago crowd. They are making us feel like we're in a battlefield and they're rooting for us. So they help us focus on the game and they want to make us put on a best performance ever.
Definitely. Y bueno, comenta que sí, obviamente son ustedes, gracias a todos ustedes los que están apoyando, hace que esto se sienta como una guerra que simplemente tienen que amasar y que está siendo increíble para ellos. So now for my last question, I also want to talk about that past game against Team Liquid, that last map, and also closing the series was so difficult. What were you guys missing to win this match?
팀 리퀴드전에서는 좀 고전하는 모습을 보여줬습니다. 특히나 뭔가 라운드 하나씩 따내고 경기를 마무리 짓는데 뒷심이 좀 더 필요했던 걸로 보이거든요. 어떤 진단을 내리셨을까요?
일단 뭐 딱히 경기력에서 졌다고 생각은 안 하고요. 그냥 저희의 개인 퍼포먼스적인 것 때문에 졌다고 생각을 해서 근데 오늘 EDG전에서는 저희의 본 모습을 보여준 것 같아서 좋은 것 같습니다.
I don't think it was down to the amount of strats or the level of performance from the team. It was more on us making, with our individual performance. So that was what was missing. And I think today against EDG, I think we were able to show our true colors and show the world who we truly are.
Definitely. Be careful with T1, ladies and gentlemen. Y bueno, básicamente comenta que no fue por falta de strats el problema de Team Liquid, sino que fue por causa personal, por todo que no podían estar disparando. Finalmente no estaban al 100% personalmente los jugadores, pero ahora pudieron demostrarlo contra EDG, así que cuidado con este T1. That's all I have for the interview. Hamzamida. And now, just wait, because we have this next match coming up. We have XLG and G2.
¡Vamos!
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you, the fans. And our mission is to elevate that world by building technology that creates moments that last forever. That's why we're joining forces with the VALORANT Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
Break down my walls, but I won't rise again. Cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Veto flashes in! And down goes Lights!
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 4 of Masters Santiago and our second elimination match of the event. It's XLG squaring off against G2 Esports. Once again, I'm Golden Boy here, yet again with Sideshow and Wyatt. As fans begin to roll in, they're getting excited because this one, hey, listen, lots of question marks coming into this one. And you know Wyatt's sweating over here with his top 3 predictions.
I thought you were about to say, and regrettably, I'm still here with Sideshow and Wyatt.
What do you mean?
That was
Guys, that's the last opening for the fellas' death. The fellas. Guys, can we please get a prayer hands for the fellas? No, of course, though. Mimi's going to kill us. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
And rightfully so as she should. But let's go ahead, though, and cut to the chase.
Okay.
Let's talk about G2 Esports. Well, they're chasing a dub, Wyatt.
Chasing the international trophy.
That's right. Oh, look at that. That's words we can string together to make a cohesive narrative. But here's the thing. Unfortunately, that narrative gets shattered when HyperX absolutely obliterates you in some of these rounds, some of these maps. I mean, it felt like we were looking not like a team that won 3 championships in a row in the Americas region Sideshow, a team really struggling to find themselves.
I mean, there were moments actually in map 1 where it felt like, hey, hold on, maybe G2 have actually got what it takes to bring the game to HyperX. And then it slowly fell away from them and then completely crumbled in map 2. So I would generally agree with what you're saying. But I do think that there is a large difference in terms of the quality of teams that they are going to be playing against. In terms of HyperX looking astonishingly good, and I'm not on board with Wyatt's
I'm not going to cope crazy mode. Just to touch on G2, though, back on that map 1, I was really impressed with Jaw. He had a great second half in that game, playing the Neon, was turning things around. And honestly, I thought Trent was okay in that series, despite that horrific one singular moment. But I thought he was playing all right aside from that. Like, there were some glimmers of hope from G2, but, you know, ultimately not enough.
Yeah, well, I think we do have to talk about, like, the mental of the team coming out the back of that, because there were some absolutely kind of heartbreaking moments, as you're alluding to, and it did feel like they were still trying to find their footing. They heap pressure on themselves.
Yeah, they do. But here's the thing. One thing we were worried about was whether or not this team would find a way to bounce back, whether they could motivate one another. And this is actually an opportunity we can go behind the scenes a bit. IGL Valent tried his absolute best to rally the team, but here's what he had to say to the squad going into map 2.
Boys, listen. Whenever we're down a map and we feel like we need to catch fire again, it's not by one person. It's by the whole team, okay? We're a team of 5. It's 20% each player, all right? You have 20% of a job to do on this map to win us this map, not 100.
You know what? I can't disagree with that kind of logic. Unfortunately for them in that map too, it just wasn't happening the way that they wanted it to. And you can, of course, attest that to an incredible performance from HyperX, undoubtedly. But there were also, Wyatt, some rounds there that were just going the other way that were just depressing sometimes.
Yeah, the guys who were hot on map 1, Leaf as well, they started to cool off on map 2. And I felt like you could just see in real time things crumbling.
Yeah.
Players, I think, showing more negative emotion than they typically would. Like Trent, who, as I was saying, I did genuinely feel like he was playing pretty solid in this series. I think even on map 2, aside from, again, like that ISO moment where he missed this, Devi here coming out of the kill contract, he was getting some big impact kills in this game, but it just, in a reaction like that, tells
he said,
the
I
story.
shot him so many times. At least that's what it sounded like reading the lips.
And there were moments after that, too, on cam where it's like the negative reaction just continued.
Yeah, and I don't think it's like that entire round that ended in the ISO ult falling to pieces was a 5v3 that should never have got into a 1v1 scenario. Babybay's one of those other players that I think you have to be putting the focus on, and I think the fact they're up against XLG here is a great opportunity for him to find his footing. When I was looking at what Babybay was up to in terms of just watching his POV, I feel like he did not adapt to the big stage against HyperX very well. I was seeing a way better performance from the guy in Americas. the stats are going to tell part of the story here, obviously, because he's playing like half as well as he was in Americas. But when you actually just watch his POV, his aim was way shakier.
Yeah.
He was less confident about the fights that he was taking. And I think this game has to be where he gets back onto solid ground.
In terms of what he brings to the team as well with the vibes, I mean, he's trying to be positive
He's
right now.
literally doing it now.
I mean, he's trying to get the ball rolling early, which I think is a good idea. Let's be real. In Americas, when they had moments where they bounced back, though, it often came from maybe making a big individual play and then generating the hype off of that, and then everybody started to feel it, and you could see them oftentimes pick up the tempo in their gameplay, start playing faster and more aggressive after a moment like that. But there was no moment like that to be, you know, the catalyst of a mental turnaround. It was just this slow crumbling.
Yeah, and I think just to, you know, one last note I will say on G2 before we move on to XLG is purely that, you know, we often forget that this was a changeup that we saw from G2 come toward the tail end of kickoff, where they're implementing their double duelist ideas, being a bit more, you know, proactive with Baby Bay, getting involved. And that was the first test outside of the Americas region where everyone knows him, and you just so happen to be going up against one of the GOATs in Forsaken and HyperX, which is a tough one, which is why it takes us to the other side of the field. It's XLG. Now, this squad, gotta call a spade a spade. They had a rough start against NRG, but they did manage to pull up a couple of rounds, Wyatt, and I want you to give the viewers a little bit of that hopium.
Well, contrasting to G2, they're a team that has leaned into double duelist, the strict Yoru, basically full-time meta this entire kickoff run to get here outside of On Haven, which is clearly their worst map, and they have a perma ban. So that just put them down significantly against NRG, who are masterful on Haven. But when they got to Abyss, when they started playing this double duelist on attack, Rarga was a dog. He went 15-8, he had 5 first kills, 0 first deaths.
Yeah.
That's when you started to see them heat up. And I think genuinely, if they can get off on the right foot, if their shooters are shooting, and they've got shooters, we know that for a fact, I think that's where things could get dangerous for G2 if they haven't completely rallied back from what happened against PRX.
I think part of the problem, though, is that those strengths were only really showcased on one half of one map. Their attack side on Abyss was really nice, had a lot of threats to NRG, but they need that over more ideas.
Yeah.
You know, make sure that that is your attacks on all of the maps. Find some more footing on your defense sides. You can't just have that one note to success.
Yeah, there's a lot of question marks here for this XLG lineup. We had an opportunity to catch up with Lysor following XLG's opening matchup for this HyperX player moment.
这场打 NRG 虽然输了，但是怎么说？我觉得从中学到很多东西吧。然后我现在真心感觉下一场我们会赢，因为我发现更多是这个从中学习，然后从中进步。然后其实就算这场输了，我也没觉得就是我们就失败了，因为我觉得我们还有下一场可以打，我们可以从这场经验中跳出来，然后学习，然后把所有的精力和能力全都用来把下一场打下。当前这个版本，我觉得我们队伍英雄池正好可以覆盖吧。然后我可以玩的位置很多，然后 HyperX 可以玩的位置也很多，我们可以兼顾双烟、双哨，然后单烟、信息玩一个哨位，基本上版本主流的版本我们都能拿出来。然后 OMEN 的可以去玩到决斗，玩到信息，然后有时候还兼顾哨位，我们所有人都拼尽全力。
All right, well, let's jump into the skirmish here. One thing I do want to say from that HyperX player moment that I thought was quite interesting was him saying, like, hey, you know what, Lysor saying we lost, you know, but it is what it is, right? Kind of trying to brush it off. And I kind of have to expect that because you went up against the world champions, you know? That was a tough matchup for sure, and you showed that you can contend. But this is going to be a little bit of a different situation because those people who managed to get the better of you in your first matchup, G2 have gotten the better of domestically time and time again. There's certainly going to be a lot of work that needs to be done here if you're XLG.
Completely agree with that one. I think it'd be nice to get out to a good start here and have at least a bit of an advantage in terms of the map veto scenarios. But at the same time, I think they're going to be in a difficult spot because of that permaban that they have and then
Yeah,
get forced over to Haven.
This might be one of the most important skirmishes, honestly, for a matchup, because you do not want to be playing Haven first. I'm just going to assume the G2 are going to pick into that map. Now, that being said, they only played it one time where they debuted that Phoenix comp that they ripped from HyperX.
Yeah.
Regardless, though.
I mean, we saw that Phoenix comp have a huge amount of success in the hands of HyperX, though, haven't we?
Yeah,
So,
and it had success in the hands of G2, but they definitely had the surprise factor.
Yes.
That they did play it in.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we're seeing the form of these players. Happyway in a position where might be able to close things.
Happyway coming out of kickoff as the highest rated player pretty much across the board in all stats in China. Well, not playing Duelist, just
globally
incredible.
Too. I mean, if you just look at the stats that he was putting up, both of these players were absolutely nasty for their teams in kickoff.
Yeah, he really is astounding mechanically.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
In that mode.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wait.
He had time.
I'm telling you, this is a big skirmish.
Oh, snap. Wait a minute. Oh, he dinked, bro. Okay, Valen.
Oh,
what are you doing, bro?
Oh, dude, that is a filthy shot to end it.
Bro, that actually might hurt a little bit in this one. Oh, boy. All right. So I do believe we might have the map Veto flying up here in a second so we can show that.
What do we got,
because I am quite curious. There it is.
What do we got going?
Yeah, so we got Abyss, Haven, and if necessary, Breeze. So Corrode, Pearl get blocked first. Split, Bind floated toward the end. Those get blocked. Wyatt, your thoughts?
So we do go to Abyss first, which is nice for XLG.
But they are not.
Yeah, but they're not starting on the attack side, which I think would have been their best opportunity to really get some momentum into this series.
Sure.
And if they started kind of beating down G2 early, if they have that aim firing on all cylinders with their stars like Happyway, like Raga, right? Then I think you could see G2 mentally getting into a tough position again.
Sure.
But starting on defense, this team XLG, they don't play with a lot of fire. They don't play with a lot of passion. It's relatively safe.
Yeah, I do want to see them pushing out more on the defense side across their maps. I think that would be much nicer to see. Bit of vertical rotation, a bit of confidence to find those timings. But I do think that the pressure in the opening map might actually be more on G2. When we've seen them in this double duelist new style of theirs, the comp that they ran on Abyss was like a Jet Yoru that they mangled the execution of that when they ran it in Americas.
Question. Do you swap it up?
If you're G2?
Do you go back to what brought you to the dance initially, because maybe the double duelist ain't quite hitting here in Chile?
No. I don't think they swap it up and go back to like double initiator slow comps.
Sure, okay.
But I could still see them swapping the duelists around, having like Baby Bay pull out the Waylay and you put Jorg on the Yoru instead. Just a bit more comfort, a bit more standard rather than running a Jet Yoru.
I think they lean heavy meta there. Yeah,
okay.
And they had the breach on the map as well, which was... Yeah, I mean, breach is not exactly...
Let's see what the predictions are. How's everyone feeling coming into this game? Wyatt, I'm telling you right now, if I don't see XLG, you're done. Wyatt!
No!
Wyatt!
I went with...
Wyatt, come on, Papa!
I went with G2 in this game because I thought everybody would pick G2. I wanted to curse them by getting the G2 picks across the board.
And Jen's done.
But Jen has
Jen did you dirty dog.
us, man.
Jen did you dirty dog.
Oh, that's...
Wyatt.
I'm sick.
I
want XLG to win.
I'm hearing excuses.
G2 are the favorite, but I wanted to curse them, man.
I'm hearing excuses.
Bro.
No, you do not get to curse G2.
Oh, my God.
Okay, it doesn't get to happen that way. Oh, man. All right, folks, well, you hear the crowd. They're ready to go. Enes is hyping them up on the stage, but this matchup is going to be wild. Can G2 find a way to dig deep, get a clean win, or does XLG manage to send an America's champion home? Let's bring out your teams.
Ruido! XLG!
G2 Esports coming into this one having to feel confident because they have been in these situations before, these pressure-filled situations. for XLG on the other side. They know they're going up against a juggernaut, but they know they have what it takes to be able to take down the best of Americas.
Listen,
let's see how this goes down.
Jibby, you can feel the aura permeating in the air when Lysor steps onto the stage and is ready to stand up.
I know.
This is an insane matchup. Honestly, it almost feels wrong to say this. Hard to believe at this point since G2 have been around for a while. But that being said, these are two of the best Ascension teams of all time in VALORANT.
Are we
some
still
of the most success
following that narrative?
I mean, it is legitimately true.
Yeah, you do kind of have to say that, don't you?
Oh, wild stuff there. Once again, your series layout, your HyperX series layout, of course, Abyss, Haven, and Breeze, if necessary, Sideshow.
While XLG are massive underdogs in this game, and you've just watched EDG get destroyed, I think this first map is going to be genuinely way closer than the rest of the series, perhaps, as well.
Yeah.
But because I think that we have yet to see G2 really prove that they can master this map, and they've looked a bit uncomfortable in comps that they've run previously.
Sure.
And this is home territory, at least on the attack side, for XLG. So, yes, it's an enormous uphill battle, playing against the Americas three-peats, but XLG can start off running here.
But we know that G2's starting on the attack. So you're an XLG fan, you're Wyatt, you got your XLG t-shirt, you have your XLG hat and your flappers, and you're ready to go. How many rounds do they get on defense here, Sideshow, that you feel confident about this XLG team when we swap sides onto the attack?
I mean, they need as many as they can get, obviously, but I mean, it's an attack-sided map in general. I'd be really happy if they ended up getting 5 on the defense side, maybe even 4, I'd be fine. But I think the win con is that G2 crumble their attack strats, because that is what happened when we watched them play against Furia. They beefed their attacking execs over and again.
Yeah, Furia on that map were incredible at those fast retakes, floods back in onto the site, and I do think that's something that this XLG team can absolutely lean into versus playing like overly aggro in early rounds. Now, look, man on screen right now, Rarga, you have to pay attention to him in this matchup. Like I mentioned before, yeah, Rarga was incredible on the attack side. He was putting up so many first kills. Happyway, serious shooter. They need these guys activated. And on the other side, it just has to be all eyes on Baby Bay. His debut map, he struggled. Can he bounce back?
Yeah, the pressure is on Dre, but the thing is that pressure's been on this guy since he joined the team. He's been put in a lot of positions where he kind of is like a make or break almost for the squad, especially when it comes down to the mental.
Absolutely, and I think that the mental is going to be so interesting to track across what we expect to be a fairly close opener, because you've got Lysor standing up on one side, No Man popping off, then you've got Baby Bay who's going to be trying to bring up the energy on the other side.
Yeah.
I think that aspect, if you see one of these teams start to go quiet, you could be a bit concerned.
I am drawn, though, to the man that we just saw on your screen there, Leaf, because I think when the going gets tough, you can always rely on the one Leaf to get you the dub, and he needs to be in honestly exquisite form here today to kind of round up the rear and pick up whatever slack is left on the rest of the field.
Yeah, he is just one of those guys that is talented enough to put up star-level performances, take over a map on any agent that he's playing. He did that throughout Kickoff, Breach, Viper, whatever.
But what is he going to be playing here? Because,
no idea.
Yeah, because last time
don't know.
He was on the Breach playing on Abyss previously. I don't want to see him on that. Like, I know you're saying he can pop off on any agent,
but I mean, yeah, listen.
He
did
has
pop off
ever.
on Breach. I'm not saying I want to see him.
Exactly,
I'm not saying I need to see him in the server,
He's just more likely to pop off if you put him on other roles. Like, maybe you could see a Viper coming out here if they wanted to play something like that.
All right,
what are they gonna run?
Yeah, I'm excited
Astra.
to see this. Leaf is going to be on the Astra. Harbor coming out.
Oh my God!
I like that.
Dude,
I like that.
It's kind of cooking. I think this map you can really make Harbor work. It's good for flood defending, and it's actually really nice for defaulting on attack.
Agent that Harbor works really well with Valen. He likes to be able to cut up the map, manipulate space. That's a good agent for him to use.
Almost no one is playing Neon here as well. So to see a Neon come out, that is weird.
Folks, this is it. Time to get this second elimination match underway. We got just the casters to call the action, fellas. Have fun with this one. Here is Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Once more into the breach, G2 Esports looking to rebound after that loss to the hands of HyperX. XLG looking to do similarly. They're not wanting to go the same route, not wanting to suffer the same fate that EDG just did.
Absolutely. I mean, this is really important for their region as XLG because you're starting to look like maybe, you know, everybody might have been right about your region, that you're shaky, that you're the weakest region coming into this, but this is the team that a lot of people were pinning their hopes on as the most fundamentally sound, as the team that could actually potentially do damage here. But NRG proved that they were a step above, a class above. But we are going to go to Abyss, a map that is so important here for XLG. They're going to start on that defender side, the side where they got absolutely bullied, which is shocking because it's a side of the map that they were rather good on domestically. They had a couple 6-1s where they closed out maps really efficiently on that defender side.
Well, now going into the Abyss, XLG's map pick. G2 opting to change up the comps here, shattering our expectations with Valen bringing out this harbor.
And you're going to be looking to see what that Storm Surge and the new High Tide can really do for you here.
Okay, well, we're not going to see it in this round.
Forget it.
Valen's already dead. Picked apart there in mid. WS Leo able to find the opening, kill the map.
Why even Theorycraft? Why do I bother?
Sometimes you get shot, you die, but Spike is still going to be planted all the same for G2, but it's a 4v5. Let's see how the retake looks for XLG. Double push, both duelists working their way around towards the spawn, and Leaf is just not registering this at all. Trent will be able to trade one back, but you still have Raga on that angle, and I don't think he's going to be red at the moment. KDG trying to hold forward. Has to clear out these two players, but he's only going to be good for one. Trent now swinging the corner, finding the timing. Lysor going to be struck down. Looks for a little bit more, but Happy Way will get him with the ghost. Raga's participation on that flank not going to be needed. XLG find the opening pistol.
Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered here for XLG. Get off to a good start on this defender side. It's just a nice pick here through the reveal there. Very nice. He just kept kind of spamming through. Valen tried to assume that he was going to stop with the spam, and he didn't. Paid the price. There's a couple players that got caught out in the open here. Kind of a 3-2 split. Cover mid and work their way back in towards a retake. No Man immediately trying to hype the team up. Gonna need a lot from him on this Waylay. A little bit of a struggle last time out against NRG, but let's see what they got here. Looks like a fast B exec.
We're going to push the pace here as Drone goes up and over the top. Leo getting the tag onto one. Relative safety for Valen, but Twill still falls. Happy Way has the transfer, looks for a third, runs out of bullets, but Leo is there. Picks up the pieces as Jogamo gets taken down, and so far it's looking pretty damn flawless, but Leaf will be able to find the finish on the enemy Astra. So much more work now needed and necessary as Baby Bay 1v4 with just a shorty in hand. They know where he's at. Oh, trying to go for the no-scope, ends up costing him, but Raga will get picked apart, but they can just swap out the Stinger for the Outlaw. Now they're the Spectre, juggle the weapons around, and that's a 2-0 start for XLG.
Yep, pretty good, pretty good. You'll take that as XLG. Holding the line nicely up here. He's Happy Way. Sometimes things could get a little disorganized for XLG on some of these anchors that they were trying to attempt. You know, NRG does such a good job of diving in there and hitting you with some util and then knowing when to dive back and things like that, that it made it really tricky for the XLG defenders to really plant their feet, hold their lines. Mid-aggression, though, not going to see much.
OMEN's going to go for a push here, potentially. Yeah, swinging out. Going right past Valen's shoulder. Quick little refract back to safety. There's Leaf, okay. On the linger here at B window. Takes out Happy Way. Solid first advantage found for G2. Look to play out this anti-bonus, but Lysor lurking forward into the smoke will be found. Baby Bay spotting out the head. Gets the shot. That's now two-player advantage to get ready to strike into the A site. Raga, however, is here in position, finding Valen once again. Baby Bay goes up and over the top, clears out the enemy Yoru, and now it is just Leo to try to see if he can make this a bit more costly, but his position is known. Shock guards find a little bit of damage, but I don't think there's much more realistically to be done unless he can find a crazy shot onto Baby Bay, but likely he's just going to tuck back, wait for the spike to explode, see if he catches somebody on the exits at the same time. But Looks like Leaf not going to give him the opportunity. Comes up with a 3K, and G2 Esports get themselves on the board.
Okay. Exactly what you needed to do here as G2. Very clean anti-bonus, and they're going to have Happyway's ult. Leaf one away from his. The fragging that those two have been able to do, but I think for me, what I'm really curious about here is some of the early round macro that I'm seeing, and a lot of attention being paid to mid by both teams, and it's something that with XLG was where even in rounds where they lost, I thought they had some really nice ideas on how to take mid. Like you saw that two-man window push against Brock where he got that double kill. It's like that was the right idea, just you got outplayed. And things like that I could see G2 being aware of. Using that Neon a little bit to do some scouting. Let's see if Raga can get some value out of this push.
This is mightily aggressive. 3 players just around the corner, but it's going to be able to find one and get out scot-free. Not fast enough for the punish. Is drone now. Go up and over the top, got the ping onto Happyway. Baby Bay trying to set up with the saturate, but it's not going to be able to find him and cannot get the flick. Raga finds himself a second, and Happyway up over the top takes down Trent. G2 just not knowing what was hitting them here on this side of the map. They'll find themselves in a 2v5. Looks like XLG going to be maintaining the lead and stretching it 3-1, barring some incredible clutching at the hands of Valen. It would have to be an ace. Finds the first to get himself on the board, sets up the smoke, but how are you meant to try to tuck away and stay alive with 48 seconds remaining in the round and just 21 health?
Have to see some mistakes from XLG to give him much hope. Just gonna try to wait it out.
Spamming the wall, trying to find that stray shot. They know that he's tagged up. They know he's down low. And now his way through that connector. Have it decently sussed out as to where Valen could be. Do they want to pursue deep enough to find him? Flush him out and take the weapons away. Seems like they might have thought he slinked his way back over towards the spawn. So
10 seconds left.
for the moment, Valen looking likely to be able to retain this weapon.
Yeah, and the execute there for G2. Just, again, a little bit out of sync. I mean, this is something that started to rear its ugly head against HyperX for G2. It's just not being able to coordinate as well. And, you know, I had a quick talk with Jog before the match, and he said, man, we just got to get on the same page. Like, that's what's killing us. And, you know, you get that identification, and Baby Bay can't track down the target fast enough. He's a little bit slow to the punch there behind the recon utility, and therefore he can't get the saturate to land, and Rarger's in a perfect position to punish it. So a lot of these things already going to be thought about because G2 is going to pop an early timeout.
Yeah, not liking this early deficit they find themselves in, and I think for good reason, because XLG, the defender side, wasn't exactly where they were putting up the best performance versus NRG. That was when they got over onto the attack, and their triple dive on the B site was just causing so many pains for NRG to try to deal with it and slow down that pace. If XLG is able to get a very strong start from this defending half, they're pretty well slated to be able to take this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And to add insult to injury for what was going wrong for XLG, because what you're saying is 100% correct. On the rounds where NRG started to slow the pace down, where they started to hold some of the mains a little bit deeper, when XLG wanted to get aggressive, they were just dismantling them. I mean, time and time again, you know, it's kind of nice here, I guess, as XLG. You don't have to worry about some of that Tejo utility. That was really giving them grief in terms of getting caught by, like, you know, the drone, and then you can't dash as the waylay, and they get player caught out. Like, some positioning mistakes from XLG. Like, that was one of the big things I noticed on this defender side, was positioning mistakes. Wide swings where they're out in the open when they don't need to be, trying to take fights where they're not favored because they could have changed their angle a little bit, maybe had a better opportunity against the NRG players. Things like that. So far, looking better for XLG for sure. Let's see what G2 has dialed up. Stinger for Leaf. Everybody else rifles.
Oh, late TP here from Lyser, trying to go for a trap play, but does have to back away. G2 starting to suss that one out. Trent does eat a good amount of damage, so down to 43. Can always swap the weapon over, but we want it into the hands of Leap, who's able to find a headshot, but cannot confirm the kill on the No-Man, so he just dashes out to safety, utilizing this Cosmic Divide.
And it was so early. And because you've got 3 players at the front of A main there, you think they're going to make some pretty fast rotations here over towards B, but they're just clearing that space now. It'll be a little bit late. Let's see if Happyway want to get involved. The recon dart thwarting him initially. They're looking for flanks.
Arga again, sprinting around that flank, working his way across the attacker spawn now. Valen, most disconnected of the G2 players. He's gonna have to try to intercept this Yoru. Seems like now starting to get the read to try to go for the check. Swings out and will be able to win the fight. A critical headshot to be found, but Joggermo's still gonna be taken out by Baby. 2 massive kills for him, found over at the connector. Does get traded out, but now a 2v2 is Trent trying to utilize it. Hunter's Fury, but doesn't get a shot. Happyway's just sticking this. They need to interrupt it. As the transfer will drag him off. Happyway looking for the turn, and it's going to be Trent narrowly coming out on top. That was almost catastrophic, but G2 will be able to find the round win.
That is on an absolute knife's edge. Trent there, hopefully that's a confidence booster for him, that he's able to get that clutch. My goodness, Valen a big, big win. Baby Bay hitting some good shots. Just want to throw it out there. Excited to be able to cast him. Good friend. But yeah, that was scrappy though. I mean, I think that really could have gone XLG's way. If Baby Bay doesn't hit those 2 shots, if Valen doesn't win, there's so many little things that could have gone wrong for G2. Again, liking the macro from XLG. Get some sharp shooting from Rarga and Happyway and company. He's going to send out the ult there.
It's a quick exit, but now you have this later linger from Leaf. Look at him, still positioned in the attacker spawn. Knows that XLG have been going on these flanks. Wants to try to intercept rather than be the one that got punished. Seems like they're suspicious of it. Do have some weaker weaponry, but now Trent taking that point. He has to swing in from behind, finds the first. No man, Leo, they could just push forward and try to just dismantle the players that are there on the site. Up the pace, and it seems like that's exactly what they're going to try to do. Is Valen spraying and praying, but eating a bit of damage in return. Tries to slow down to the approach, but at the same time, Happyway is able to find Baby Bay. Valen's tagged down the 2, still finding that elimination. It's all down to Jogamo and Leaf. Here's the rotation into the site. The time starting to get away from them. Has to go for the full stick, but Jogamo will strike in off the flank, finds that kill. Leaf wanting blood, will be rewarded with it. Nothing to be retained here on either side. All players dead, but G2 tie it up at 3-3.
There's really just good awareness from both sides. I'm quite impressed with what I'm seeing from both teams in terms of how they're thinking about these rounds, how they're thinking about their strategy. Baby Bay there, gonna out-duel Rarga, create some space. That's what you're gonna need as G2. And again, XLG has the awareness of that late lurk from Leaf, even though it ends up costing them because he's patient enough to wait until they've fully committed past that angle. Tons of ults here for XLG. This is a very important round for them in terms of the ult economy and their actual gun economy. Goes Baby Bay.
Looking for the dash in again, catches a glimpse of No Man. Frax out, but this is all a bit of a ruse to try to keep some attention tied towards this side of the map. At the same time, Leaf in mid, able to win out the fight versus Leo. Drone in that Sova util not going to be available for the potential retake as Raga's nearly fished out of that tower position. Talking about similarly. Happyway just goes for the spam. Finds the kill. Raga hadn't even gone to the dimensional drift yet. That is just unlucky. At the same time, Baby Bay now going to be taken down. It's a player advantage over to the side of XLG. Looking for the pop flash out. Valen tucking into the corner. Eventually will fall. The push forward through the cockpit divide and Leaf narrowly able to win it out versus the Orb. It's going to be paranoid up. Sat here in the cubby and Lysor will be able to flush him out. XLG not allowing for G2 to gain the lead.
Yeah, it's such an important battle for mid that's going on to give that extra player advantage. You don't get to see it on screen, but Baby Bay was the follow-up layer after he sold a bit of a fake. And Leaf clears the first, and Baby Bay has to worry about a bunch of different angles, and Lysor comes in pretty late. He gets a big win out there. Rarga, all that info. This is huge right here. That second kill, the fact that he's able to double down on the players coming out of the Cosmic Divide. Absolutely brilliant.
Yes, I turn. Yes,
Back up on his feet. Oh man, hyping right alongside him. Has to be excited about in the G2 camp at the moment.
Happyway is 12-4 right now.
Was so highly rated coming into this tournament. And he is showing why. Not even a stinger variety of an eco. Well, this attempt here for G2, just a couple sheriffs and classics otherwise.
I feel like this is a bit of a head scratcher for G2. You don't get any contact here, posting up players so deep in mid. Now there's finally a drone that goes on an exploration, but I don't think it saw anybody. Still
OMEN. Able to find the shot. One player going to be taken down. Seems like Leo, very strong awareness of this position from Baby Bay. Saw him drift across. And Baby Bay now, last one standing with the classic. It should just be dead to rights, and he will be. 5-3, XLG. Already having a very strong defender side. G2 feels like already needing to win this follow-up round. They've got 3 ultimates to try to utilize.
Yeah, I think this might be one of those times where try to go for those big set exec plays, see what that kind of rehearsal has looked like, the practice in the lead up to this map for G2, something that worked a treat for NRG. Might be a moment where you can try to double down on that a little bit. Hammer this B site. It gave XLG grief to try to hold this down. Saw it time and time again. And NRG was able to brutalize their way through. Like you said, tons of ults available.
Happy Way just drifting inside of the site. Almost gets stunned up. This player managed to spot him. No, Baby Bay lands right there in front of his crosshair. Now he is still free to dance around this site. Cosmic Divide going to be called in again from Lee, but Raga all around the back finds him right as he exits out of the astral form. Push to the smoke and Chogamo! Mo's down 3, gets the 4th! What a timing to be found! That is one hell of a way for him to jumpstart the engine. Had just the 1 kill before. And he just tears them all to pieces in the blink of an eye.
Only him. Only him, man.
Unlucky TP there from Lysor.
Oh, man. He could not have timed that better. Literally everybody's util or TPing or not looking his way. Unreal. I mean, that looked so good for XLG. And a late dart there from Trent. Baby Bay's ahead of the curve. So again, that coordination between those two players, a little bit lacking here on Abyss.
Aggro TP in the mid. Lysor's going to be scaling forward the slide across, and he absolutely destroys 2! Unbelievable transfer to be able to find Valen as well. This is such a snappy reset. No man tagged low, but does have that regen armor behind. Meanwhile, Raga trying to hold here in A main. Seems like they're suspicious. There's the push, but he's got the Guardian, he has the 1-tap. Will just make a very short hop exit back into the site. Baby Bay cannot find the punish. He needs to stay alive as Leaf is on the approach here, but Raga just catches him exploring around main. That leaves Leaf now in 1v4. It just feels like every time G2 find their footing, they get that round win. XLG are able to just kick their legs right out from beneath them.
And it's big plays from Lysor this time. Comes out, the 2-for-1, hits him on the slide too. That is filthy stuff. And Raga, tough angle for Baby Bay, has a lot to clear there. Raga, so sharp with that Guardian. Yeah.
See the frustration. Not wanting to have to use that second timeout in the half. He's just going to be holding that one. Overdrive now available for Jogamo. So a decent amount of firepower into this one. Hinder will connect, but there's no real way to chase in and find that punish. Meanwhile, noise made in mid. No man just scales in. It's flush against the box, but the swing could come through for Jaw, but no. Hasn't gone around that top mid pillar.
They know he's there. They at least suspect. His danger pings over in his direction. Now they know for sure.
And there's the catch.
Done.
The overdrive not to be seen in this round. Once again, a player disadvantage to G2. Clear the recon. No info going to be gained there. Raga just staying flush against the wall to push forward. Valen able to find one for the stinger. Baby Bay as well. Getting involved, finds Lysor. The Harbor now taken down. It's frantic, spraying and praying for Raga, but eventually finds the reset to eliminate Leaf. Drop down Baby Bay. Saturated, still able to find himself a third. Now they're going to go for the backside plant, but it is Happyway on the opposite side. This guy has been a menace. For now on the approach, he's the one eating the early damage.
He's going to have a lot to play with here. Stars are coming up. See how he wants to set this up. Place them, try to make it look like he's pushing there from the spawn side, but he's wrapping the window.
Even just the micro that he's got going on in this approach is damn impressive, but Trent will be able to find the kill. Lone survivor once again, G2. He's unable to get these round wins cleanly. It's very sparse when they pick him up as well, but in with a shout to try to make this a 6-6 half. They nearly have a stacked deck. It's 4 ultimates to utilize.
I mean, it just feels like some of these rounds come down to some hero plays for G2, where you need somebody to get that big 3K to reverse the great starts that XLG is having. Again, I can't credit XLG enough with the macro ideas, the strategic view that they have. Just sometimes they lose in these scrappy battles, where they get caught in the timing like we saw with Jogamo earlier. This time, they're going to move Happyway over. Convergent pass, going to be able to sidestep it.
Pushes up in towards tower, clone to be cleared, overdrive now going to be popped, and Happyway isolated, picked apart. Jogamo not looking to overstep, however, as the Hunter's Fury is now going to be called in. Just for a quick check around the back, but the Mental Drift is in from Raga. Trying to see what he can spot out, get these defensive positions known. Has seen damn near everything, makes his exit. And now they get ready to go on the push. Baby Bay, however, still on tower. Takes out Lysor. It's a 2-player advantage to the side of G2. The swing in, Baby Bay finds himself another. Draga dead. Tobias Leo, an ace clutch to try to get XLG a lead at the half. Hunter's Fury now coming through, scouted him out, and Valen will be able to find the shot on the drop. 6-6. We are all tied up at the half.
That was a really nice round there, a really nice set execute for G2 off of that convergent pass, a relay bolt to follow it up to clear out the corner that Happyway is in. Really nice setup on this one, and then he can just hunt him down. You have the Nova Pulse there too, great stuff.
Well, G2 were able to sit back, watch XLG play this attacker side previously. What have they learned, and can they shut it down? We'll find out after the halftime break.
Come on! Let's go, boys!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Why you play hard? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want go on? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want go on? Why you want act like that? Why you play hard? Why they wanna move like that? Why you want
Coaching staff continue to talk with these teams. G2, very difficult scrape by to make it up to 6 here at this half. Can they find an opening pistol? Try to run this one back, or is XLG once again gonna find a very successful overall attacker side of the map? Gave energy so many fits once they had swapped sides. Have to anticipate that that's going to be the same.
Yeah, I think for me, when I'm looking at this from XLG's perspective, I'm trying to get the read on how does G2 want to play this half with this composition. Do they want to get aggressive because they've got double duelists? Are they going to be setting up a lot of traps at mains with the Neon Waylay combo, because you have so much ability to just stun up, slow up, saturate your opponents and get that free pick and get out, things like that. But on the other side of the coin, because you have a Harbor here, it also starts to make you think, well, maybe they're going to play a bit retake heavy potentially, because you have some ability to do that too. But it's actually just a pretty spread formation, deep posts early. Jogamo trying to get up there.
Oh, sees the TP4, just has to back away. Drops down, giving up that space, and for now, XLG will be in control of the site. Fast rotation is going to be coming through. Meanwhile, Happyway, a late linger into mid, going to be spotted, but he finds the headshot onto Trent.
Jeez.
Yeah, damage heap, but now Jogamo dead as well, as will be able to peel one back. So a 3v3 as the dust settles. Advance for the moment. Two XLGs, they look to try to hold this line. Baby swinging, finds the finishing shot, but Happyway trades it. Leaf again, now on the hunt. Goes up and over the top, he's unanticipated and unread. The Cove there to try to protect Leaf, just body blocking as well as the defuse gets held up to completion. A 3K for Leaf and a pistol round win for G2 puts them in the lead for the first time here on Abyss.
There you go, now you get to see some real value out of Harbor, especially on a pistol round. Shield's gonna be tough to break. Great presence of mind there. Set one up high-low there for G2 on this retake. You know, the star comes out immediately. You drop one underneath, set up another one up top, get that high-low, and it's so difficult for XLG to get the read on that. Really nice retake for G2. Looked like it might be another pistol going the way of XLG, but able to hang on. Oh, what a shock dart.
That is a massive bit of damage. 3 players tagged up, Happyway eating the brunt of that. Follow-up, not going to be able to find anything more, but still, G2 very well set up for a clean anti-eco. Draga revealed, taken down, Baby with that outlaw on hand, but able to find OMEN as well, so now Duelist eliminated. That will come in, it's just Lysor. Lone player at full HP, has a shorty in hand, playing his backside position, trying to see if anyone falls into his trap. Seems like maybe Jogamo getting a bit of a read of this one. Just sliding forwards, turning around, he's trying to find him. Eventually we'll be able to do so, not before VALORANT falls, but the cleanup will be swift. 4 players surviving, G2, damn clean. Move up now, 8-6.
Bit of a discussion, who wants the alt orb?
Make sure you get the orb onto the right player, make sure you've got all the good weaponry.
So I really like this round for G2 in terms of what I'm seeing in their defensive protocols. The patience here, you know, the early darts, they're going to be waiting for that second follow-up dart to see if Trent can, double down on that, get a kill. There's a grab well there as soon as the execute comes through to cut the pieces of XLG in half, and then you've got the recon stuff to come through after that to get that vision, get that early kill, and just play that flood retake so they have a much harder time getting that plant down. Not a flood retake, but it's sort of a hold, we'll call it. But all that looked really crisp and sharp from G2. Well rehearsed. A clear there for Jogamo so he can keep pressing forward, and it's a big stack from G2.
He is not alone in this. This is a massive push out. 3 players, but it looks like they will just fade away. Not looking to go on the flank. Baby fires out a shot. Will be able to find the clone. Tucks into the corner now, though, as the saturate lobs in. Double dash over to the side, able to avoid getting caught. Shocks at the ready. Decent baiting here from XLG, just trying to get this util out of G2 nice and early. Frack now down, the push forward, no man on the peak, able to find one, Jogamo eliminated. Leaf desperately trying to find that kill, eventually will be able to do so, but now it's gonna be Baby eliminated as well. 3v4, attempt at the wide swing, but Lysor able to find the track. VALORANT, however, stinger in hand, comes up with 2.
Enemy remaining. Spike down
Going to a 1v1, the spike never planted. So Leaf just backs away, he dips out of the sight.
I got the spike.
Does he go for a full rotation? And where does Raga feel that he can plant this the safest?
Oh, no way.
Does he also maybe think that he could cut across? He's pouring all the way around. Leaf tucking in over towards mid. Raga, does he peek the angle? He's gonna have knife out, and Leaf plays it to perfection. Another 3K. And now a bonus conversion for G2.
How does he read that? Unbelievable. Saw something in the tape and he's like, I bet he's gonna try to go the other way. I'm just gonna hold the angle just in case. If he still plants B, that's fine, or excuse me, A, that's fine. Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. And of course, VALORANT with a stinger. Such a scary weapon in his hands. Leaf up to 15.
Giving him the finger wag. It's been a series of massive rounds from this guy. As G2 now find themselves in a very healthy lead, 3 rounds up. So a timeout call from XLG will come through. Try to steady things, but economy gonna be in a shakier position. Could be a buy down, Bucky, Stinger, something like that could come in, but take a look at the Coinbase win condition. And I mean, I'm curious what they're going to look to try to do off the back of this one, because one of the big things that was working so well for them was constantly attacking the B side of the map.
Yeah, that might be what he's talking about here. Just some ideas on how to maybe set up your spacing a little bit for these post plants. Because again, these flood retakes that G2 is going to be able to set up with this composition are extremely scary. You have so much util to cut off space, to cut off vision, and then explode into an area and take somebody out. You know, with that Neon Waylay, it can be really, really tricky, and probably just calming the team down a little bit too. You had some opportunities there to not give over that bonus, but a few shaky moments despite some really good stuff at times from XLG today in terms of sharp mechanics. Trent, oh goodness.
Trying the same shock dart this time, able to be avoided. For the most part, a little bit of damage on the Happy Way once again. Follow-up going to be sent in. No man, not quite landing there in tower. As Trent will get revealed. Just tucks back, sends out a drone of his own up and over the harbor wall. Gets a spot onto a couple of players. They do backpedal as now. Here comes the drop down, and Trent able to find the timing. Raga not reading that he was being flanked out of that position. Ends up onto the wayside. This baby Bay looking for another no-scope. This time won't be able to find it, but it's going to be Valen. His turn to find the 3K. His turn to take the lead. As G2 hit double digits.
And this high tide is so cool that Valen is using here because it cuts off the forces. This time, instead of using a grab well to dissect the execute, they use this high tide and they're able to isolate players, set up those flanks in front of it, and then once that drops, then you've got the density of angles for yourselves for those crossfires to take into the main. Really nice setups from G2 on this defender's side. I like the variety that I'm seeing. I like the protocols that I'm seeing. And now they're leaning over B, expecting a change up in ideology from XLG. But XLG actually still thinking that A could be their money. But they're just going to go in towards mid-vent initially, but it's a TP back, just trying to bait some rotations out.
As we expected, this is such a pivotal round. If XLG aren't able to find it here, economy again kicked back. G2 2 rounds away from taking the map. Their ult economy as well in a very healthy spot. Check from Lysor. Cancels him for now. It's a drone to lead forward. Cosmic Divide going to be called in from Happy Way. It's Valen sending out the ult, but gets the hit onto No Man. Just pushes forward. Absolutely tears him to pieces. He's just locked him completely out of the sight. Now sets up another wall. Trent just now arriving. Paranoia sent through, but Valen still holding close, turns the flash, and has two of them lined up. Looks for that fourth, runs out of bullets. As Lysor able to hold his own. It would have to be an ace clutch
30 seconds
to get them back into this, to stop G2 from advancing up to 11-round wins.
I would hope he just saves here.
I have the spike. Feels like he might have to. Take the time, grab the orb. But the time is just not there on his side. 10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds left.
And just tuck in along the wall, set up another smoke, and try to stay safe, try to stay protected. But Jogamo is sprinting in around the back. He pursues in a bit deeper, might be able to find him. Pop of the Nebula now will dissipate. Lysor holds his own to find a 3K, and does nearly manage to get that ace, but he cannot find the round win.
Well, I mean, still Lysor looking sharp, but it's all Valen. He just shuts this round down by himself. It's off of this Cosmic Divide because it's only leaving that small area in front of the bridge for the plant off of its angle. So he immediately counters with the Reckoning and just pushes. He's like, if they're flooding, I'm going to hit them with this thing. They're going to be slowed up, and I'm going to just come in and deal with them. And then he has that follow-up smoke util to give himself that extra room of space so they can set up that crossfire outside of the main. Beautiful. Great reactions again.
And it hasn't been too long since the previous one, but here comes the final timeout of Abyss for XLG. Now a 5-round deficit. After being neck and neck, they just haven't been able to find a single round win on this attacker side, and this is where we thought that they were going to be favored.
Oh, for sure. Especially after what you saw, against NRG, where they're actually able to make somewhat of a fight, somewhat of a comeback there. But this is just, I think, just better game planning from G2, especially on this A side. I was hoping that there'd be some exploration of B, but, as G2 coming out of this timeout, I'm thinking leaning B again. Why not? If you could just leave 2 on A and you can lock it out anyway. Might as well. I'd love to see some kind of early aggression here from G2 and one of the mains, but looks like maybe they're just gonna consider something. We'll see. Looks
Gonna
like
keep
just a
hitting this
default.
A side of the map.
Yeah.
This time. Valen not there, doesn't have the ult online, but you do have Baby Bay with an operator. Wide angle from backside, trying to see if he can sneak a catch on anyone. Smoke will disrupt him though. Quickly makes his exit. Meanwhile, man, just breaking the door, cuts across into mid.
Look what they're doing. They're completely fanning out away from the A site because they're scared of that util that's been hitting them when they've made those executes. So they're just going to take space instead.
Trying some mind games there, I believe, Lysort. Make them think about where he could have TP'd to. Quick cancel. Valen is already hugging back towards that defender's spawn, so knows that he hasn't gotten himself into that position. Cosmic Divide, same time, going to be called in, but pretty much all players of XLG playing in front of this. 3 players now on the site itself. Draga trying to fish for something there with that Sheriff up over the top. Lysor with the Phantom, able to find Jogamo, the push forward into the smoke, gets Valen as well as Trent gets taken down with the Hunter's Fury. It seems like this time the timeout call working a treat as Alif will trying to tuck into that cubby. Will just get picked apart. Baby Bay stopping it from being a flawless, but will not be able to hold on to the operator. It is a Mastercard thrifty for XLG to rally their way back into this map.
Yes, you can see the answers here for XLG is they know that holding those deep post plants in A main isn't going to be effective against this comp. The way that they're able to layer those smokes. I mean, you saw it this time with the Cosmic Divide cutting off main, that we have to play a little bit on site, so that means we have to create space at Heaven, at Ropes, to make sure that we have those extra angles, that we can have a little bit of a safer post plant. So they're going to commit some extra resources to that early, some extra bodies to that early. So now we need to see what kind of adjustment G2 is considering. But it's looking a little stock standard other than what Valen's doing.
Baby, there's that refract. Sees the dash, and he's right there in front of No Man. Has him outdone. Shorty more than enough to get the kill. Looks like XLG with that kill, and still not going to be leaning fully into A. They want to explore into mid once again. Valen just around the corner. Would almost certainly be dead to rights with the Stinger at this range, but then again, if anything, anybody can work a miracle with that gun, it would be him, but Leaf going to be the one getting taken down. Dimensional Drift going to be invested. Valen looking to try to get the collapse here onto Happy Way. Will be able to do so, gets himself a weapon upgrade. Meanwhile, Raga forward onto the site, spotting out the 2 defending players, and Jogamo snappy with that shot, but quickly is traded out. Snowman keeps him in with the advantage. Valen actually obtaining the Stinger. Virgin Path's going to be invested. So XLG investing heavily into this round. Valen's still going to be good for 1. Jump spot, sees another, trying to hit the stun. Leo eating a bit of damage. Sends out the recon. Will have the clear, but gets the double ping. Knows that they're advancing from this position. The shock darts layered in. Hold them back. Swinging the corner, and that should be the cleanup, but Trent. That's what Standing believe he has just enough time. Running out of it though, and no safe way to try to get a defuse going. This round will be XLG's as No Man finds the 3K. 3 more rounds to go, and they'll be tying us up.
It's looking really nice. This mid pressure that XLG able to create, really disruptive. Yes, a weaker buy for G2 here. That refract position makes it easy for No Man. Nice work by Leo on that backside to really buy some time. Delay with his utility.
3 kills, baby, I'm back.
All right, I want to see more of that then, No Man. Keep it up.
4 ultimates available though for G2. Baby Bay. Double dashing forward, trying to see if he spots anybody. Happy Way nearby enough, but loses the fight. Slide across, Jogamo plants his feet. Eventually is able to clean up the kill. Meanwhile in mid, Trent takes down Raga, and now the daze is there, saturated from the ult. Baby Bay able to collect Lysor, that leaves just No Man. This time needs a 4K. Why is G2? will be getting themselves up to map point. There's the first, looks for the second, won't be able to have it. Trent will shut him down. G2, 1 round away from closing out their opponent's map pick of Abyss.
Great adjustment here from G2, starting to push towards those mains. You know, if your opponent is going to commit a lot of bodies towards mid, that's going to open up some space for you to send a little bit of pressure on the extremities, and that is exactly what G2 does. And it's really, really nice there. And you have Jogamo to slide past to set you up with those 2-player situations. Don't give Happyway any chance to make any hero plays. Here comes a big one. There's a huge setup coming. Slowed up just a bit.
They're finally trying to attack into this B site. Hunter's Fury going to be opened up. Leap Allen able to find one apiece. The duelists are gone. There's that entry power. That dive dispatched. Dinosaur still yet with some fight in him. Does manage to find a kill. Jogamo, a Bucky in hand here around the back, maybe able to find this spike, but it seems like they're wise to this. Staring at this position, but turns away from it, and that's what Jogamo finds. A gorgeous timing.
Ooh.
Another solid shutdown from Lysor. Seems to always have his number. But needs so much more. Refract takes Baby Bay out to safety. Saturate close just in case the counter swing is coming through.
Without concealment.
But Happyway and Lysor been the top 2 performers for the squad thus far on this map. Have everything to do, and Valen has another timing. And okay, we'll just have a leaf take him down off screen. 13-8, G2 struggling in that first half, but they look clean from the defense. They take down XLG on XLG's map pick.
Yeah, you really have to be impressed with some of the protocols and some of the big ideas that you have, especially with this harbor for G2.
And now Haven going to be coming up next. The desk was assured that this was going to be the pick of G2. It is. We'll see if they can close it out or if XLG can fight back and take us to map 3.
Let's go.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! They shall be engraved alongside the greats! All you got to do is move.
What's going on, guys? Achilles here, and I've got 2 players with me. We've got Raga as well as No Man from XLG. And today we're going to be playing a little game called Masters of Art. I've got a marker for each of you, and the way this is going to work, and we'll start with Raga, is that I'm going to give you a prompt. You're going to draw it on this canvas, and No Man, you have a minute to try to guess what he's drawing, and then we'll swap around, and then you'll have your own little go at it. So this is your prompt, Raga. Try your best to draw this from memory.
Actually,
We'll start the clock. Okay.
can of beans.
We're off to a ripping start.
What are you doing, bro?
I think it looks like. Wait, I already forget how it looks like.
45 seconds remaining.
Killjoy ults.
No. You understand now.
Champs trophy.
Yes. Wait.
Masters trophy. Santiago trophy.
Okay, there you go. What was that, like 30 seconds, I think? Not too bad, not too bad. All right, 30 seconds flat. Very nicely done. Let's get rid of this one, not to destroy your fine art, but we need a blank canvas. And no man, this is yours.
Oh gosh, okay.
So you've got a minute on the clock.
Okay.
And go ahead and start.
It's Teddy Bear.
Wow.
Whoa.
Off the rip. He just got it straight away. I don't know if that's just,
Damn,
man's got game knowledge or
ears,
that's just
bro.
good drawing either way.
He's using that too much in game.
Well, it seems like the synergy is going really well for you guys, so best of luck in the tournament. And then
Thank you.
for us.
Easy as that.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with G2's Josh RT. Now, 1, what happened to Baby Bay? Because he's back in form. And 2, why Neon instead of the Yoru?
I mean, Andre, Baby Bay assured me that that first match was a one-off. He just had to get it out of his system. Just a lot of throws. It is what it is. But it's a nice game for him to bounce back on. And 2, Neon over Yoru. I mean, I kind of gave Alex his choice of like what duels do you want? Because right now it's a duelist meta, and like we just want to have different flares and something that's like really hard to like deal with.
So he picked Neon?
I mean, it's Neon or Yoru, and we thought Neon's not bad. Actually, we got inspiration from another team, and thought like I think it'll work for us. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, G2 picks up the win, but I gotta say, that was like the most Baby Bay thing for him to say. I imagine it. No, Josh, bro, no, dude, that was a one-off. It's all good, and next time, I got you. That's like literally how it probably happened. But hey, he had him, and it was a great performance from the Waylay for Baby Bay. But really, though, Sideshow, the talk of the town was the Harbor going into the game, and it seems like stats-wise, the Harbor coming out of it was playing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need the stats. The idea, the theory was all really, really good. It was the best Harbor in terms of the ideas that they had and the way that they were playing it. I love the way that VALORANT was playing on the defense side as well, which is where we've seen most of the Harbor struggle.
Yeah,
very well done.
The usage of all of the utility pieces was easily the best. The ult value on those repushes back into that A site on defense, he just completely nullified a hit with the Astro Ball, pushes up close, they totally lock out XLG. Yeah, the defensive game plans really were sick.
And also, you had individuals that were popping off. That takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. And this one's got to go to the dog, Jogamo, because he decides that he wants to go for first, seconds, thirds, and heck, why not? I got some fourths también. And he does so in such quick fashion,
Crucial round as well.
Dude, Lysor is barely on his screen. It's just like an effect behind the and I love the pushes though.
And the theme continues of Jaw just having his best run of games with his team this year, just after going back to the duelists he's more comfortable with that are a little bit more dynamic in some ways.
I like the Neon as well because I think they're playing a flood defense and retake style. You don't need the Yoru for the early fighting because they're just going to allow the exec to happen and then either quick retake or flood defend them anyway. The Neon makes perfect sense.
And I kind of like this idea of like, what are we going to throw here? Are we going to play a Yoru? Could we play a Neon? It sounds like that's maybe somewhere that they want to go with that, which I think is quite fascinating. Also, too, we were seeing some great plays from Baby Bay as we had talked about. Jen had asked Josh about that. He was reassured, no, guys, I got this covered. And hey, I'm glad you did, buddy, because look at the stats there. I mean, Wyatt, a huge difference from that first game.
Yeah, I'm really not going to give you a deep dive on any particularly crazy aspect of his play, how he's pathing around the map. bro, you just looked at him on the camera, you watched his POV, his aim was just on point today.
Yeah.
He's actually just feeling comfortable. The aim is looking good.
Yeah,
That's really it.
Yeah, you were looking at him in the HyperX game, and it was like, I don't know, he just wasn't in there for some reason.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I do agree with what he said to Josh RT. It's probably just a one-off. I don't think he's going to be volatile and go back down to that level of performance.
Sure.
I think this is more what you're expecting.
I
from him
will
moving
say,
forward.
though, you've already come out of the gate with a bit of a stinker. So at this point now, you have to only just continue to add on from there if you're babyface. So pressure's on, but I think it's safe to say he's the type of player that does thrive.
Yeah, I think you said it. This is the perfect game to get the bounce
It is.
back.
It really is.
You know, and that is happening.
But let's go ahead and shift the conversation over to XLG. What is going on over there? Because coming into this
they-
one, why we were like, hey, they just need to get 4 or 5 rounds. They got 6 on the defense.
Yeah, they win the pistol. They get several other rounds by actually being proactive, having defense protocols where they're pushing down the extremities on retakes. They actually have players flanking. They're taking so much more map control on defense. This was a great half from them. It felt like they were set up to get the win. Now, obviously, in hindsight, we know that G2 just had a phenomenal defensive game plan to ultimately shut them down. But another hopeful takeaway, if you're trying to extract any cope remnants that are left for XLG, they made some good changes. They made adaptations.
They did.
Clawing for any cope that's left.
He's going to lose his dang mind over here, people. Well, let's see what's going on with the coach of XLG. We had Jen an opportunity to catch up with him ahead of map 2.
XLG, please.
Here with Havoya of XLG. Now, Coach, Haven is coming up next. Just wanted to ask you, were you guys able to make your Haven stronger after the NRG series? And what were the discussion around it?
We are going to be a totally different team today, comparing our last match of Haven. So you're going to see on the stage how it goes, and hopefully the result going to be way more different. And finally I can recognize my team from Abyss, and we become more ballsy, and I hope my guys are going to step up now.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck on Haven.
He asked for his players to be a bit more ballsy. I like that. We saw that a little bit in that defensive side. So you need to see them, Wyatt, extract that a little bit more going into this one. Wait, did I hear him right in saying that they're going to do something completely
He said
different?
they're going to be a different team.
Oh, okay.
I hope.
Team.
Yeah, but I don't think he means the comp. I think he means that stylistic shift.
Yes, because they were ultra passive on that defense, and you don't want to be playing a ton of retakes on Haven.
No.
The amount of times they had to go for like 5-on-5s over towards that A side, you do not want to find yourself in that situation nearly as often as they were.
But again, just to return back to this, yes, the defense side looked improved, and yes, that is some cope that maybe they'll play the defensive Haven better. But then, when they got on the attack, G2 had already anticipated the strength of XLG and neutralized it utterly. I mean, that attack side, they got almost nothing done.
At least also to the credit of XLG. If you address the individuals, which we haven't yet, Lysor stepping up again.
Yeah.
He drops 20 there. Happyway's aim looked superb, as did Rarga's. No Man was hitting some shots here and there too, so I don't think they're out of individual form. They were outplayed in the macro.
Yeah, but I just think the individual stuff from G2 is going to be bonkers with this comp. You know, it's a comp that they nicked from HyperX, and it's all about individual stuff.
Their attack side calling was great when they played this comp previously. They were able to have some really hard-hitting executes around Jaw with his Phoenix, and then later in that half, use them to sell fakes. They were really working the map excellently.
You should never see 100% defense win rate on one of these stats. Like that is, it's
well, and you want to know why? Because the last time we saw this composition for G2, they beat MIBR 13-4 on Haven. So this is going to be an uphill battle for XLG. Can they bounce back, force that map 3? Here's once again Achilleos and Paper Thin.
It all comes down to this for XLG. Needing to win on their opponent's map pick, needing to have a strong performance on this Haven where G2 have looked electric with this new comp, with this stylistic change. And that's just to push it into that third and final decider map of Breeze. Otherwise, we will be saying goodbye.
Yeah, exactly, and it's an oppressive comp on the defender side because of your ability to take fights at some tough angles, especially around the Phoenix and the Aura with those flashes. You can use it against some of that Viper util to cut through it, to kind of slow up some of the attacks, let the Neon go through and deal with the back layers as well, if you've got some good plans for that. Jog, speaking of, curveball out. He's got a bunch.
And he is spotting so many players, but it's going to be Raga who runs him down, Leaf dead at the same time. As the duelists are eliminated, Valen nearby enough, but XLG pumping the brakes a little bit, not just storming their way forward into the C site. Drone at the ready, will be sent through. Baby Bay scaling forward as that smoke dissipates, but Raga gets the better of him. Checks in, tries to go for the slide forward. Valen will be able to shut him down. And now a 2v4. Otherwise, XLG looking to come away with another pistol round win. It's going to be a full pivot across to the A side.
Yeah, good call on the pivot here. There's at least one there, so at worst, you're potentially facing one other over on A, so see if you can open up a bit of space, and they have. Make this a lot easier on yourselves, but two healthy players on G2. A long lurk from Valen, but an alarm bot there to check him. So good diligence being shown. Good patience with hanging on to some of that util. Now the flank has been alerted to.
Yeah, no other choice, just has to clear it. Works his way down through sewers. Now the turret set up as well. Let's get that further alert, and Trent has already been eliminated. He's looking for the KJ on that jump across, but Nomad will be able to play elusively. Valen going to be good for one, but Nomad has a 3K. Trying to fast track that lockdown on XLG. They find themselves another pistol.
Yeah, just keeping it a little bit simple here for XLG. Able to avoid any damage from, a pretty nice curveball. It's because you're just a step ahead of it, as Raga doesn't get caught by it at all as the Neon, and he's able to just slide past with the Frenzy. And then hanging on to that KJ util. Makes things all the easier. And he's letting him know he got another 3K. He's going to be bringing a Bulldog, is no man, into this round.
Just a Bucky for Leaf. Let's jog him out. Just going to be looking to do that Jing impersonation. Gather orbs as quickly as one can. Trying to get the fast track on the ult.
They're going to be passive about this. With those shotguns there, if there's some patience shown by G2, you might get a little bit of value out of them. You never know. Headhunter for Baby Bay 2. See what Leaf has in store for us.
Smoke is going to fall, so it has to drip back around the corner, but there's no one to clear this drone for him.
Take flight.
Even then, would just be Valen with a shorty, but doesn't actually check the corner. Now they have it confirmed. He's got no way to get out of this position, but it looks like XLG don't really want to even try to challenge it too heavily. Off the back away, but they do get a shock dart in to take him down to 25. Same time, a lobby control in the hands of G2. Valen still holding at garage with that shorty.
Just trying to hold tight angles. Trying to see if they can get some more value out of these close range guns, but Leaf hasn't moved a muscle.
Trying to swing out. No easy way to clear that recon, and Valen won't be able to make much happen with that shorty himself. Trent will find one. Swing around the back. Bulldog going to be scooped up for Jogamo. See what kind of damage he can get with it. He's down to 42 and doesn't have the util to try to heal himself back up. We'll just be playing it out from this low health. Curveball going to be lobbed in. Quick little double swing out from the site, and Lysor will be able to collect the kill onto the Phoenix. Then Baby Bay doubled up here inside of the garage. Will swing in. Lysor will collect all 4 kills for himself. And that's a 2-0 start, a very clean one for XLG.
That's exactly what they need, once again, to start the map. If they can keep that momentum going. Just great patience there, anticipating these players that are going to be around those corners, around those angles. And they dealt with every single layer of it very nicely. Even had a little bit of backup there for Raga when he gets flashed by Jogamo. So loving what I'm seeing. This is really clean, efficient stuff. Sticking together as a team, working together as a team. The coordination seems good. Let's see if now G2 can disrupt that a bit.
If they can find themselves a bonus conversion, this would be monstrous for them to run their way back into this. There's Baby Bay tucking back. Swing onto the corner, and Raga is able to find him before he can even TP out. Not even that much damage going to be found. Leon still at 85 health. That is a critical pick.
That creates a lot of problems for G2 now. So you're going to have to throw bodies to get info. It's going to come down to some of these individual moments, these individual players. Trent, Prowler, let's get a little bit of confirmation of presence. Has to re-clear sewers. And this is looking like an eventual B hit.
We're going to try to keep this attention on A. Jog him out here in mid, gets the transfer, and massacres 4! Out of nowhere once again! And if you're Raga, you're just scratching your head wondering what in the hell just happened. Finds the jump here on the leaf. Strafing his way out in the mid, but now they have his position noted. The spike still dropped outside of window. Trent lurks forward. Raga wanting to try to isolate him, find this kill, will be able to do so. Now needs to just try to stay alive. 5 HP. Will go his separate ways. Jogamo on the prowl, looking to try to get the catch, spots him, but can't quite find him through the box. But Fallon is there, situated on the C site to clean it up. It does get messy. They lose 3 players, so damage dealt to G2. And XLG cannot find the bonus conversion.
Oh, again, those curveballs, but those last 2 shots are outrageous from Jogamo. Oh, my. When he hits, it just seems like he's going to take a round for you. He's going to find that 3K, that 4K. Now he's got the ult. Shotgun there for Leaf. He's got the judge. He's going to be posted up in the garage. Trent, a lot of pressure here. It's one of the things about this comp as a fade, you're oftentimes left on your own at long A. So your protocols and your ability to kind of escape danger have to be really, really good. You can see that XLG wants to try to put some pressure there to see if they can get him overstepping, but so far he's being patient with it. Judge confirmed.
Leaf is pulling back enough to get that gate crash out. They know that the judge is going to be in play just on the other side of that door. Let's pilot this one very cautiously. Prowler will be able to spot out Lysor. Looks like this is going to end up being an A lean for XLG. Spike to be collected, but 2 players already scaled up at long. Trademark will be heard and noted.
Should give you a little of extra time here. Another change in this comp from G2 compared to HyperX is that they run the Astra instead of the Omen, so you have some stars there at the front of the site too to maybe disrupt this execute.
They're ready for the C's Molly. Try to catch them right here on the entryway. C's and the Molly end up going out a little bit early, and now looks like XLG going to be calling for a pivot potentially. We'll rotate out, but this might be right into Leaf, who's got that judge now situated here at B main. The Nebula gone. The Neon sprinting forward. He's unable to confirm the kill with that judge. Trent now coming to the rescue. Leads up the kill on the Raga, and the time is getting away from XLG. They're going to try to go for another fast pivot. 10 seconds remaining. They find one, but it's already gone. They've absolutely squandered it. As soon as they run into that judge, it all goes awry. They're trying to hold on to these weapons, but Fallon will not allow it. G2, 4 players surviving, tie it up 2-2.
And you can see the understanding that G2 has of the push and pull of this composition on the map. You know, don't give up too much as that fade. You have that trademark there at the top of sewers as well to give you a little bit of extra comfort to play a little bit deeper, because you want to disrupt the executes. You want to get that Phoenix into position onto A to throw those curveballs to Bio, that extra little bit of time, maybe find those kills on the entry players. And that forces XLG away because you have that extra layer with the C's Molly and then the grab well as well. So it's really difficult. Like, they wanted to bait it out, but then they made that decision to pivot. And then there's that final piece of the puzzle for G2 with that shotgun.
Well, into the timeout in the Coinbase win condition. I mean, Havoya in the coach interview said he wanted the players to play a bit more ballsy. And so far, I mean, we've seen some intelligent play from them, pumping the brakes when they knew there's going to be shotguns on the other side, playing into that anti-eco. Clearly, they're aware of how G2 likes to position here, but it seems like those last little moments, not just trying to just send it into that A site, respecting that C's Molly a bit too much, then trying to go for a pivot and misreading and losing track of Leaf ends up costing them. So I have to expect that Havoya is getting in there, reminding them of the tendencies of G2.
And he's probably wanting them to be a little bit more proactive in the early part of the round. It's just taking a little too long because they can get that plant through probably if there's another 10 seconds, 15 seconds on that clock when they pivot back towards B. or at least try to, at least make a better go of it. But it's just too little, too late. So G2 just gonna move the trademark a little bit. One of the things to note, it's over into sewers.
It's a full armor buy for Raga, so it seems like they do want to invest the overdrive into this.
Absolutely, I love
Traps
that.
and bandits.
I love that. The garage is where the trademark is. Look at this push out.
This could be pretty rough here for Leaf potentially, but looking for the catch. Valorant pushes forward, fills that space, and they know exactly where Lysor's ended up. Happyway will manage to push his way forward. He's up the enemy Astra to try to gain this space control on the C site. Spot out the quick shot. Happyway going to be taking down Leaf still here, still fighting. It's good for it, and Baby Bay has the cleanup. No thrifty to be found. Silver linings that Raga never got the opportunity to pop that overdrive, so still does have it. It gets into a sticky situation.
I love the protocols here. Leaf gonna push further forward into Cubby, has the TP to back out. Valen has that extra layer to cover. Even though Raga is able to get through, he took a bunch of damage on the way in. Baby Bay getting there with the Outlaw to help secure the round. So good coordination again. The big thing here for G2 today is that mental game and the coordination. That was something that was absolutely killing them against Paper Rex. And then once they seem to get their feet planted and start to go, and there you go, Baby Bay gets an opener.
At this time with the operator in hand, and Happyway has been the hero more often than not for the squad. It does get taken down, but it's a very nice clear of Garage from No Man. Leaf, bit of a rough start here on this Yoru, just the one kill we found thus far. Looking for the entry, push forward, Raga instantaneous with that one. Jogamo narrowly able to stay alive. He's going to use a check forward, and Leo just tucked into the cubby, does manage to outdo him. He's it now to a 2v3, but Trent on the swing, instantly able to find Leo. No Man now dead as Baby scales all the way out of a lobby. This is all down to Lysor. 1v2 to try to clutch this up.
God, the way he's been shooting today, though.
Oh, it's absolutely possible.
Yes.
Determined or not, whether he is standing or sitting after this round. Spike now planted. Fake of the TP, but ends up getting caught by the C's. Stuck in position for now. Baby Bay just going to be joining in alongside Trent here at the garage. Smoke now expiring, doesn't have another for another 5 seconds. G2 start working their way forward. But Lysor, the quick peek, he's able to isolate one. He's looking for the second, but Trent will find him through the box. The defuse is in, and G2 stretching the lead, now up 4-2.
Heck of an attempt here by XLG. Some pretty good stuff on the execute. Raga almost has 2. Takes Jog down to half. And he's gonna get cut down, but that's swing by Trent. Huge. Baby Bay, great job expecting the re-aggression off the clear of the alarm bot. Swapped guns there too, went over to the Phantom, found one on the ground. It's a really nice on-the-fly decision-making there from a lot of different players on G2. And Trent just barely able to win that last one against Lysor.
He did pop the tour de force, so he had that long-range option just in case. So we'll not have that, but I don't think he minds it too much. We'll have cash aplenty. For now has an outlaw, which is going to be useful against everybody aside from Raga. Once again, is going to be looking to try to utilize this overdrive. Swing up the blaze wall. There's Leaf. Gets this Nebula pop and finds Leo as well as the spike. Happyway swinging around the back, but he's already out like a thief of the night. It's a quick gate crash out towards safety, but No Man trying to fight back here at Sewers. It's a little bit of assistance from his Omen. Trent will be taken down, so now a 3v3. Raga, instantly dispatched. What a shot from Leaf. Cleans him up, and now again, a player disadvantage. Bit of ring around the rosy here on the B site. Baby Bay not spotting out Happyway, nor the other way around. I believe he hears that TP, and now will be able to strike, but no, Leaf still holding his own. Liza once again asked to do it all. Baby Bay, I think he's seen the gun barrel. The second shot will connect. 5-2, once again, economy broken down, the overdrive still in the back pocket. XLG just not getting into a solid position to really even start these rounds.
And the thing is even though Leaf takes that one player, you know, it's just proactiveness from G2. He gets out, and then they immediately re-aggress into sewers because they know that that's where you're going to want to plant that lockdown from OMEN. They want to prevent that before it even has a chance of getting through. You're cutting the ults away from XLG before they can even use them, putting them back onto an eco. Just phenomenal calling and game planning.
Clear of the recon, Baby Bay. Panic jump from him. What a shot from OMEN, shutting down Leaf. Weapon not going to be recoverable here for the moment, but that is a very critical opening. As Trent has taken some forward space. Vandal in hand. Alarm bot will have heard that come back online, so should know that they're going to be trending towards this side of the map. They are cognizant, though, of the space they've given up. The wall raised, the Prowler to chase. There's the clear, there's the overdrive. Coming through, the blind connect, but Raga still able to find it. Goes down to 4 HP, narrowly survives. Jogamo trying to get into position to hold the line here on the site. Sends out the molly, the curveball through, gets the connection on the both, and Jogamo! Ooh! He will be sat down, but such damage dealt. Gets it into an even-numbered situation, but do they read this flank? No, man. On the approach, will have eyes on Baby Bay, and he will have him dead to rights. I mean, you can even drive a knife into him if you want, but no, we'll just go for the headshot. And that now leaves Valen to see if he can clutch this out. Drone going to expire. Valen, I believe, able to skirt across, and OMEN is not watching for this at the moment. A critical timing to get this into a 1v1. Leo on the other side, tucked away down below. I mean, he will be able to find it. A Mastercard thrifty for XLG to win their third round.
Big stuff here. Popping that ult, and even though you get team blinded by Lysor once you popped it.
My bad. I keep scraping my microphone with my teacup.
That's okay. I'm laughing at a couple different things here in that round that were kind of a little bit wonky, but you know what? You get through it. Even though Jog again almost pulls off another 4K, that could have been a difference maker.
Let's go, baby.
All's well that ends well there.
That's going to be a big sigh of relief from the coaching booth, especially if they're able to string together a consecutive win.
Yeah, you're finally getting into maybe doing some damage to the economy here of G2.
All about the fall, but Happyway just pulls back out to safety.
God, you have so many ults here, though, as G2, so you could play further back. You could play a little bit more retake or anti-pressure like we saw on Abyss with the Harbor, where you find out where that exec is coming through, and that's when you hit them with the ults. And they're in position to maybe do that. You can throw the run it back at it, use the Cosmic Divide to cut them into pieces.
I don't think they quite got the spot there on the Valen. Shut down to the TP over the back side. Jogamo just going to be snapped back with the ultimate, but not before he's able to find OMEN. So now that lockdown unable to come into play. Happyway leading the charge, scaling forward, but this Nebula about to dissipate, and he is right out into the open. Leaf on plat. Makes quick work of him. Jump peaks to find the other players. Now once again Lysor to try to clutch it out, but just 16 HP in a 1v3. Missing the window to find the punish, but has the haunt reveal. They know that they have him completely boxed in. Trent will clean it up, and G2 get up to 6.
Yeah, again, it's just a good read at the beginning of the round here by Valen. Saying, I think they might go C. Let's put our heavy stack that side. We've got some of the ults that we could potentially utilize. Doesn't even need to use the Cosmic Divide there because they just cut it down to size with, you know, Jogamo's ult. So good stuff. Just great planning. And yeah, Havoya's probably just wondering, how am I going to fix this? Happyway is a shotgun there as a Viper.
Bit of a spot out on that cross. Nano gets popped. Trying to clear out the corner. Now the push can continue. Lockdown going to be in play. Obviously, no Sova, but will just be that Nightfall coming through, and Jogamo, unscouted in this position, just scales forward, is able to find that kill. Now sets up the wall, tucks away into the corner. Meanwhile, Leaf is still applying pressure from A main to try to keep this Phoenix protected. Pit now blooming in the spot onto one. Lysor going to be picked apart as Leaf is able to find that kill. Bucky comes in, Valen gets taken down. Jogamo just storming his way forward into this pit, but has not been able to find that Viper quite just yet. Finds himself on the wrong end of it. Happyway has to clutch it out. Baby Bay dead here, just around on the swing, tucking into the corner. Leaf decayed all the way down to 1. Has the read, has the shot, and G2 have the round win as well as a lead at the half.
Oh, this is heartbreaking for XLG. They invest so much into this round. And they just can't get it to go. The money's going to be a little bit scuffed here for a couple players. You pull that shotgun through to try to save a little bit extra cash for this pit, and it almost works for Happyway. But Leaf just in time and moved out of that corner. Happyway would have got him because he probably would have body blocked him and then just shot him, but wasn't quite there.
Valorant starting to feel it. G2 across the board starting to feel it. To swing in right into the crosshair. Baby Bay and Raga dead off the rip. As they look to try to pull off another thrifty, but Jogamo has this site on lock. You cannot play against his Phoenix out in mid. Just continues to tear them limb from limb. Now this all really comes down to OMEN being able to pull off a miracle with this lurk. He slinked his way all the way through that C site around towards the defender spawn. Valen tucked into the corner, goes unread. Happyway caught off guard, and now OMEN is in no man's land.
Should be no world where he gets anywhere near that spike, you would think.
Maybe he could get the catch here, and yet will be able to find the headshot. Needs 4 more of those. Even in a clutch scenario, the operator, not necessarily the weapon that you would love to have. Full flash connecting, clone over to the side. Doesn't fall for it, but Leaf is just swinging around. He's looking to knife him! That is just downright disrespectful from Leaf. Unbelievable. Oh, dearie me.
Oh boy. You know you've got him. And you're just gonna go for the style points. Oh, you're gonna try to take our op? Cool story. I can bring a knife to this gunfight. No problem.
Takes the second right click, but eventually he's able to drive that dagger into the heart of OMEN, potentially into the hearts of XLG and the Chinese fans. Ooh. This time, great shutdown. Baby Bay unable to find that opening pick. Leo, the hell of a shot, but Trent just pushes forward into that fast lane, finds the kill onto Raga. The Hunter's Fury from Leo frantically searching, trying to find where he ended up. At the same time, Jogamo storming his way forward. Gets some damage in, but cannot confirm the kill. Snaps back with the run it back, and Lysor has been spotted and dealt with. Trent down to 26, unable to find anything else. Cosmic Divide, for now, still going to be holding them in position. Man, just on the opposite side. The wall to fall, spot out, and there's the spray down. Jogamo, far too wise to it. If they want to try to rotate out, Valen is watching the exit.
Exactly, and if they try to keep pushing A, that means that that util is now not going to be available to confirm the presence of a lurk. Let's see what they can get done. Valen's going to post up, looking towards the lobby. He's starting to make his way forward now. Pinging out the window, expecting that maybe that's where he would have repositioned to.
It's 30 seconds remaining. They have to make a go of it. It's the last round of the half. There's no saving here. There's no padding of the stats to be had. It will be a double face out of sewers. And 40 health between the remaining players, and Jogamo still here, still looking to be the gatekeeper of this site. The tap of the plant now has to be committed to. Happyway will find it, and it's going to be narrow margins. Valen will get there before the plant can come in. So all the same, this round, this half, and maybe this map is G2's.
Yeah, they're just so clean with this comp. And even when there are mistakes here and there, they're able to bail each other out with some great individual moments. That was a huge shot from Leo. Trent, though, doubled down on this with low health.
Well, 9-3, their tournament lives on the line. XLG need to rally back. We'll see if they can get the opening pistol as they swap over to the defender's side here on Haven.
Santiago, ¿cómo estamos? Les traigo un invitado muy especial. Para los que no lo conozcan, que sería raro, él es Golden Boy, es parte del talento de NA. Y bueno, quiero que todos le demos la bienvenida. Golden Boy, Golden Boy, Golden Boy. ¡Ay, Dios mío! ¡Hola, Chile! Soy Golden Boy de Visit Américas. Estoy muy agradecido de estar aquí. Gracias, Chile. ¿Están listos? ¡No! ¡Están listos! Thank you so much, my man. Thank you so much. So, ¿qué les parece si vamos a gritar un poco por los equipos? ¿Dónde están los fans de Chile? What's good? What's good?
GB having some fun here on the stage.
Okay. How about Veto?
He loves the crowd work. Absolutely loves it.
I mean, he's been watching from the America side of the broadcast, the English side of the broadcast. You can tell he's been getting jealous. But also that this is such a meaningful moment for him. It's all the more meaningful now for XLG, looking to find some success here on a global stage. Couldn't make it happen on their map pick, and now they are looking at a 6-round deficit as they shift over to the defending side of this map. G2 have been running laps around them.
Yeah.
Jogamo taking point on this Phoenix.
He's been incredible, and it's only one round outside of the pistol and the anti-eco that XLG found, but it's all because of Jog. That Phoenix is just so oppressive in the way he utilizes it, the way he pilots it. Maybe they can't connect onto Leo there. Jog gonna start cycling the orbs, but he's so good with the curveballs. Oh, there you go.
Does finally get a shot through, takes him down to 45. Well, Rarga, big push out into mid, but the Prowler is there. Very cognizant of this, but he actually turns, making plays as Speedy finds two. How in the hell has Rarga done that? Joggermo's still gonna go pushing forward. Baby Bay gets a piece of the pie as OMEN will be taken down. And suddenly, a 2v2 with health advantages in the hands of G2. They're trying to get this plant. Still, Leo quite far away from joining up alongside Happyway.
Only one more headhunter bolt shot for Baby Bay. Oh, Happyway.
Oh, they're just gonna double face towards Garage. Jogamo, the one to collect the kill. And now Leo to do it all. Still another curveball yet in the hands of Jaw. As if he can find this elimination or death, he's gonna be one away from having that run it back available in the anti-eco. Baby Bay just pulls back, deep disconnected position, goes for the check, does manage to find some damage. Leo now at 22, and Jogamo on the flank. They will just hand it to him. Fast tracking that ultimate, a 3K in the pistol, double digits now for G2.
Heartbreaking for XLG. They needed that pistol, and they needed it bad. And it looked like maybe Rarga was going to give him the opportunity. He has 13 health when he gets those 2 kills, but it's just not enough. Yeah. Frustration. OMEN knows they missed a chance, missed an opportunity. But again, it's Jog with another multi-kill round to put himself up to 18.
18, 8-1. I know an America's caster's wife who is very happy with this performance. For XLG, wishing that there was damn near anybody else on the other side of the stage. TP forward. Leaf gaining that space and finding a kill. Happyway is going to be taken down over at Lumber. The slide from Raga to his demise. Picking them apart limb from limb. And suddenly it is just Lysor with a classic to see if he can stop this from being a flawless. Leaf has the spot.
Spike planted.
What are you meant to do?
Not much.
They're just going to get crowd together. See who they can try to hand this kill to. And it will be Leaf to claim it in the end. Flawless on the anti-eco, 11-3.
Nice discipline from G2. Just immediately getting to those crossfires. Using that U-tilt to slow down the initial hit. Again, so good today with their U-tilt that when those floods or when those executes come through, that there's a piece of U-tilt there to cut it in half. Surgery being done by G2. XLG desperately need this round, to say the least.
There's so much more behind it. It's just the first step on a very long trek.
Oh, okay.
Back available, but okay, no man. We'll find Val, and that is a critical pick.
Yeah, he went on a push out there and just immediately falls back to the safety of his U-tilt. G2 though.
Welcome over to the corner. I think he's going to be looking to maybe send this ult here. Seeing if he can get any kind of rise, any mid-exploration from XLG that he can punish. Well, it seems like Leo getting the spot out on Leaf. Checking the corner. Here's how many weapons there on the opposite side of that wall, and yeah, will swiftly back away.
Yeah, I don't think I'll get much value out of the ult there.
Leaf poking and prodding. He's trying to sell this as an A hit, and for now does have, okay, 3 players on this side of the map, but it looks like the rest are going to be joining in alongside him, given how much space he has gained.
Still looks B all the way. Oh my God.
Finds one. Quick punish. Raga sends out some shots, does get some damage through. Now Happyway really needs to be the one to try to hold the line. So much damage in response, so down to 35. Now the ult immediately going to be snapping him back into the corner, the slide forward. Raga able to find Baby Bay, gets a shutdown, tries to turn the flash, but Jogamo is a little bit faster, finds a headshot, gets a second. As he wants this bonus conversion and wants this map finished. No man and Lysor. They have to win this out. They have to clutch it up. But Jogamo will continue to dissuade and deny. Potentially another 4K for him with this Phoenix. He just committed the ult. He's already halfway to the next one.
He is just so electric on this Phoenix. He's just great with the decision making. Okay, OMEN does collect one at the end. Takes Leaf out. But still, that's bonus converted. And now you're at match point.
9 in a row. It's what XLG need to try to force this into an overtime. Okay. Something very curious happened, but it is going to be XLG calling a timeout off the back of this. The Jogamo is just so damn dominant.
So patient, baiting out those rotations away from the B site where they can channel their energy back into that side, get some value out of the ult at least to figure out a position, and then he just goes to work. Starts digging the graves of XLG.
Perhaps the final Coinbase win condition for XLG. And this has to be, you know, one of the greatest speeches of all time. One of the best reads to try to rally this one back. I mean, we have seen miraculous comebacks, but right now it just feels like all the gas is out of the tank for XLG.
I'm having a hard time figuring out how they're going to stop G2. Maybe they'll get one or two. G2 is just so comfortable, and you're still going to have that Outlaw. A couple players are going to have full shields, though. 3 out of the 5. So is it going to one-tap everybody? But it's that militia buy. Anything and everything you can scrape together here in XLG. It's going to push all their chips onto the A side.
Pitchforks and kitchen knives, whatever they can find with. Bit more impact than that, but sweeping out into long. Baby Bay not going to be able to find the shot. No, okay, takes a good amount of damage. Baby Bay just going to have to stay tucked into the corner now. Nebula gets popped, so he has a bit of an exit strategy. Drone at the same time, able to go on the chase. 4 players behind this one. His Paranoia goes across.
Dude,
Drops down into mid. This is solid aggression from XLG, but they still would love to try to find a catch. And oh boy, Baby Bay, what a shot. Cannot find the follow-up, but Jogamo absolutely can. Sends out the curveball, knows that he's surrounded. Valen tries to peel off some of that pressure, but no man will still be able to collect two. Gets it back to even numbers, but the spike has been planted during the chaos. With Trent now all the way over into B. Leaf as well. Out into C main. Has that Vandal. Pushing out a critical kill found Happyway. Giving them a lifeboat back into this, but Leaf is trying to make it sink. ADS is in, gets the tap for the Red Bull clutch. 13-3, G2 looking dominant on Haven. They 2-0 XLG and eliminate them from Masters Santiago.
A beautiful bounce back for G2 after a tough loss in their opener here at Masters Santiago. But now we are starting to see that these new ideas, this new G2 has legs to it. They're going to continue on, find out who they're going to face shortly, but you know, definitely this is a big one for them. Getting that confidence back, getting those wins, getting this dominant win on Haven, I think is going to really right their mental for whoever they face next.
And unfortunately for XLG, it feels like even still with another exposure to this global stage, they're just unable to find that footing. The best that they looked versus NRG on that Abyss, but we just didn't see that from them again when they got to that attacker side. So still more work to be done, more development to be had, but for G2, if they are now finding their form, whoever they get drawn against should be shaking in their boots because they are looking much improved. Big shout out to Baby Bay stepping up to the plate where he fell short in their opening series, looking much more steady here today.
Oh God, yeah. He had a really nice one. Leaf was great. Everybody was great on G2 today. Everybody really pitching in, contributing. Valen's Harbor was the best we've seen with this new iteration of the agent by far.
Yeah,
I mean, now we haven't seen much of it.
Very minor exposures.
Yeah, but this year, even with the unbuffed Harbor, some people were still playing it, but he looked brilliant. Chagamo, of course. What else can you say?
Yeah, I mean, dropped 394 ACS in that last map. But let's go ahead and send it down and hear from the players in a Verizon Post-Match interview.
Una vez más para G2 que gana esta partida. Y quiero primero hablar con Baby Bay porque él me hizo una promesa que tiene que cumplir. Baby Bay, how are you doing? You hate to see me coming, right? We had an interview and you promised me that you were going to speak Spanish if you qualified to Masters Santiago. Where's the Spanish?
Hola,
No, you can do better than that.
me llamo Andre.
Okay?
Give me something.
No! You said that you were going to learn Spanish.
I love you, Chile!
That's perfect. Y bueno, él me había prometido en una entrevista en VCT Américas que iba a aprender español si clasificaba. Y vieron lo que pasó. So now for my second question, you said that you were in a lot of internationals, but now as a player, you're the rookie in Valorant. How are you feeling in the stage right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. I mean, we had to play like one of the strongest teams in the first match. That was kind of rough, but we knew we were going to bounce back, you know? So I'm feeling good on the stage and let's make a run.
Definitely. Y bueno, sobre también lo que ha sido esta primer torneo internacional que Baby Bay ha estado, si bien ya ha estado en otros, pero en Valorant es el rookie. Finalmente dice que se sintió muy cómodo dentro de lo que era el escenario. Obviamente les tocó una primera partida que fue muy complicada, pero quiere hacer esa corrida, quiere llegar a lo que son los playoffs. So now for my last question. That first match was tough match, you said it, but what did you guys didn't have that you had in this stage today so you can win this match?
I think we had a lot more discipline, and I think that showed today. I think we were running it down a little too hard against PRX, and they're the team that normally runs it down. They weren't running it down at all. So, you know, you live and you learn. We fixed that, and yeah, we want that run back. I want to get PRX again.
That would be so cool. Y le estuve preguntando también cómo fue esa primera partida, que no hubo, que ahora sí pudieron presentar en este stage. Básicamente dice que mucha disciplina, que siguen contra HyperX, estaban corriendo mucho, yendo hacia el frente constantemente. Ahora eso todo lo pudieron arreglar, pero le encantaría enfrentarse a HyperX nuevamente. Esto es todo lo que tengo por la entrevista. Thank you very much for this interview. You can now go and take pictures with the fans. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going straight to the draw show, this time correctly. Don't you worry, because we have backup Señoras y señores, tenemos lo que va a ser este draw show a continuación para descubrir las próximas partidas. So I'm here with Nick and Kuriki from Comp Ops. Nick, could you give me the pleasure to give out the rules for the people?
Hey everybody, so we'll be doing the draw for the 1-1 teams to advance the playoffs. The winners of these matches will advance, the losers will be eliminated from the competition. There's a couple rules with this draw. So first, there's no repeat matchups allowed. So in our situation, that would only be T1 and TL cannot be matched up against each other. As a reminder, regional matchups are allowed.
Ok, entonces las reglas para esto es que sí pueden haber matchups regionales, no se pueden repetir partidas, entonces para tomar eso en consideración. Also, how is this going to work? How are we going to position it, also the cards?
Okay, so the first match is going to be on the first row, and then the second drawing will be on the bottom row. Then we will move to the third slot, which is against the opponent on the top row, and then last, the fourth spot.
Perfect, thank you very much, Nick. Y bueno, básicamente el draw show va a ser así. Vamos a ver la primera bolita va a ir acá, la segunda va a ir abajito, con la tercera vamos a ver el primer enfrentamiento y con la cuarta se va a definir finalmente lo que va a pasar. So, let's go, let's do this. ¿Estamos animados? You can go ahead, Nick, please, and draw the first ball. Let's discover who's going to be this first team that's going to position right in that first spot. Vamos a ver quién es el primero a continuación. And we've got G2, our recent winners. They're going to go on that first slot. Nuestros ganadores van a estar en ese primer slot. So now we can go ahead and draw the second ball. Reminding you guys, this is not the opponent. This is going to go underneath G2. Recordando, no es el oponente. Va a ir abajo de G2 para definir el segundo match. Go ahead, please. And we have Energy! We're not gonna have an Americas match. No vamos a tener un match de Américas. So now, let's see who's gonna be the opponent for G2. Vamos a ver quién va a ser el oponente de G2, señoras y señores. Let's see. Who are we? ¿Quién les gustaría que fuera? Okay, let's see who it is. G2's prepared right here. And it's T1. Tenemos a T1 contra G2 por la vida para clasificar a esos playoffs. Now, we know that Team Liquid is going to be playing against Energy. Sabemos que Team Liquid va a estar jugando contra NRG. So those are our matches, ladies and gentlemen. Estos son nuestras partidas. ¿Qué pensamos? ¿Están buenas? Well, everyone's liking it apparently. That's all for us, guys. Thank you very much. Eso es todo por nosotros. Muchas gracias. But we have a note. Nick, can you go ahead and also talk about the schedule?
Hey everybody, so just as a reminder, this is not the final matchup order. In approximately 10 minutes, we'll be sharing the matchup order of if it's going to be TL and T1 first or Energy and TL first. So please follow on social media there.
Thank you very much. Recordando que estos no son los matchups, los horarios oficiales. Van a estar posteando en 10 minutitos en las redes sociales a qué horario va a ser cada partida. So now this is all from us. Thank you very much, Kuriki. Thank you very much, Nick. Muchas gracias, chicos. Gracias a todos los que estuvieron por acá. But stay tuned because tomorrow we're discovering who's advancing into playoffs.
Muchas gracias, Valina. Appreciate that as we get ready for some matchups tomorrow that surely are going to be exciting. We're joined by one of my favorite people. It's Valen here in the flesh, man. Congratulations on the victory. I'm not going to put you to work quite yet because you've been working all day on that stage. For now, it's me and Wyatt. We got to do this Verizon high-speed moment of the match real quick because your boy Jogamo decided he wanted to get out there and just do things and have fun and just click heads very, very well.
Y'all unleashed him with the duelist switch-ups.
I'm not gonna lie, we almost trolled this round so bad because we wanted to give him the ace. Like, that's very uncharacteristic of us, but like we just wanted to give him the ace so bad. This was insane.
Dude, Rarga was trying so hard to not give him the ace too. He was just dancing around.
Running away. I was.
Oh yeah, you had to kill him at the end. We was coming up C long.
Oh, that's funny.
That was insane.
There's your Verizon high-speed moment, but let's go ahead and talk about that match, but also just in general, how you guys feeling? I know it was a rough loss. We heard Dre talk about what happened, and you know, you guys knew you were going up against a very powerful team in HyperX. So was this like a frustrating thing? Was this kind of like expected? Like, how do you feel coming out of that?
My emotions afterwards was just extremely disappointed, honestly.
Yeah.
There was a lot of preparation time that went into this PRX match. You know, like we knew about this match weeks ago. You know, we flown here to get ready for this match and everything, and we just played so poorly, and it was really like devastating to lose in that fashion.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a wake-up call for us that like we still need to focus on ourselves. I think we were focusing a lot on them in that match, and that led us to just like not hit flow state, not hit the things that we want to do in the game, and just bounce off each other, because that's what we're best at.
Yeah.
And we kind of just went into this game on a more clean slate. It's going to continue to be like that, and I'm glad that my boys showed out today. That was a big like trust rebuilding match because of how poorly we played versus HyperX. So that was awesome.
Yeah, y'all also came into this playing the new comp on Abyss after you'd only played it like the one time in the loss during kickoff. Leaned into the buffed Harbor.
Yeah.
So how, in general, are you feeling about the Harbor buffs in terms of bringing him into the meta? And then just on that Abyss map specifically, why were you leaning into that agent?
Yeah, Josh kind of pitched the idea to me because of how overtuned Harbor is. There's some niche things about him that gives him more than he should be doing. And so we kind of have been trying to abuse that on this map. Honestly, it's the easiest map to slot in Harbor as well, I would say. So it was one of the first things we tried, and it clicked insta, so we're like, let's run it.
Do you feel like it complements your playstyle too?
Definitely. I think I'm kind of unique on smokes. I like to mix up my playstyle. I like to mix up my plays, and having a literal shield can just unleash you to the max. So I've been just experimenting in scrims. I've been doing some demonic stuff in scrims, I'm not going to lie. And I'm glad that I could show it on stage too. It was a rough start for me on the attack, but dude, defense was just like, it perfectly hit like what I thought was going to happen in my head.
Yeah, one thing that, you know, we've known you guys for a long time, and I know that you guys all have those difficult conversations. After that loss, and you guys say you were disappointed, were you worried that you guys weren't going to be able to have that talk in this kind of environment to like bounce back in time, or did you always have in the back of your head, it's like, we can do this, we have the capability?
I think history matters for us a lot, and we have trust in the past. Back in Bangkok, when we reached the grand finals, we actually had a pretty similar story where we lost to EDG like really bad, like 13-1 on one of the maps. And we were able to have that talk back in Bangkok and just lock in for the rest of the games, and it seems very similar to this moment as well. So I think for teams that have experience like us, we're able to just look back and say, hey guys, we've done it before, why can't we do it again? And honestly, it helps that the personalities on the team are so cohesive. We trust each other, we love each other, and so it was easy to kind of like put each other on flame. Like Josh was going in on us, hey, you're messing this up, you're messing this up, you guys are playing like ass. And we were just able to like put it together.
Gotta have those chats.
Yeah,
gotta have those chats. Otherwise, how can you become truly great?
Right.
Specifically, I wanted to ask about the dynamic with Jogamo right now and how things changed after you moved away from him playing like mostly perma Waylay, and even last year back to basically being permanent Yoru the entire time. How that dynamic has changed with him now that he's flexing to a bunch of different duelist roles. How has he been feeling in the in that role with the team? And yeah, just how that's kind of changed things for you guys overall.
So I think Alex had a lot of pressure on himself last year when he was on solo duelist.
Yeah.
It was like the key role in the team that, you know, he's the duelist player, he's supposed to play good, whatever. And I think he performed great last year. Everyone remembers the Bangkok performance as well. He dropped like over 100 kills, but it's a lot of stress on him. And now that we're running more double duelists, I think he's able to play a bit more free and have his own micros, have his own plays, because you also have Andre now who can like be the primary guy to dive in. Yeah. So I don't think there's as much like pressure on him to make all the space and do everything perfectly. He can fake, he can go in, he can play slow. Yeah. And that's kind of the nature of the double duelist. When you're playing solo duelist, it's just everything is you go first.
Yeah.
Now he can mix it up more.
Has it been really intentional to let him just like off the leash go for way more solo plays? I feel like especially on defense, like when you're watching his Neon on split, he'll just be fighting over like B garage alone. He'll be pushing in, like sliding in, relay bolting. Do you guys basically just feel like, yeah, we trust you to go for these plays when you feel like it? And if it doesn't work sometimes, that's okay if it's working the majority.
I think that's like a major trust point on our team is like, if you have a read in a match, you're competing on stage. Don't overthink it. If you have a gut call, go for it. It's still a work in progress because, of course, sometimes maybe we tend to overcook it. Like we saw HyperX, like we looked a bit not really tight, not really together. And so it's still something we're working on. But eventually, if we can perfect this chaos and eventually bring in some order into the team is how we word it, then we'll have a bunch of different looks we can show, and he's going to get his 2 and play safe, and
you know.
Well, you know, I mean, just to wrap
be
things
good.
up, I will say, like, you know, we've always known you to be the team that prioritizes and really enjoys that structure. So it was a tone shift for you guys at the end, but it makes perfect sense that you guys are thinking about finding that happy medium, you know, that balance. And as you continue to only just push forward, I think you're just going to continue to see that refine more and more. I mean, they got you on the team, brother. I have no doubt in my mind it's going to get fixed. You know what I mean?
Your number one glazer.
Dude, bro, my boy right here.
Yeah, that's my boy too.
He's going to take my job one day, so watch. Not anytime soon, though, damn it, because you got to win a championship. Now, of course, though, let's check out the final Swiss matchups. They are set, ready to go, and I believe this is the order that we are going to be broadcasting them in, so confirmed from production in the back. Nice. So it will be NRG versus Team Liquid to start today, and then G2 versus T1. What do you think of NRG Team Liquid right now, Valen?
I think that's a great matchup. I think TL has adopted a style of like way more aggression. You see them playing Neon, Waylay, and even in a lot of their interviews, they're talking about how fun it is to play this kind of style. I saw Matt talk about that. NRG just had a taste of that versus HyperX, so I think they're going to match up well versus TL. And then our match, like, there's some history there, man. I remember I told Meteor he couldn't shoot back, and like ever since then he's been gunning for my head. So like it's going to be a banger game there as well. And tomorrow's going to be insane, bro. I'm excited.
That's a crazy match.
Ready.
Yeah, bro, we were talking about it on day one.
Yeah,
the G2 T1 was my finals rematch prediction for this.
Bro.
It's happening already. It's kind of messed up.
It's kind of messed up, but you know what,
game.
man? It's going to be a sick game without a doubt. I mean, all these teams have been playing so well. How's it been with that crowd out there,
bro?
man?
Oh my God! I know everyone's saying it, but really, it's like the best experience ever, man. The crowd is insane, and I've been hearing a lot of cheers from me. Like, I know they love me out there. So I'm so
I've been hearing Valen.
Hedos.
So
you gotta
lean into the Hedos, okay?
Sí, vamos.
Vamos, Hedos. All right, folks. Well, we're going to be back here tomorrow with two massive matchups, and two teams are going to be qualifying for the playoffs, and two other squads are going to be eliminated from Masters Santiago. You see the schedule there. We're kicking things off with NRG versus Team Liquid, and then it's going to be a banger of a matchup. G2 Esports facing off against T1. It doesn't get any better than that. Folks, we thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you same time, same place, right here in Santiago, Chile. Adios, folks. It's elimination day. Only two teams are going to stay alive, and the crowd is ready to go. So let's go ahead and kick this bad boy off as day 4 of Masters Santiago starts right now.
But Chichu, the hero of the hour, goes down. Meteor! That's what I'm talking about! 4 big kills! T1 getting the bonus in hand.
An attempt to cover the spike here, but
look
also a little misdirection,
Oh, it's so sick from Munchkin. He's seen both. Smoggy is dead. Munchkin outdoes him. And they are watching. They are waiting. The issue with being an icon is they know what you're gonna do. 13-10. EDG bowing out as T1 right their wrongs.
If we combine the three of us together, though, which one, like, how would we create the best version of ourselves?
You for the stash at the bottom.
Oh, so I'm like at the bottom?
Yeah.
And I think,
dude, you gotta get the bald
hair.
You gotta get the bald. One of us.
Oh, dude, it would be kind of crazy to have your hair on our face.
Actually, so all I'm saying is to the community, if you want to actually make that actually be kind of cool. We'd love to see it. But this matchup is going to be wild. Can G2 find a way to dig deep, get a clean win, or does XLG manage to send an America's champion home? Let's bring out your teams.
Push to the smoke and Chongamo! Mo's down 3, gets the 4th! What a timing to be found! We're going to be scaling forward the sliding cross, and he absolutely destroys 2!
Yes, Laser! Come on, man! Let's go!
Chongamo out here in mid, gets the transfer, and massacres 4! Out of nowhere once again! Doesn't fall for it, but Leaf is just swinging around. He's looking to knife him! That is just downright disrespectful from Leaf. Unbelievable. Giving them a lifeboat back into this, but Leaf is trying to make it sink. ADS is in, gets the tap for the Red Bull clutch. 13-3, G2 looking dominant on Haven. They 2-0 XLG and eliminate them from Masters Santiago.